I think we are live. Welcome to the official BLAST co-stream. Today I am joined by DDK, I'm joined by Anders. Some may also know them to be the voices of the games for the past couple of days.
Damn.
First and foremost, how has it been being back commentating, Dan? It's been a while.
It has been a while. I wasn't sure I knew what was going on, but it seems like it seemed okay. It seemed okay. It's definitely it's a big improvement from Valorant in many ways.
Okay.
Nice.
And in many ways, probably always. Except
seems obvious.
Yeah. Although I do really miss Sean.
Okay, that's fair.
I miss Sean too. Can we get him back? Is that possible?
Can you make a TriCast thing, you know, where you three are just a couple forever?
Yeah, I'd bring Sean back in a heartbeat if I could.
Okay.
Big loss for us.
I think he's going to come back.
Valorant, they legitimately they took you for a while. They took Sean. They took Pansy. It's unforgivable. They keep Tarek though. They keep Tarek.
Yeah,
just joking.
But imagine though if Tarek decided one day that he just wants to co-stream CS instead.
Sure. Yeah,
that'd be good. That'd be good for the game.
Probably
Riot would probably throw a lot of money at him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what would happen? Would people just watch another co-stream for Valorant? Does he know how much power he has?
It's gotta be.
Probably not.
No, we did call him we did spend about a decade calling him Peanut Brain. So maybe that's why he left. You know, he was like, fuck these guys. You know,
he's still hurt. We are live and we have both the chats open. That goes out to all you guys watching as well. We will be keeping an eye on the chat. So if you want to spear conversations, if you have a topic you want to ask us about, if you just have an observation, feel free to spam the chat. We'll address it as much as we can. It's a free flowing in here. You know, you can say whatever you want. You can swear here, Anders. We've been swearing a lot. Yesterday we talked about whether or not it's socially acceptable to fart on a plane. Personally, I think it is, but we'll get into that later. Obviously, we also have a game today, and I think we'll keep an eye on the game, and we'll be co-watching it, as you can see right here. You can also hear Robs if you want to. We can turn it up, we can turn it down. Normally, we mute the casters. We don't want to listen to them anyway.
No.
Same for you, by the way, yesterday.
Damn.
Falcons versus Vitality. Best of 5 Grand Final. IM Melbourne rematch. Dan, first and foremost for you, that's a cool game, though. That's a really cool game.
Yeah, it's a pretty awesome game. Just to come back to CS again and immediately get
cool game.
Like the best top 4, basically. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. I was just thinking this earlier. It's really cool that in CS, obviously the game itself doesn't fundamentally change that much. I mean, it's been going for like 20 plus years. Yeah, you get some new mechanics here and there, but it's really interesting how I don't know how this happens, but the CS gods will spawn in new talents that will kind of break rules and then push the envelope further. Like last year, getting, of course, players like Munacy, players like Donk, and you wouldn't have imagined that it was possible until it happened. True. And so it's so cool to see that happen and to get these storylines and obviously the fact that you also get the old heads like Nico. That's still extraordinarily relevant.
The longevity of him, right? That's crazy.
Unbelievable, yeah.
The fact that he's been on top of his game for what, 7-8 years now?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, man. The whole Nico topic makes me genuinely it makes me emotional because I am so scared that he's just never going to win a major. And if that doesn't happen, I feel like it's some really huge injustice, you know? It's like it's going to be the forever thing in his career that people are going to say, come on, you know? That should have happened. And that's been the case with Simple.
Sure.
It almost happened to the old NIP lineup. Sure. Like, they probably shouldn't have won a major because they almost did it too late, right? Like, there are some players...
They needed the randomizer as well, right?
Yeah,
so they got some extra
Like, how sad would you have been if Get Right and Forest had never won a major?
I wouldn't care. honestly, I wouldn't care.
For the history of the game, Jacob.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think we care more about that than the players. Obviously, Nico wants to win a major. That's a goal of his because he's won everything else. But in reality, let's be completely honest, 3 years after he retired, then yes, there'll always be that, attachment to the fact that, he never won a major, but he did so much else. I don't think we'll remember Nico differently whether he wins a major or not. Will you? Still
maybe
the greatest
not.
rifler of all time.
Yeah, that's true.
Whether he wins a major or not, he's the greatest rifler of all time.
It's just something you always have to explain. Like, you have to always, in every conversation, you have to say, I know you guys said he never won. It's true. You could defend it. You're right.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that he should.
He should.
You know what's interesting about it, though, in like a weird way as well, is that there's always that thing when you're a top player and you haven't won something big yet. That's all. That fire is always burning in your mind. That I have something left on the table. I can't quit. But the thing is, for some top players, when they do actually achieve that thing, then they don't know what they're playing for. And so for some players, it's fine. They'll. I mean, obviously, Astral is like one of the reasons why they're able to win a bunch of titles is because they had that vision. They wanted to create that legacy. But for some players, it's not that simple. And imagine if you get to that major major winning lineup, and then you don't find a lineup like that again. Like Automatic might be a good example there, for example. Having lots of failed projects after that, eventually, I mean, it's going to, it's not tenable to even like reach that far again.
Yeah, I thought about this in the context of Glaive. When he joined the ENCE lineup here, and initially he had to join with like the former 9 lineup, the Polish players, and then it turned into whatever it is now. And like, I don't know, like I was trying to put myself in like if I was Glaive, sort of coming from where he came from, and then basically having to do it all over again, right? Like so basically being told, well, you've got to rebuild from the ground up with, with nothing much to work with. Like you sort of have to prove it all over again. You have to probably grind the Counter-Strike to even keep up with the younger people because they're just so quick. Like in a way, it's like
we had that conversation yesterday, and I want to challenge it a little bit. I think we as a community, obviously we follow the good stories, and obviously we want to see the best players win stuff, and obviously we want to see guys like Glaive have all the spotlight for the good reasons, for the positive reasons.
Sure.
But why are we not accepting? And it seems like no one on freaking Reddit, HLTV, not even us, on the disc. Why can't we accept that? Okay, Glaive has had his peak, right? You can always peak. At some point, you're going to decline.
Yeah.
Why can't we accept that not everyone has to retire at their peak? Why can't we just appreciate the fact that now he's playing to make a living? He's making money for his family.
Sure.
He still enjoys playing Counter-Strike. Not to the same level as he did. He's 100% not as motivated as he used to be. But he's doing it to the best of his abilities as what he got to offer right now. Why can't we accept that as a community and be like, yeah, we get it. You're not the Glaive you once were. We're not having the same expectations for you anymore. But it feels like we're almost hating on the guy for just trying to make a living playing Counter-Strike, which he did, for many years.
I wouldn't even say that. I actually...
Yeah, but people are.
Yeah, that's probably true. I would say if... The problem for him is he probably can't say that in public. Like, he probably can't say, hey, listen, I'm just here to play to like you said, to make a living. And
it goes without saying,
Maybe it does. But I feel like if I knew that, like if I had talked to him in private and he said to me like, hey, listen, actually, I really am not trying to win another major. I am just, like you said, it's a job. I can do a lot of good with all my experience for the new, next generation. And that's why I'm here. I actually would say, that's actually perfectly reasonable. Like, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I just think you're right. The community expectation probably is, you're going to try to, get to the very top again all the time.
Like he's tarnished when we speak. Is Kerrigan the GOAT? Is Glaive the GOAT? Glaive has done what he did, right? Glaive has achieved all the things he achieved, and that doesn't change.
Fair.
That doesn't change anything that he's making a living playing Counter-Strike right now. I don't see why. I don't see why we always think that's an issue. I respect him for what he did. I respect him for what he is now, and I respect the man for making a living for his family now. If someone want to pay Glaive to play Counter-Strike still, go ahead, take the money. If someone don't want to pay him, then don't complain about not being paid anymore, which he hasn't done. But as a community, I don't know why we always expect everyone to be at their best, and if you're not at your best, you should just retire. Is that a fair expectation, Jeff?
I don't think it is. I mean, there's ebbs and flows in a career. It's like, and that's an important thing for a player to go through and then kind of work out with themselves what it means. Because certain players will always start with the hunger and the drive, and they'll reach to achieve, and maybe they will achieve. And then they have to go through that season of their career where they're not experiencing that because they've done it, or they've got tired, or they're burned out, like various things like that. And then they have to kind of understand with themselves, am I okay with this? Yeah. Or do I want to just hang it up? Or what do I feel about this? And for some players, it will that fire gets sparked again. They get a renewed vision and they go and pursue it. But for other players, are like, actually, I don't have all that energy anymore to do that thing I did before.
I actually have a lot of respect for our good friend Tim, who's now a golfer.
Yeah.
I think actually that's I was immediate for one. His content is sick on Instagram. If you guys haven't seen, I don't even know anything about golf at all. But I just the voiceovers are sick. Like the whole thing is nicely laid out. What I appreciate about it is the fact that that's got to be such a hard choice to make if you're someone because for me at least, Automatic really was such a sick NA player. Like I really think I kept trying to call him the Sipniks of NA for a while because I think he had a very high read of the game. I thought he was a very smart player. So making the choice to say this just isn't for me anymore. I'm going to do something that I'm passionate about. I have so much respect for that, and it's got to be really hard. But more power to him. Like a lot of people, they just end up hanging around forever, not happy, not doing what they want, and then they just waste their life, or at least some part of it.
100% agree. I wish I had the courage to do the same with biking and cycling. No, honestly, it's. I don't want.
I thought you said with this for a second, Jacob. I was like, I wish I had the courage to just leave right now.
Yeah, no, not like that. I want to stay around, but maybe have the courage to. I wouldn't say down prioritize what I do right now, but sometimes maybe put myself above Counter-Strike. Because
Sure.
you know that feeling. You probably know that feeling with Counter-Strike and Valorant as well. Like in 99 cases out of 100, you know, there would have been times where a certain event would come in and it wouldn't really fit with the calendar, or it's on the top of your mom's birthday or your girlfriend or whatever, and you'd be like, it would have been nice if I could just say no, but not risk not getting hired for the next event. But I don't feel we have that choice, you know. It's a constant grind, constant staying relevant, etc., etc. So I respect the people who have the courage to maybe challenge that a little bit, but also I don't dare to do it myself. I want to keep working for as long as I can. I love doing this, and I'm not willing to risk not getting the call up for the next time because I want to go for a bike ride, you know. So
I know we're about to get into the game here, but I've got this story with Carrigan that's quite funny because he had to fly home from an event early, and I also had to fly to Ukraine, which we're both in Ukraine, getting our passports, you know, fixed up. So we're like in this random hotel, just him and I in this, and I was like, hey, do you want to record a podcast? And he's like, yep, got nothing else to do. And whilst we were waiting, and I asked him, like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing with your career? And he said, I want to leave a legacy of being the best in-game leader of all time. And what that means is I want to win like majors and various other titles with the most international rosters possible.
Okay.
And I've never spoken to a more driven person than Carrigan. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I feel like he's always going to be relevant.
Yeah, I agree. And that's a fair expectation. We'll see. We got the game live. We're starting on Inferno, which is kind of cool. Next up, Dust 2. I think it's the same Vito we had in Melbourne. At least we're finishing on Nuke, and Train is the third pick as well, so should set up for a good game. This boy right here, we had a lot of conversation around him. Do you think he can turn it around? He's had a good tournament so far, but he's on the chopping block unless he steps it up, Manus.
Yeah, I actually have no doubt that he can.
Yeah?
I like that. Honestly, was never really a question for me when it comes to Magisk. I just don't think. I mean, I understand that he's been playing badly. There's no hiding that, but I'm really sure that either he can turn it around here, but if you put it, let's say he does get chopped from Falcons in the future, I'm 100% sure that if you put in another team, he could easily do like a Sun Pius and just come back and like then he's like super sick again. Everyone's like, oh damn, he's right back here. I have no reason for me. I have no reason to think that this is like an over kind of thing. But obviously, the team as a whole has been total wreck.
I'll challenge you on that one, because I think if he can't make that happen in Falcons, he has to realize right now that being on a team with Nico and Monesi, being on a team that has all the resources that Falcons have, if he doesn't give it his 100% now, and he doesn't play his best point of Counter-Strike now, he knows that he could be on the chopping block. If he cannot motivate himself now to give it that extra inch, he won't be able to do that in G2 or somewhere else. You know?
I think my point is more like whatever the crazy Falcons project has been up until this point,
sure.
I can understand why him and a lot of other people had just individually been playing super badly.
Yeah.
But I agree with you now. Like now, it's got to, hopefully it's not too late. I love the fact that people are complaining about the yapping. By the way, it's great.
That's the whole point of the stream. We try to.
We are just talking.
Shut up, please, guys. Says we try to educate you guys. This is a co-stream, so we'll talk about whatever the fuck we want to talk about throughout the game. To be completely honest, there's a main stream you can go over and watch if you want the casting experience, etc., etc.
You guys are welcome to fuck off.
You are welcome to fuck off. That's exactly how it is. Also, I got the just in case it gets too much here.
Okay,
but for now,
nice.
you guys can fuck off unless you want to listen to us. Also, you're more than welcome to join the conversation. We are reading the chat. We see Saka. Thank you so much for the sub over on Twitch. You're making more money for Blast. That's great.
Let's go.
Ranking with all the players, not only ops. Brokey all time. We had that conversation yesterday. We actually been speaking about it for more than an hour. Do you think Brokey, both of you, do you think Brokey is a top 20 AWPer of all time?
I
think it's an easy
just
question.
on vibes alone. Yeah, he has to be.
Yeah.
Like,
all right, man won a major. Man won a Grand Slam.
Yeah, like just on vibes alone. Yeah. Yes, I mean
100% he is.
I'm sure somebody could go down like where are the stat cells. Like someone could probably go and look at like everything. But
Wu tried and he fucked up.
Yeah, what a loser.
Yeah, that was nice by Monty, by the way. Yeah. Anyway, you have any questions? Feel free to shoot them. Shoot them. We are open. We have more than 2,000 people watching on YouTube already. Almost 1,800.
Nice.
It's kind of nice and more active chat. You know that as a streamer, Anders, and so do you, Dan. The more active the chat is, the more fun it is for us. So as much as we yap, you guys can yap in the chat as well. Just be nice, or somewhat nice. Otherwise, we'll tell you to fuck off.
When I stream, it's more of like an exercise in trying to see how much I can throw on my audience before they just give up when they've seen me throw enough grenades for like 3 hours in a row. They're like, no more, Anders, no more grenade throwing, please.
I'm gonna leave.
Yeah.
Should FaZe replace Brokey? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think they should.
By the way, one of the things that's always like infuriating for me with these conversations is you don't know that there's so much information we don't have about the internal team dynamics.
True. That's true.
And like players can get set up to fail, or players can get scapegoated, or there can be like interpersonal issues, or there can be like strategically like players put in a position where they're just gonna fail, and we don't really have the ability to see all that stuff. So I always feel like it's very hard with those conversations, and especially having done the GM role now, and you having to interact with all of that information that you don't see.
Sure.
That's what I hate when we discuss roster changes, right? We always have to clarify that, yes, from the outside, this is what it looks like. It could be, let's say we had the conversation about Spirit yesterday. Should they replace Suntix and bring in Kurisuki,
Yeah.
Most likely, role-wise, maybe not, maybe, who knows, But what if Suntix shows up for practice every single day and he brings an attitude and that ruins half the practice every single day? Then of course he's going to get replaced.
Yeah.
What if Shiro had the worst attitude in the world of Counter-Strike and he's the one ruining Spirit's practice every single time? You see someday that he's getting replaced and people from the outside will be like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you all stupid? We don't know the inner workings, right? So we have to clarify that, and then we can only judge it from the outside.
Yeah.
So as long as you know that, as long as you know your limitations, you can discuss it as much as you want to.
So I would say, not knowing how what Brokey's doing in the team in that sense, I would say, to me, it feels like the...
That being said, replace him.
That being said, replace him. Get him out. No, I actually feel like at this event, things were better. But I think there's some events, at least, that stick in my mind where the risk-reward just isn't really paying off. And I think there are some other offers out there that could... That are, I think, are more reliable,
That's fair.
But
this game, by the way, 3-0 start for Falcons, not bad. I want some predictions from not only you two, but also everyone in the chat. It's a best-of-5 Grand Final. We saw it in Melbourne. One would argue that Falcons should have won that game. They should have won Train, I think. They should have won on Nuke 100. They won on Nuke, and then they somehow found a way to lose anyway. Do you think they can do it again? Do you think they can push Vitality all the way to 5 maps, maybe even win the series?
I think so. I think the fact that we saw that finals go in Melbourne was really interesting, and it's actually quite scary because imagine if you're Vitality. I was talking to Dupree about this. This is the moment, like right before the major, where you would like take the L, and then suddenly you start to question the confidence. But if Vitality managed to obviously just clean up until the major, going into the major is going to feel completely different. I feel like we're going to feel like immortal and as opposed to vulnerable.
Before I answer the question, are you saying Melbourne specifically to trigger the Australians?
Dude, yes. Is there a distinction?
That is the way to do it.
I'm just gonna say yes.
Well, it's like if it's like in the UK, if I was to say like, whatever, like Leicestershire or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like, it's the same thing. I try and do it all the time myself. I try to say Melbourne, like try to, really, because it does trigger them a lot, which is funny.
All that yapping, Anders, and no prediction.
Oh shit! Do I have to pick a team to win the whole thing? Is that what I'm predicting?
I want a scoreline and a team.
A scoreline team. I think it's going to be all the maps.
I'll go first. Vitality is going to win 3-1.
3-1.
They'll win Inferno. They'll lose Dust 2. They'll win Train, and they'll win Mirage.
And they'll win Mirage. I think it's going to be all the maps. I do think Vitality will win, though.
Okay.
But, yeah, I think so.
How about you, Dan?
It's interesting. Oh man, it's so interesting because the fact that Falcons obviously played so deep against Vitality and they really should have had it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I feel like from what I've seen this tournament, Vitality just seem overall much more stable. Like Falcons yesterday, the nuke game was interesting because I felt like it really took one person in different stages of the game to really save Falcons on that nuke game, and it felt like Mouse kept getting into better, more advantageous positions to open up rounds, and it felt like the individual saves were coming from Falcons. Whereas with Vitality, I feel like they are solid across the board, and I haven't seen weakness in this tournament from the games I've watched. So from that perspective, I feel like on the numbers, I'm going Vitality. I'm going to say it's just 3-0.
3-0. There we go. I like that prediction.
Go.
3 different predictions. That's kind of cool. Nobody believes in Falcons actually winning the series. One thing I wondered that could change the entire thing is that Falcons have now won the Grand Slam. I think they were playing under that pressure in Melbourne as well, and people seem to forget that, yes, it was a Grand Final, and yes, there was a lot of stake, but knowing you can win $1 million by winning that game, that's an awful lot of pressure. So, Vitality have now had the Grand Slam. They won that. They secured the $1 million. They have also now beaten Liquid's record. So, in terms of achievable things they could beat right now, they're off the hook again now, right? There's no additional pressure. Now, does that make them better, or does it make them worse?
Yeah,
that's the one thing I don't know.
I
If
think
it makes them better, then they'll win 3-0.
You know, I hate to say it, this is why Maui is like the better co-streamers, because he's always going to have like the hot take. Like I think both Dan and I are going to be like, we're all going to be nuanced about it. So it's going to be like it's down to like the personalities in the team and like what like. There's always some nuanced answer there. But I mean, like I think in theory, I think all these teams right now, they're all living in the shadow of the major. I think no one is going to lose focus or gain like more or less pressure from winning any one of these things. I think it's all just one big on-ramp to playing the best possible Counter-Strike that you can for the major. So I actually think right now it's just like it's just going to continue to be the same. I don't think it'll make a big difference for any of these teams right now.
I think they'll be better.
Yeah,
I think they'll be better, and I also think they'll be better because I think in part the Melbourne final happened in like I don't think Vitality were expecting what they saw out of Falcons, and now that they can have a position where their guard is there, ready. They know what they're dealing with because I don't think they're imagining going into Melbourne that Falcons are going to be there in the finals with them.
Yeah. That's a good point. I tend to agree with that sentiment. I think so too. I think Vitality will do better. By the way, all of you guys complaining in the chat, I know most Counter-Strike audience may not be the smartest cookies in the room. This is a co-stream. There's also a main stream. So if you want to watch the game with the lovely commentators that would be Scrawny and Landers, you can fuck right off and head over to the main stream. And/or you can keep both streams open and get the full experience and chime back in and forth. You know, obviously you can watch the game if you want to, but you can also hear us yapping and take part in the conversation in the chat. It's completely up to you. We're not denying you anything. Just like Cyber is fucking destroying these guys. That's a triple entry kill banana Cyber. We've seen that before.
What's the percentage of people who in the chat are basically when people are typing saying, "Oh, put on the game. Why are they talking? It's a grand final. Why are they talking?" How many of them already know, but they're just doing it for like the meta memes of it? Because that's what I would be doing. Like if I was in the chat right now, I would 100% be saying like, "Guys, why? Like this is so unserious." I'd be like, you know, I would 100% lean into it.
True.
But now we're doing like the Barbra Streisand effect, where we're and so now we're encouraging the trolling.
Of course.
Because they're winning now. If we mention it,
I think they should troll. You know, go at it. You know,
it's literally what the chat is for, isn't it? So. Yeah.
It's the first time Blast is experimenting with the whole co-stream thing, so any feedback is much appreciated. And if you don't have any feedback,
going to be ignored.
Yeah, that too. We'll see. Anyway, see if we can beat some viewer records. Yesterday, I think we hit 6K at peak, which is kind of cool for a co-stream. Like 1/4 of Onipixel. So yeah, there you go.
Maybe we'll get Onipixel next time.
Maybe not. We'll see.
Listen. I bet we could do it. Bring him in.
We should. But the thing with streamers is that, like, I feel like streamers are that big, they don't have to go anywhere. No. And if you didn't have to actually travel, but you can still get all the perks, you know, I mean, that's pretty sick.
I don't want to speak on Ona's behalf, but with that viewer count he's rocking, you know, the added ad money that Twitch are now offering, man doesn't need anything. Let's put it that way. Just from solely playing ads once in a while, man is cooking. And he's cooking all of you.
So, Pip, I've got a question, but it's more about the game.
Yeah.
So, I was saying to Anders, because
so you're cool.
I was saying to Anders, like, for me, one of the reasons why coming back is a little bit easier is because, like, the Counter-Strike like first principles are the same. But the map that is really truly the same is Inferno, I feel like, in terms of just how it's played, in terms of how you like play the information game, how the utility helps to facilitate that, and then the simplicity of the decision making off of that point. And that's just the wrinkles of how does a team take map control, in which order do they do it, how does the other team try to have the utility exchange to the CTs, allow the CTs to take and then play the retake, you know, that's just a utility balance. So do you feel like that is the case? Do you get excited by Inferno, or do you feel like it's stale because it's been, you know, just kind of the same thing forever?
I mean, playing the map myself, I hate it. I think it's stale. I think it's boring, and I think it's the same thing over and over. Watching it very much depends on the team. Because you're right, you know, it's the same dynamic. I think what changed it a bit for me was when we had the Molotov update. So the CT side Molotov is a little bit less powerful now. It spreads a little less, and
it's trash.
By then creates a little bit more opportunity for the T side enders, and that kind of changed the dynamic to a point where you would argue Inferno may be a T-sided map by the good teams. That I do like, but it's also a map where there's so much waiting for utility. Now, what saved it for me is the whole update with being able to nade the smokes, because now we see teams, you know, not respecting a smoke like that. You put a nade into it, you go through it, fuck it. And I like that. You know, had we not had that update, then to me, Inferno would have been the most atrocious map in the pool.
You know, it's actually kind of funny because people really shit on the CS devs.
Yeah.
But that's if you're gonna have like one change, that's actually a really sick change to the
Super sick,
gameplay. That's
yeah.
like fun. It's like a fundamentally game-changing thing they added.
Dude, the game is so much more fun to watch.
Yeah, and they could have added something that was either garbage or useless.
Yeah.
Well, you
But
can
the issue is playing Counter-Strike, probably not as good as CSGO yet, right? That's an issue. Watching CS2, 10 times better than watching CSGO.
Well, but I mean, I would say if you put people back in CS:GO now, and you had to like wait for all the smokes to like go away, or you had to like every time you saw smoke, you had to think this could be like a weird one way that someone's going to be shooting like under the smoke. So I have to sort of like like that whole thing is not fun.
Yeah.
Like if people experience that today, no one would be saying, "Oh, this is sick." Like people would be saying, "This is fucking unbelievable." Like why am I getting a shot but I can't even see what's happening on the other side? Like it's just So there's a lot of stuff like that I think people just forget like the problems with it. But mechanically in the game, like sure, I agree. Like there's some stuff missing.
Isn't that just humans? We always want what we can't get.
That's true. I've got a question on mentality for you, Jacob.
Oh.
People always end up talking about your whole, bicycling, whatever it is you do, journey.
Yeah?
Yeah, whatever you do.
And in some sense, I think I've said this a couple of different times. I always think, not to undermine it, but it always feels to me like that was like that's not even the most impressive thing I think you did for me. Yeah. I always thought the crazy thing is that, like, I remember the really early Jake, I believe even before like the liquid days.
the source days?
Yeah.
Not the nice guy.
Not the nice guy, right? Like, and I think you had a reputation as much. And I think the only reason almost that you were able to like stay in competitive Counter-Strike is that you were better than your reputation basically, so people couldn't ignore you, right?
Yeah.
Because like if you're a super asshole, then you've got to be good, Then you can get away with it. Like I'm genuinely curious, like how did you change that? Because like what happened there? Because I feel like most people, no matter what, will never. Like,
you want to hear the honest truth to that? I think I got my hand slapped enough. What happened was that yes, I was growing up playing Counter-Strike and I was a bit of a rat. I wasn't the nicest guy. Me, MSL, Nille, blah 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 blah. I was very good at Counter-Strike. My reputation as a player, when people, I even asked Ru yesterday, like, what do you remember me as a Counter-Strike player? He said, you're okay, but you're forgettable, which is true. Which is true to some degree.
Sure, yeah.
But the first 5 years of Danish Counter-Strike, I was consistently a top 3, top 4, top 5 player in Denmark.
Yeah.
I was insane.
100%.
100%. So, as you said, the only reason why I stayed within the circuit of Danish Counter-Strike was because I was that good at playing.
Yeah. Because they would have thrown you out, basically. Like, they would have said, fuck off.
There was a time where I got kicked from Dignitas. I got kicked from MSL's team, right?
Yeah.
And that hurt. Now, then I was standing in for Astralis, and I did well. I played ECS online for Astralis. Device was out with some sickness, and I was supposed to be the stand-in for Astralis at the first Royal Arena event when they brought Dennis.
Oh, yeah, I remember,
I was also supposed to be the stand-in for Astralis at ESL 1 Pro League Finals in Odense.
Yeah.
But they went with Dennis for Royal Arena, and they went with Rubino, I think, for
Odense. Norwegian and Danish.
The reason being was that I had the reputation I had. They weren't sure whether or not I was suitable in the Astralis project, or if I would have done well with those guys.
Okay.
Sonic, as a coach as well, spoke to Sonic about it. He said that, listen, I heard your reputation. You're not the nicest guy. I don't want that within my team.
Yeah.
Which is why, even though playing well for them online and being a very nice guy in those games, by the way, obviously being at my best behavior, my reputation followed me to a point where I would have been, maybe on Astralis, I maybe would have been Magus. I maybe would have had that chance at that time, and I never got it because of my behavior. That was a slap in my face, and I promised myself and I swore to myself I will never lose out on any great opportunity in my life ever again down to my behavior.
Yeah, it's so interesting because I feel like most people, when put to that kind of test, will choose to sort of protect themselves, but like protect their own ego, and basically say, they're all wrong.
Sure.
Like most people, I think, will go the other way and say, nope, they're essentially all wrong, or they're too weak. They can't handle like what I'm saying to them. Something like that. I just think it's interesting because, like I said, for most people, I just don't think most people will ever want to kind of like analyze themselves and say, maybe I'm the reason this is bad, because it's not fun, like it isn't.
That's one of my favorite things about. That's why competition to me was always just everything, because for me it was like the best vector for self-improvement, because the only way to win is to hold the mirror to yourself and be honest with yourself, and that's the best way to get better. And so, at the end of the day, if you're losing, it's always because of yourself and what you're not willing to either do or not willing to be honest about. There's these like really deep things where you have to get past your own ego. And but at the same time, it is really interesting when you do come across those phenoms that are so good they don't even run into that stuff. They can get away with being
Simple
dickheads.
is a great example.
Yeah.
Simple would have never made it had he not been the best player in the game. Like,
Dude,
he was a
100%.
so funny.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can think of comparable to. I think people who didn't watch Counter-Strike in that era just don't know like the level of just toxicity Simple brought onto the server. When he's like this clearly like his team like is under Blade. Like what was it? Flipside, right?
Yeah.
Flipside. He's playing with Flipside, and World Edit's like got to make that decision. World Edit's basically supposed to be the dedicated AWPer, and then Simple's clearly in the server, just like this guy is shit, and he's like fighting with the coach Blade, just calling all of his teammates shit, and then taking the guns and just not at all adhering to the strategies and just doing what he wants.
You remember what tournament was it? Maybe it was the French one in Paris, ESWC or whatever that was called.
Dance Dance Revolution tournament.
Something like that. When Hiko was standing in for Flipside, I think during a match, there's like this funny video clip or funny story that during the match, Flipside is on the verge of being thrown out of the tournament. They're losing to someone. Hiko's standing in. In the middle of the game, Simple opens his friend list on Steam and removes Blade from his Steam friend. And that's his in-game leader because he was mad at him for something, you know. That's kind of the level you're at right now. And I feel like that is one of the most underrated stories ever. Imagine removing your in-game leader from your Steam friend list mid-game because you dislike whatever he said.
And just like if you're hearing this and you're like, what the hell? Just bear in mind the context was Simple was still playing on like one of the best teams in the world, like top 20 team at the time in the world. And so you just imagine that right now, like you'd never see something comparable to that in like current days. But that's how good he was.
It's hilarious. Essentially, it comes down to Anders that I think my career in Counter-Strike would have been 10 times more remarkable had I not been a douchebag.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I swore to myself I would never ever lose out on an opportunity like that ever again down to.
But then even if your career in Counter-Strike still, you know, like eventually had to come to an anyway, like in a way, like the rest of your life is still so much better, right? Because of the choice to make. So like, it's just
I wouldn't want to be without it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm low-key willing to sacrifice my Counter-Strike career to be where I am today. Sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just I think some people at home to think about, you know. Sometimes it's worth looking.
Good luck with that, Reddit.
Just trying to educate Twitch chat or whatever it is that's going on.
Shut up. Yeah.
Nice.
On the topic of the game and the mentality thing, another interesting aspect I think for Falcons right now is that if they like obviously they've been struggling for a while. The addition of m0NESY has been so clearly like sick for the team that if they're going to be in a honeymoon period and overperform in the short term, it's right now. Like so that's the argument to me that they would beat Vitality because they are clearly like so high on the dynamic in the team right now. It clearly feels amazing, and m0NESY is performing super well.
You know what's an
great.
underrated aspect of this whole m0NESY being added to Falcons? I think there's a world where we have forgotten what Sonic is all about as a coach. Like he's always preached perfect Counter-Strike. He's always preached playing the percentages. Always preached playing together, etc., etc. m0NESY is a guy that needs freedom to do whatever the he wants. If m0NESY already now is playing Counter-Strike at a high level, what happens when Sonic buys into the m0NESY way of doing things, or when they find like a middle ground or whatever? I think he's only gonna get better in Falcons. So the fact that they're so good now makes me believe, and I said that before as well, and people were laughing at me, and you can all go. I was right. Falcons will be a top 3 team. They already are the second best team in the world, but they will be a top 3, maybe top 2, maybe the best team in the world by the end of the year. Because they're only gonna get better from here. When you integrate m0NESY into Sonic's system, vice versa, maybe open Sonic up a little bit more to the idea of playing free-flow Counter-Strike, it's gonna get so much better.
That's a really good point actually, because like a really good leader is not gonna just say this is how things should be done. You have to understand what you're working with and adapt the system, like a little bit less structure or a little bit more structure, depending on what you're working with. And Sonic clearly has the capacity to do that sort of thing. Yeah. Whereas there are some leaders that they only can think in sort of one track. So I think that's a great point, and that's actually kind of scary. I think that could set us up. If Falcons don't win now, I really feel like we could see this rivalry in the major finals.
Yeah, I think right now Falcons, you can't even say they're an underdog to win the major. Like they're one of the favorites, together with Vitality obviously being the main favorite.
Yeah.
I mean, Vitality winning everything, that's a fact. Now Falcons beating Mouse twice, Falcons beating Spirit.
Yeah.
The second best team in the world is right now. You do a power ranking for the major, they're the second best.
I would have Spirit will fall off. Like more even because they're kind of on the downward spiral a little bit right now.
I think maybe Kurisuki is gonna come in after the major, and somebody within that team knows that's gonna happen, and then that always takes the edge, you know. You're not gonna be at 100% if you know that you're getting kicked. Simple as it is.
Oof, true.
Who knows?
6-5, so it's getting to a closer game now.
Yeah.
Falcons had a pretty nice start.
Honestly, have been insane so far. I mean, if Falcons can win Inferno, that'd be sick. Is it 17 Inferno games in a row? Vitality won or something? They almost
I think we're getting there. Yeah, it's
they're close to the
it's way up
Astralis
there.
record where they won like 18 or 19, I think.
I think Astralis had like something not too far off that on Inferno.
Yeah, they do. I think they have 18 or 19. So Vitality is 2 or 3 games away. There we go. That's another underrated aspect about Vitality. The Apex individual level being decent as of late, you know, even in grand finals being good. What the fuck happened? He's been subpar for a long time, and now he's the second highest rated player in grand final for Vitality.
Sick.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
That's actually just so hard to explain, isn't it? I don't even know.
I think the age thing is completely an overrated discussion, that it has a huge bearing on your skill or not. As long as you've reached a peak earlier in life, you know, I think it's a lot easier to re-experience that later with a lot less time investment. But it's just like this other factors that become the challenge as an older player,
like the rest of your life.
Exactly.
Like you've got kids, or there's some other stuff that's going on that's you know, obviously gonna take away.
No kids.
And you know another thing too that
you know of, Jacob.
That I know of.
That could be. Yeah.
I'll tell you another thing that gets the older players too, right, in these teams is the culture divide. Because when you get like younger talent, it's like actually so insane, the gap between Apex's generation and like the Zuma generation now coming into a team. But so the fact that he's like such he's basically the glue guy of the team as well, and the culture leader in the team. Yeah, that solves that problem like really nicely as well.
You know what he's a problem to? Kerrigan's whole idea of being the goading game leader. If Apex continues like this, we got another contender.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is...
Would you say it's Kerrigan now, or is it still Glaive? It's between those two.
It's got to be. I mean, the thing is, I do think it has to be Kerrigan now. Yeah? That is my sense of it. Yeah. But
you too?
I think so. Yeah, I think so too. And you know what's really funny as well, again, for people that don't know Kerrigan's history, and I love that this is like so awesome that we have an esport like this. That we can take a player's career and go back 10 years almost. And the fact that I remember casting Kerrigan at the beginning of CSGO, you know, like first few years, and people were saying that he's like a washed player, right? Sure. He's like a washed player, like, you know, he's like disappearing from the scene, and then look at him now. Like, it's so unbelievable to see that. And he had to transform the player.
I've kicked Kerrigan twice for my team.
Well, there we go. Imagine kicking Kerrigan twice.
Exactly.
Jesus.
And look where he's at. And look
it was. I never really knew about this either. Like, how come Kerrigan was always so out of the Danish thing? Because even back then, like, he was playing like a lot of the German teams.
He wasn't good.
He just wasn't. I mean.
No. As a player, he wasn't good enough. As a player, he was decent. He wasn't good.
So crazy.
Then he became a great in-game leader, and then he became unexpendable.
He was an AWPer, right?
He was a bit of everything.
Yeah, he did a lot of things.
I remember him being like really aggressive, like aggressive.
I mean, there was
for a while.
a short time in TSM, I think, where Device had this midlife crisis where he was not sure whether or not he wanted to play the AWP or the rifle, and then Kerrigan took over on
that must be
maps.
why I think that. Yeah,
I think he was playing middle on Mirage or something, but Kerrigan could do it all. But to be completely honest, Kerrigan is somewhat like Cadian, you know, back in the day, where they were just not great players. They were just expendable. You could kick them and you wouldn't miss them at all. But Kerrigan became a great in-game leader, and when you become, that's the thing with Counter-Strike. In-game leaders are so hard to find. So if you become just decent at being an in-game leader, you're in such a good position to constantly get new offers or stay with the team. As a player, though, look at him now. Like, he's not, as an individual, he's not great at all. You know, Kerrigan is not a great individual Counter-Strike player, but he's so much more now than he wasn't back then.
Although, I can't remember the timeline. So at some point last year, he was playing better all of a sudden, Kerrigan. And it was even a point, like, I think even in some interview we had last year, he even said something like, you know, that he had spent a lot more time basically focusing on, like, his own mechanics. Yeah. And I felt like I could see that on the server. Yeah. So I don't know if that's, like, you know, if you could do that again. I mean, obviously, he's never going to be, like, top of the scoreboard all the time, you know? But you know,
and that's a good topic as well, because from like a performance standpoint, you know, that people see the trend that in-game leaders don't perform as well individually, and it is literally because you have a finite amount of cognitive bandwidth, like actual mental space, and so if all of it's focused on performing your job, you will be able to perform that job at a higher level. And if you're an in-game leader, you are juggling so many other things on the team, so you know your performance will of course dip because of that, which I think is super interesting when you do get IGLs who are able to like find a balance. And I'm always curious when I see that, is it because they've offloaded some of the decision-making processes for themselves into maybe a secondary caller or like somehow in the structure of the team? I'm always curious about that because we don't really, it's hard for us to know for sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. It does feel to me like a lot of the stuff that Carrigan does happen like in the middle of the round, where he just like he gets a certain amount of information and like he sees something that he feels like only he can see, and then that's from there on out we go, you know. Whereas there's obviously a different kind of leadership where you have more of a plan from pretty much the start of the round, and you know, obviously it can change, but I think if you do the plan, the kind of Counter-Strike, well then you can relax more because you're just following the plan, you know. Whereas if you're making up the plan as you go with a lot of data to support, then it's obviously gonna be different. Ooh,
this retake is so important. Oh, back and forth 2v2.
You know, speaking of retakes on the B bomb side here, I'm pretty sure that. Oh no! How many bullets?
Kid? No, no kid. Yeah, you got a kid now. Winnable.
Yeah, but how many bullets? I can't see on the tiny monitor.
Enough. 3.
Oh, no!
Wait, what? Okay,
What?
No time.
That sucks.
No time.
I'm pretty sure the reason why nobody can retake the B-bomb side on this map is because nobody has any grenades to throw as a retake.
True.
I went back and I looked. It's no joke. I think I looked at 200 rounds of Counter-Strike on this, like from all the top 10 teams, basically. And nobody throw, like the grenades that people throw, they throw incendiaries to like the new box in the back, and then they throw like really lazy flashbangs that just kind of land in the middle of the bomb site. No one has ever even tried to set up grenades for retakes. Now, obviously, the problem is half the time
you don't have them.
You have no grenades. But even when people do, they don't know how to throw them. Like I've found a ton of rounds where people do. They have the grenades. There is like a 3v3, 4v4. They could do something. And it's weird because on other maps, people would, you would have some idea.
Speaking of that, I think part of the reason is that it happens so rarely that you have the grenades to do that, that maybe
maybe
haven't been exposed to it enough, Another thing on that note is, have you seen how many players don't know very simple nade lineups to break a smoke?
Yeah.
When I see a player throw a nade in gate or nuke to break the smoke, and they throw it in the edge of the smoke so it doesn't really break, and then they get killed because they can get seen themselves.
Yeah.
It is so fucking lazy that you don't nail that, That should be the bare minimum.
Yeah.
That should be the bare minimum. I think utility is boring for most Counter-Strike players. It's not aiming, it's not fun, it's not as interactive, it doesn't look as great. But trust me, a player that just puts in a little bit of effort, working on your utility package, being consistent with that.
So this goes to that question. This is like my favorite question. What are you not willing to do?
Exactly.
And like if you can answer that, and for all these players, it should be, I'm not willing to go to 7 nade lineups.
To be honest as well, though, the thing is, if you're like a really sick player, then they are in their minds. They're going to think anyway. Like the difference between winning or losing the next fight isn't going to be down to utility, right? It will be down to my mechanics. So like they will probably always feel like it doesn't really matter anyway, because like I'm going to be doing all this stuff just on the mechanics alone. So it's hard to convince them. I try,
Yeah.
I am the person who DMs like a bunch of people on Twitter and says like, hey, I found a new grenade, guys. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? And like convincing people is so hard to do. And sometimes it's just because the grenades that I pitch people are bad, and which is fine. But sometimes they actually do get put into the game, but much, much later.
Yeah.
And it's only when one team does it. Then people are like, ooh, now we're all sold in on it, But convincing someone to like try it for the first time is just insanely hard to do.
Pimp, I have a question for you with regards to all of this, because of all the cycling that you do and the training that you do. Like with hard, like physical grueling training, I'm sure you don't want to do that every time you're doing it, and you're always having to battle through the discomfort.
Sure.
And your brain's saying, I don't want to keep doing this. Yeah. And you have to keep like actually pushing through that and making the choice. And I feel like when you're playing a video game, the thing that we're like talking about here is that so much of what you're doing is fun.
Sure.
And so it's so easy to avoid the stuff that is a lot of effort. Do you know what I mean? And you can do the cope of like, I'll just DM more.
Yeah.
Or I can get better doing this other thing that I actually enjoy doing.
Yeah.
And I wonder if exercise is a nice way to help train people a little bit better to
both yes and no. You have to be aware of it. I think it's the same rule applies to pretty much everything you do in life. You like to do stuff that you're good at. So if you're good at playing deathmatch, or if you're good at aiming, if you're good at your mechanical skill set in Counter-Strike, you're more prone to do that more because that's more fun for you, because it's more rewarding for you, because you can see the result in front of you. But with my biking as an example, I am very much not explosive. When you talk of a bike rider, I'm training off on Ironman, so I have to be an endurance monster for a long period of time, but my explosiveness over 5, 10, 15 seconds is nowhere near the level that my engine is at, right? I like biking for 5 hours at a steady pace because that's what I'm good at.
Yeah.
I don't like the training sessions where I have to do sprints for 15 seconds and 30 seconds because that fucking kills me because I'm bad at it. So often I find myself, I know I'm bad at this, but the only way I get better at the stuff that I'm bad at is by doing the stuff that you're bad at, and practice. And I think it's so easy to just be like, nah, I'll just go for a long run instead. I'll do what I'm good at.
Yes,
and I think it's the same for Counter-Strike players. So I think it applies to pretty much everything you do in life.
Fair.
And on that note, I think that's one of the worst things about fucking adults in general. For some reason, when you're a kid, you have no issue doing something new, right? You have no issue trying something you have no clue how to do, or you're going to make a fool out of yourself. But as soon as you become let's say an adult in your mindset, or you should know better, or you should do better, we stop trying things we are not good at. We stop trying new things because we're afraid of being bad or doesn't know how certain things work. We need to have that, kids' mindset still, where it's okay if you're bad at gymnastics if you never fucking done gymnastics before, right?
Yeah.
And we don't do that as adults. So
Although actually, a lot of kids, they do have that problem. Like they will say, I can't do it, and then you say, well, of course you can't do it. Like you've never tried this before. Like why would that ever be the expectation?
Yeah.
And then you sort of have to remind them, hey, listen, it's fine to not be able to do it, because obviously, like that's never the expectation either. Oh, god damn.
That's a very expensive round for Falcons.
Yeah.
This is where it could turn around. Cyber, by the way. Who else?
And also less neuroplasticity when you're older too. So it is actually hard to understand things.
Sure.
Unless you do a lot of exercise, and you get the brain-derived neurotropic factor, and that's going to help you. So
you know what you can also practice? I think you can practice being uncomfortable. Like, you can make it a habit.
I do that
100%.
This is you guys are going to think
You're
I'm crazy.
uncomfortable right now, Anders.
I'm uncomfortable. No, I realize that in like there's some big overlap between esports, and which is video gaming and fun, and then business. Sometimes in esports you have to have uncomfortable conversations with potential business partners. You have to negotiate against people. You have to sort of like, I want more money for this or what the other thing. And I realized I was really bad at that because I didn't want to like being uncomfortable. I didn't like telling somebody else, hey, I deserve more in this area or whatever.
Anders was calling me shit. Just like, Dan, that's just really shit. Just like,
awful, Dan.
Get it together, you
awful. You've got to.
Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me at all.
The way that I practiced getting better at this, when you're at the supermarket and there's like one checkout line, and there's like a queue, like there's 10 people waiting in to exit the store, and then they open up another one. And there's always some dickhead in the back of the line that thinks they can like just skip past everybody and run to like the new one. And I realized this is my opportunity to learn how to be uncomfortable around people. So whenever that happens, I stop people. I say, listen, a lot of us are already waiting in line. And then I just be reasonable. And then it's not because I really truly care that much about it, but but it's really uncomfortable to basically tell a stranger to just try and calm down and be reasonable,
Sure.
So that I used it as like a practice ground, and then I actually think you can get better at it. Like genuinely think you can get better at sort of saying, hey, listen, this is enough, like don't. Nothing's going to happen. You're in a store. It's a normal place, So I think that is important sometimes to be able to say, listen, I've got my limit here. I don't want to deal with this,
So my theory with that as well is that it's like there's like an evolutionary pressure in a sense for survival, because your brain just interprets things that you're uncomfortable with a lot of the time as like threats.
Yeah.
And so you're not going to. So there's almost like an exposure therapy just by doing it. You're like, oh, actually, I have literally nothing bad happened.
Yeah.
You're like actually teaching your brain that is cool.
Oh, we're supposed to be reading the chat. Yeah, Ryan's asking, Anders, how can you learn to speak English so well? When I first heard you, I thought you were a native English speaker. I think for me, the thing that happened is probably just that I think my mum actually found some magic cards. And it was like the 4th grade or 5th grade or something. And so I had to learn how to read English to be able to understand what was on the cards. And then I ended up watching like a lot of Monty Python and other things in English.
And Richard Dawkins, right?
And that's later. That's much later.
Okay.
But basically, I did do a lot of that too. Yeah. But basically, I think what happened is just that at some point in like the 5th grade, my brain just got slightly rewired. But I noticed something else which is interesting. I noticed that most people can, if you ask them to repeat like a line from a movie that they love, or if you ask them to sing something, they can probably do that without sounding like they have too much of an accent. And then so I thought, so it's got to be possible in some way to kind of like practice it. But I think it actually goes back to the same thing we were talking about, which I just thought it was fun. So then doing it became like not a task,
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Who
Learn
knows?
by doing, isn't it? Like it's
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just fun, So yeah, maybe that's it.
When I started in my gymnasium, I was arguably the worst guy in class at English.
Yeah.
Like arguably, my English sucked. Have you seen the Richard Lewis interview I did once when I was 14 years old?
I do actually remember these. Yeah. Sure.
By no means am I great at English. By no means do I feel. I don't feel as comfortable speaking English as I do speaking Danish, and I wish I could articulate myself the same way I do in Danish as in English, right? But it's getting better year by year. But I sucked when I was a kid, and the only way I learned it was by doing all the interviews, by talking as much English as possible, by not being afraid to be, to suck at it in the beginning, and then you get better. Ooh. Yeah, Flamesy's having a rough one. Flamesy and Messi right now, no bueno.
Yeah.
No bueno.
I feel like Messi's been looking uncomfortable in a bunch of these games, but I guess it's just a role thing. Like he ends up playing a bunch of...
He's not playing his best brand of Counter-Strike right now.
Yeah.
That's fair to say. We say that, and now he's probably... Yep, there we go.
Let's
there we
go.
There we go. Give me one more Messi.
The caster curse.
Make
Reverse
shut up.
curse.
Make us shut up. GG.
Who has now hands busy. Apex tiptoes out from Liberia, gets the headshot.
See, this is a big result. If Falcons can win Inferno and end that streak, you're heading into Dust 2, which arguably Falcons is the best team in the world at right now. At least they're making the case to be up there with Vitality. Imagine if Falcon goes 2-0 in this series.
That would be something. That
That
would
would
be
make them the favorites to win.
By the way, just as like a nerd kind of thing, Scrawny is so good at
Talking?
yes. He does talk a lot. Like this is the kind of round from a casting perspective for me where you can just like because the tension of the round goes on longer and longer and longer and longer, it becomes like progressively harder to keep it exciting. Because like it's the worst thing when you're casting is like it's like it should have already peaked and the round should have ended, but somehow it's like we're 5 seconds more, and then there's another 5 seconds, and another 5 seconds, and it's like at some point it just feels like
It's grueling.
yeah, it's just technically one of the harder things to do sometimes. He's doing a good job. No one's surprised, I guess, but just saying.
Dan, you've been in Valorant, and without maybe making yourself unpopular, is it fair to say that Counter-Strike have by far the best talent across all esports?
How is he not going to make himself unpopular?
I definitely.
At least the depth.
I think so, and I think so. I think there's a lot to it, though. I think there's a. So the thing with Counter-Strike is that Counter-Strike has been a game that's been around for a long time, and I think is given the most reps. So just from the volume of reps, that's one thing. And then secondly, it's always had a pretty strong culture of merit, where that's and where also the talent ecosystem around it has also, I think, kind of felt that healthy competition, because you can have toxic competition for sure. And I think that really comes down to how hiring decisions are made. Because for example, if you're a caster and you feel like if I work really hard and I prove myself, like for example, Dust coming back, Dust isn't just getting jobs because Dust is just getting jobs. He's working his arse off, and this is something that producers, they don't just respect that he's working hard, but they understand how to interpret the quality of that work. And the thing is that that's a possibility in Counter-Strike, and so that your merit can get you places. And there's also a lot of different casters that can teach you a lot, because just of the way that Counter-Strike is, also it offers itself up to a lot of interpretation as to how you can cast. And Valorant, I think, is like my view of casting it is like it's pretty. I guess like I have my own objective view as to how you should cast it, but the fact is that you have to be super tight, because Valorant you don't have any downtime. But the fact that Counter-Strike has time to play with, that's what allows you to develop different skills. Like it allows you to leave a lot of space if you want to, and some casters make great use of just leaving space for tension, and that's something that you can also play with at an event with the crowd noise. But there are some casters that love to throw in some banter, or use that to leverage personality or chemistry, or they like to add an extra tidbit about the analysis that another caster wouldn't. So there's all these different options available, and the game's been going for so long, so there's a wealth of resources for you to get better in that respect as well. So I think because of that, Counter-Strike just has the best environment to become a good caster. So it's not that. So I'm just trying to really insulate myself from.
Honestly, you could just say yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Short answer.
I get it. You're probably right.
This is classic though. If someone asked me a question on my stream, I will answer for like 20 minutes
fair,
for like
that's
one
fair.
question. So I'll find a way.
But I guess that is the main, without knowing too much about the Valorant circuit, right? There's a limited amount of tournaments and a limited amount of reps. And Counter-Strike, you got, 400 official games being played every single day. So I know it can be a grueling experience to do CCT or start, at the lowest level. But you can always work your way up if you truly want to, right? There's opportunities being presented itself.
And Valorant doesn't even have demos. So like if you're a caster and you want to practice casting, it's like and you have to like cast over a VOD that maybe you have to mute.
It's like sorry, why don't they? Is that like an active decision?
That's a great question.
I know way more about this than I should.
No, is it like them saying we don't want it in our game, or is it them just being?
It's hard to say, but I'll say this, that they need to do a lot of stuff on the back end, because the way when they developed the game, the engine for the game, the same thing with League of Legends.
Okay.
They just didn't design it or do the engineering in such a way that it makes it like just it's a easy possibility.
Okay.
So they would have to like go in and change a lot of stuff. It's like a lot of work to do that.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's the similar thing with the API calls. So like the API calls are extremely limited, because the only API calls that you can do is what basically is if you played Valorant, you get like a match screen at the end. It shows you like some stats. The API call is just that stuff, super specific to that stuff, and there's like nothing else.
Okay.
And they seem resistant to adding anything else, because lots of different companies, I've been part of too, that have tried to work with the API team, and the API team, I'm sure that they want to do stuff, but I don't know whether they're engineers, so they can't make the decision as to what they spend time working on.
Somewhat handcuffed in a sense.
Yeah,
they maybe want to do more, but they can't.
Yeah, I mean, because Riot Games has a lot of resources. They have super talented engineers and individuals. So if Riot wanted to do it, they could.
Yeah. I could probably add to that, but I feel like I actually might get in trouble, so I'm not going to say anything. But it's
nobody's watching anyway, and
nobody's watching anything.
Yeah,
True.
just say whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that I'm not going to say that either. I could be in trouble too.
It would be good if there was more stuff. It is interesting though, like for a while the concept of being an esports consultant became sort of an industry meme, because we had so many of them that actually knew nothing about esports and had no like relevant anything, but they're out there pitching themselves as consultants anyway for some weird reason. I think it could actually be worth it for some of these companies. Like if you're going to start a new game, just spend like, I think even like an hour. If you just talk to someone who is like in Counter-Strike, they could probably give you like a ton of stuff that would be worth knowing before you really start building the game. Because
didn't Valorant do that? Did they hire some ex-Counter-Strike players? Pros,
sure, they have Volcano.
Personnel? Yeah.
Saul, by the way, shout out.
He just forgot to say, by the way, demos is a cool thing.
No, I'm sure he did. Saul is legitimately one of the best human beings I know in esports, genuinely.
Okay.
Married to Sapphire, Heather.
I blame him for not having demos in the
I blame him directly. You wouldn't if you know. He's a genuinely fantastic person.
Okay.
But anyway, I miss him. Anyway. I don't know. Yeah, I think like, but the same thing happened with Overwatch, right? Overwatch was pitched as a big esports thing. Was there any way to do like any observing third cam person, anything? No. Not when it like took a while, Why? Why didn't they know that beforehand when they started the game? I don't know. Yeah. I went to visit Blizzard when it was in alpha. I actually wrote Blizzard and I said, "Can I come talk about esports with you guys?" And they flew me to Irvine to talk to them before the game was released. And I had a bunch of things like that I tried to explain to them, but I don't think any of that mattered to them. Like it was like just no, it's I don't know how those decisions are made, but but that's how it is, Ooh,
TeS's just won Falcons the game.
Yeah. Fucking Danish Counter-Strike's back, Jacob. Let's go.
Well, listen, I called him the best Danish player 6 months ago, and everyone was fucking laughing at me. There's two things to that. He is the best Danish player.
That's not the most outrageous claim.
I don't think so either. But it's a symptom of two things. First, he's the best Danish player, and if you think that's an outrageous thing to say, you're not following Counter-Strike, which makes you an idiot. Thank you, Reddit. Second of all, the fact that he is the best Danish player is a massive fucking issue. The fact that we don't have anyone else who's better than TeS's right now to offer to the world of Counter-Strike,
that's true.
That's an issue. Those are the two things. That's all I'm saying.
You know what really scares me now? Maybe it could be that I'm out of the loop, but actually I feel like I'm in the loop more than I've ever been with like tier 2 Counter-Strike, because I did so much like the CCT stuff. And what scares me a lot is that for a lot of other scenes right now, the Polish scene, obviously the CIS scene is insane, but also like the South American scene is really coming online. Like also past Brazil.
Yeah.
I feel like there's such a crazy amount of talent out there right now. From like kids that are coming up and just playing each other. For a lot of the Danish stuff, like I'm not seeing it.
Nope.
Like I just am not. I hate to say it because that, and maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but
You know what's going to happen? We're going to become Sweden.
I know, it's crazy. Never would have expected that.
it's the worst thing you've ever said.
But
I
also,
think.
you guys have a population of 5 million people, right?
True.
6.
So like,
So maybe we
6
were
million?
lucky, Yeah.
So yeah, I was always surprised by like the discrepancy between like the population and like the the volume of players, the quality players.
True.
We're like literally the I think the 5th or 6th biggest country in the world, Dan. So I'm just saying, like, stop talking down to us.
All right, my bad.
Until Dust here tries to take Greenland from us, that's when it.
You can have it. You can have it. Who cares?
God damn.
Still alive. Still alive. This is fun though. This is a big streak that's about to end if Falcons can make it happen. But now imagine if it goes OG, Vitality wins. That's like a backbreaker. Right?
Yeah.
It does feel like whenever you swing for Vitality, you better fucking hit. Otherwise.
But I have to say, like, even when Astralis were having that crazy streak of just winning all the Infernos, there were games like this that they had, where they started like 0-7 down, or like they had to get into an overtime. So we'll see. Because the thing too, Vitality does have insane resilience. I mean, it goes without saying, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it helps having somebody like Apex who's just.
I don't
like
even
a
understand why
vibe
there are no
master.
German pros when German people have that kind of perfect mentality for the game. I need you to explain that. What's the perfect mentality for the game? We're good at making automobiles. That's
I
about it.
think one of the big issues for Germany is that there are some pretty strict laws in place that stop people from playing Counter-Strike too early on. Now, obviously,
You have
people
to be 16, right?
Yes, obviously people might do that anyway. I mean, in theory, but I think my sense has always been that it's taken a lot more seriously in Germany.
Okay.
Then I think also it's in competition with a lot of other esports things in Germany. I think like a lot of sim racing, a lot of football stuff, like FIFA stuff, is also pretty important. So I think that might be some of it there. But it is true. Like, it is a tragic situation. Same is true for the UK, right? Like, you think about the country sizes for both places. Like, if they produce talent on the same level as like, Denmark or Poland or something, like, we would be so much richer in more people, which is what we all want,
And Germany was like a really big Counter-Strike country. Like, it
was
produced so many pros and.
Yeah.
SK, MTW, like a lot of these like old school like big orgs.
Yeah, the old day with Mouse as well, right?
Mouse, yeah.
Alternate attacks.
Alternate attacks, yeah.
Yeah, true.
Oh, this could be it. They have to retake now, 4v4. They gave up the bomb side, and Anders, they have utility, so let's see if you're right. Can Vitality retake?
Someone saying there's no law preventing that, not true. Well, I said, listen, I'm the one with the microphone. It's true now.
It's over. Unless Saibu. Unless. What are you doing, bro? Tessus. Dude, this opens up the game so much. It's over. Ah, there we go. Falcons end the streak of Vitality winning on Inferno. Maybe it was 15, 16 games in a row. I don't know, but that's crazy.
Oh, that actually hurts so much for Vitality, doesn't it? That really hurts.
That's like that's the one guaranteed map you had in your pool.
Yeah, that hurts.
You just don't ever lose an Inferno. And now Dust 2 is coming up, Anders.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I think it's kind of exciting though.
You know what? Vitality's they're washed. It's over.
I think you're right, Anders. Though it does make this series now like just mega interesting.
Yeah,
because
it's
it
so
puts
much fun.
Vitality not just on the back foot by losing the map, but just like psychologically. I felt all the psychological edge absolutely with Falcons. Just I think already going into this match, we like talked about it, right? I feel like they like because they've been in the doldrums for a while, and ever since Monacy came in, it's been like everyone's like having fun and
yeah. I also think I don't know about you, Jacob, but like the idea of playing next to like a Nico and a Monacy, like if you had any doubts about, we brought up this point with Magus, right? About like the motivation that you're gonna have for just performing your absolute best, like is so crazy on the rest of the players,
True.
Like you just don't want to let those guys down at all ever, right?
I spoke to, what is he called, Lars Rubble, the mental guy, the head of everything Falcons mental-wise. not his role. But
Lars?
someone like that, yeah, Lars Rubble.
Okay.
And
Was he for Astralis as well?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
That's the thing. He was part of Astralis winning a major. He was part of Vitality winning a major. He's going to be part of
There's on
His
the combo. Yeah.
son is a coach as well, right? For
he had NIP.
yeah,
for
for
a while.
NIP,
I
yeah.
don't know what he's doing now.
I'm not sure either.
Troll
Heroic,
Trouble?
I think maybe also at some
Not
point.
anymore, I think.
Not anymore,
Anyway.
but like yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Anyway, I spoke to him in Melbourne actually, and
Yeah.
I asked him just straight up, people believe in the project now, right? And that's, he just said, yeah, people believe. And I think that's the biggest reason. When you brought in Monacy, yes, you bring in a generational talent, you bring in more firepower, you bring in all that kind of stuff, but you bring in a belief that this could actually work out now. You bring in a belief and you can now win because you now have the tools available. If you asked them before Monacy joined, they'd be like, yeah, maybe we can get into a playoff at a major, maybe we can get into a semi-final. But no one would actually believe we could win. So when you play with the most motivation, knowing that if you do your part, if Magic does his part, if he plays a little extra, if he motivates himself to grind a little harder, spend a little less time on Netflix, a little more on the deathmatch server, everyone all of a sudden starts believing that if I do 5% more, we can win because now we have money.
Yeah.
I think that makes a huge difference. So it's not about Monacy coming in and being the player he is. It's about Monacy coming in and elevating the players around him. And I think that's even more of an added value, which is also what I tweeted the other day. Don't know if you saw it. I don't give a how much money they spend on Monacy. I don't give a how much they pay him. He's worth every.
It's worth it. Yeah, it's crazy to
Simple
imagine.
as it is.
Yeah, I think you're right.
There's two ways you can kind of break down the performance as well for an individual, and you can kind of expand it out into like a team as well, where it's like the mental side of the game. I mean, it's like biofeedback. It's like it's like the mind-body connection. It exists. Two-way street. Like you could like be really competent. So that, you can have your mental game elements, like your thoughts, your thinkings, your biases, expectations, beliefs, and then you can have your actual competency, your skill, your ability to play the game, all the rest of it. And if your competency is bad, you're then going to lose matches, and that's going to create a loss of confidence. Now you've got a mental game problem. But if you've got loss of confidence because you've got like misaligned beliefs or expectations because maybe your whole team is losing, then that creates a competency problem. And so it can be like this. Yeah. But like figuring out a way to like correct the beliefs, that's like, that's what a mental game, like in the most like simplistic form, that's like what a mental game coach is there to do. And it's a complicated thing to achieve it, but that's, as you say, like, it's not just adding Monacy, but it's also resetting the whole belief and identity of the team around it, so to enable people to like correct the narrative, because they have got all this evidence of losing. So that's the narrative that exists then for as a collective. So it's good to hear that they sorted that out.
We are reading the chat. I actually wanted to give a quick shout out to my cult members that are in the chat. I don't know if you guys know, but I started the cult at one point.
What is it called?
4 years ago.
It's just a personality cult around me, basically. I think it's an underrated business model, really. There are a lot of different ways, but typically people shy away from pyramid schemes or Ponzi schemes, all the rest of it. I think I feel like building a cult is it's a way to get there. So I'm giving that a shot. That's my thing for 25, becoming a cult member.
25 becoming a cult member.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can all join if you want.
My favorite thing actually about cults, this is like kind of almost like fourth wall breaking meta, Anders, is that, especially because now we have like the era of Netflix, is that for some reason cult members love to like film literally everything they're doing there because they're so narcissistic. So then it like produces like the best like Netflix documentaries because there's so much footage of them just, being cult members.
Yeah, and we've never really had like
one,
a proper like Counter-Strike cult either, right? Like I think we've had like, I think it was one of World of Warcraft, right, with Athena at one point. So like people have tried in other games, but saying we didn't really have like a real Counter-Strike one. So.
MSL try. He had the MSL Bros fist bump.
Yeah, that is on a low level, but you're right. Like it's the right thought. It's the right direction. I think.
Okay. Well, he tried. You know what he's doing now? I love saying, and I love talking about this.
Go on. What's he doing?
He's drop shipping TV shop items at like some online shop.
Nice.
Like, so you can basically buy one of those, you want a 6-pack for free or an 8-pack, just put on this electric shockwave thing and then pay, I don't know, $200 for it, and then it fixes it for you.
So he's an entrepreneur.
Damn. He's basically selling shit online.
There you go.
It's kind of cool, That's a downfall of everything.
Can he get me free stuff if I DM him?
Try. I don't know. And maybe it's a lie. Maybe he doesn't do that anymore, but there was rumors that he was doing it at some point, Just people talk about a downfall. No.
could be a laundering scheme.
Okay, but he was the MVP in that one Stockholm event.
That's true, and he will always be remembered. He would always be remembered to be the worst player to ever win an MVP. That's kind of cool. The dude, he was at a 107 rating and he got the MVP. I think we gave it to him. It was like, he's not supposed to be at a 107 rating with an AWP. We may as well give it to him. No one else played well. Yeah. That is the worst MVP of any event ever. That's a sick record. He will be remembered.
That whole North project was so crazy. Like, just from the outset.
See, that's a good. The Hero North project was a symptom of not believing in the project. And no one on that team actually believed that was ever going to work out. Even though they had the player material, they had the facilities, but no one ever believed.
You know, there was a thing that happened. I don't know if this is 100% true. I'm just going off of rumors here.
Sure.
But it sounds like the sort of thing that would totally be 100% true. One of the things that happened right away when that whatever the original lineup was joined North was that I think a lot of those people, or at least some of them, without any names, went immediately and bought some fairly expensive apartment in Copenhagen and expensive cars and all the rest of it. And obviously, if I was a team owner, you can't obviously tell your players what to do and what not to do with their money, but that would worry me so much. Like, I would probably sit everyone down and have a conversation with them and say, listen, guys, if you guys are, if we're paying you whatever, like 30,000 euros a month, and you are now...
Which they did.
Yeah, which they did. And now you are spending such that you basically have to make 30,000 a month or your whole life is going to fall apart.
Lifestyle creep.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because what it means is basically as a team, it means if suddenly things go down even like 5%, you're going to be so stressed out about the finances, right? You're going to be so worried. Also, if you get benched or whatever, you can't live with your back to the wall like that in terms of the money. So obviously, I wouldn't tell them you can't buy a car or anything, but I would be so scared that basically that they've leveraged themselves so hard in their own life that, any kind of situation change or anything, they're now no longer thinking about the game at all. Now they're thinking about, oh shit, am I going to have to sell my apartment and my car and all the rest of it? That was the first time that even occurred to me that could be an issue, I actually don't know how modern teams deal with it, but if I was, especially for the really young players, if you got a 16-year-old, you should probably have a conversation with them and say, listen, there are ways to really screw this up,
That is something that I know at 100 Thieves, we didn't actually have to have those kinds of conversations. Actually, everyone was very young and extremely responsible with money, so it wasn't really necessary. But it was at least in the position I was in, it's one of those spots where you do have to account for all of those different things. And so you bring in people to you have the conversations. It's important to actually have a relationship with the players, so you get an insight into their life, and you have to earn that trust and vulnerability to do that.
Sure.
Because you do. I mean, as you say, it is what they're doing in their free time. Obviously, they have the privacy of their own life, but you do need to know if they're okay. And so if they have a horrible addiction, that's going to be something that threatens their performance on the team, and that's something that you should be able to understand. And so you could have workshops, bring people in, and that's at a high level, a team which has funding can do all those things to help those players. So, but a lot of teams don't.
I think we have enough history now in esports where we've seen those, reports coming out from NFL players. Is it 43% of NFL players go broke within the first 3 years?
Yeah.
Do we have enough sample size now in esports where we can actually make those questionnaires and find out, what the case is for some of these players? Because I think esports would be right out there.
Probably, yeah.
There's so many dumbass players who got a cool contract,
Yeah.
The first thing they did is you're not even buying a car, but leasing an expensive car, and then they got cut off the teams 2 months after, and they're like, oh shit, what is life? And I feel sorry for them as well,
I mean, it is also the case that I think obviously your parents are quite predictive of how your finances will be, and so a lot of players that get good, is that's the thing. They're so young that there is a level of naivety there, and they're going to follow probably whatever culture is around them, whatever they think is cool.
100%.
So there's so many elements for us. It is so tragic because yes, they are going to make their own decisions as human beings, as individuals, but when it's like anyone that gets famous really young, it's oh my god, there's so much potential horrible stuff you're going to regret later on, and how could you know at this point? That's where hopefully again, as a team, you would have just some resources to try and push things in a more reasonable direction. Just a little bit. So I always feel it's really good. Again, if you have the funding, obviously, at the top level, presumably there's it aligns with being able to spend a lot of money on the players and so on, but to have people in place that the players, essentially an older brother type figure, that might be one of the performance coaches. It's one of those things where you kind of, it's like with a Counter-Strike team, that you kind of want to have different dynamics, but you don't necessarily know how it'll be packaged. Sure. So you might have a glue guy, or you might have and someone that is a captain of a team, and someone who's the IGL because he's more strategic. So you have different roles and dynamics that you need. but you might not know how to package it. So you just have to look at the team and see, okay, what am I missing? And then where can I bring that in? And sometimes it's getting an extra coach in that's a performance coach or the maybe it's like the mixture of the performance coach and the mental game coach. And then that's the person that builds that type of relationship with the player. So they have someone that's more of a role model that they can go to like that.
I'm going to be honest though, if somebody did pay me 30,000 euros a month, like I would do a lot of dumb shit too. Even now, like I just admitted, like I would. I don't think I'd make a bunch of good decisions. I'd probably be terrible role model in that.
It's definitely a thing though. You remember? I don't want to mention any names. You remember that player who stood in for a good team, a very good team, starting with F and ending on ace. They won a tournament, and
Sure.
rumor has it that he spent all the tournament winnings from that tournament in one night at a club. After the tournament.
I've heard rumors like this, and also other players.
I think there was was it 25K? Like his share of the prize money, 25K in one night.
I'm gonna say this because
If you do that, you're
I'm just gonna say this. I just don't think he'll give a fuck about it at all. But like I once heard that Simple had spent something like, I think like 3,000 or 4,000 euros on Clash Royale, just like just.
Yeah, but they sponsor him now, so he probably made that money back.
Oh well, if they do, then more power to them.
He has a skin in that game. Like there's a simple skin on.
Seriously?
Yeah, in Clash Royale, something
I did
like
not
that.
know that.
No way.
I did not know that.
And trust
That's
me,
sick.
they pay.
Okay, well in that case,
Oh my God.
it was an investment and it's all good.
That's
But to me, that's
Supergiant,
just so
right, that
funny,
makes
you
it?
know.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
my
so funny.
God.
At least one of those mobile, like one of those, streamers. I used to stream, hey, you want to stream this game for 2 hours
of course,
and you get
yeah.
X, Y, and Z money, right? He has his own skin in the game or something. It's
Raid Shadow Legends.
Wow.
Great Shadow Legends. Great game, actually.
Not sponsored.
Not
Hashtag.
Hashtag not
This
sponsored.
is a bit of a shame. Yeah, that's interesting. I think just to do a little bit of a wraparound to the whole, bringing people into the team or whatever. As all super egocentric casters eventually have to try and do. Everyone thinks about what happens if I was a coach or like a GM or something, right? Now you did it with 100 Thieves. We've got Henry, we've got Jason, right? Like a bunch of people are trying to make the transition in one way or another. So I often thought to myself, like, what would I do? And I think what I boiled it down to is something like, I think I would, whatever team, even if it existed beforehand or if I had to build it from the ground up, on day one, like the most important thing to me would be to sit everyone down in a room and basically, I would interview them individually. And the thing that I would want to know is something like, one, what does success look like for you guys? Like what does it mean? Does it just mean that, we just play good Counter-Strike and placings don't matter? Or are we trying to win a major? Like what does it mean to be successful for you? And then like, when do you want to reach it?
Oh,
Because
no, sorry. Someone can't speak.
all right, nice.
Sorry, you saying?
Yeah, but just for me, like something that I think would be terrifying to a team is if 3 players think we're going to win the major in 3 months,
Okay.
and 2 of them say, well, I really hope we get to be top 20, but sometime next year.
Okay, then I kick the 3 players who wants to win the major.
Well, yeah. Well, that might also be like a thing
Be
for the
realistic, guys.
Yeah. Well, that could be important, right? That depends on what the org thinks, right? Too. Like, and I would probably ask that too, right?
Yep.
But I don't know about you guys. I feel like misalignment of those kind of goals can just be like an instant sort of death to the team because it's like you're just nobody can pull in the right direction. So I guess like now for Falcons, the alignment of saying we're gonna win, like we can win a major is like that's sick.
Yeah.
I hope they're all aligned. That's what I'm saying.
It feels that way.
With the way they're playing right now, I mean, it's hard to imagine them. I'm excited for the major. I'm excited for the major.
Imagine if like, how would you feel if Falcons like win the major and like would it feel like Vitality? I mean, I don't think you could say that Vitality flubbed it because the Falcons are so legit.
No, but it would put them in the same conversation as we had with Navi last year, where they were getting into all these grand finals. They were winning some of them, but they couldn't win the major.
It's a tragedy. It's too real.
They faded away. Vitality with this lineup is never going to fade as much as Navi has faded now. I don't think so. I think the bare minimum for Vitality is still a top 3, top 4 team. But there's a world where Falcons just turns it around. There's also the scary prospect of Falcons right now. Let's be completely honest. If they sign Bit instead of Magis, if they sign Jimfat instead of Magis, you have on paper one of the most perfect rosters assembled together. You have like a Vitality equal almost in the Falcons camp. All I'm saying is I believe Magis as you can turn it around. I believe he's a great asset, but I've always said it and I will always state it, and I'll say it now like this before I go take a shit. If you can sign a player that will elevate your team and will be better, I don't care who you're replacing.
Sure.
It's the same with Dupree. When
Yeah.
FlameC was signed to Vitality, a lot of people were like, you cannot replace Dupree, they just won a major. FlameC is a greater prospect than Dupree was at that time. It may look from the outside that it's a 50-50 move or you're just sidestepping, but over time, FlameC will be a much, much better investment than Dupree is. If you have that opportunity and you can sign him for free, you have to do it. If
Yeah.
you can sign Bid instead of Magisk, it doesn't matter how well Magisk is doing. Bid is a better player than Magisk. You have to do it.
Let's go, Jacob. Bro, the game has started. Stop talking. The game has already started. We know, but this is a co-stream. Dan, now we're in charge of things, apparently.
I am the captain now.
Yeah, why would somebody put us in charge of something like this? It's a terrible idea.
Yeah. Yep. We could just cast over the top of.
We could.
We
could.
And you know what? We would actually keep so many viewers because apparently a lot of people think this is the mainstream
Yeah,
when they connect.
that is a good point.
We could.
A lot of confusion.
That'd be sick.
I love it.
I mean, I really do want Vitality to win this map. That would really
Yes.
send the series into like that. That would like be the best tone for the series, obviously.
Yeah, it'd be disappointing, wouldn't it, if it just ended like super quickly and we're like,
Yeah.
oh well, you know, that is, I think most of the time for best of 5 grand finals in Counter-Strike, it's kind of. You're kind of like, oh, like, was it worth it, you know? Like, it was the same result anyways. It would have been the best of 3. Like, we're wasting our time. This happened a lot, but obviously when it's good, it's so good, though. That's the thing. Like, it's so good when it's sick.
You want it to look like a Rocky movie where you got you know, Ivan Drago like destroying him, and then he gets up and he starts destroying. You know, it's just
Yeah.
the absolute cinema, as they say.
That is in fact what they say. Which CS Pro has the best name? Damn. Who is that? Who's got the best name?
Best name.
I can easily think of worst because there are so many terrible names that you know.
Yeah,
that people
yeah.
have paid.
I
Like,
was thinking the
that's
same
an
thing.
easier conversation in many ways.
And you get into some controversial territory because it's always going to be like because the funny thing about a name is if you're a sick player, you can generate like you makes the name cool,
Yeah,
but it doesn't distract from the fact that the name is garbage.
yeah.
Like-
Somebody's saying DDK and Anders commentary would go crazy. Well, that's you know, we hope so. Certainly, you know, we're not doing it right now, but that's just because we're here to co-stream instead. But you know, appreciate the vote of confidence. I tried actually, Dan. I tried early on because if you remember, Magisk was originally named Magisk Boy,
Oh yeah.
which was even more absurd in many ways.
True.
And I tried to tell him, like, before anybody thought he was good or anything like that, when he was just, like, sort of coming up into the scene a little bit, I tried to tell him, listen, this name is going to be hard for people to pronounce. Like, it's just, you know, a lot of, you know, it's like, in Danish it makes sense, but outside of that, it really sort of doesn't. I tried to convince him to just change his name to just Magic.
Magic, yeah.
And I was like, let's just call you, because that, I think, again, like, it's just a commentator. It's like, we could do so much with it, you know?
Yeah, it confuses me when I casted you because you say Magisk.
Yeah.
And I noticed it's so funny because I've never said it that way, but I started to say it that way and I caught myself. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, am I doing it wrong? It's like, where did this come from?
And then now when he's playing Spirit and we've got Magics and Magisk, and it's like, oh no, like, it's too much. It's too much. Great nicknames.
But Get Right, by the way. So
Get Right is a good name.
So Get Right was a download manager.
So you could resume your downloads.
Yeah, so you could, and I wondered, like, did he get it from that? Because like
he must have.
Oh my god!
For the kids that don't know, back in the day when your dial-up modem failed in the middle of like a download, you just had to restart, and that could be like 7 hours of downloading or something crazy. But yeah, the software Get Right would allow you to resume a download, at least in some cases, not in all cases.
Yeah,
it was saved at valuable moments there.
I like this Vitality with the start getting good eco on CT.
Yeah. I mean, I do think Fiflaren is just a good nickname, but maybe it's just because I know the guy and I love him.
Fiflaren, yeah. What is it? Does it mean anything?
I think it does, but I wouldn't even know how to explain that actually in English. I truly wouldn't know how to explain that actually. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure I know what it would mean in Swedish. That's a good. Somebody should ask him.
Man, Robin's such a vibes guy.
He's genuinely,
I love Robin.
He's genuinely just an amazing person to be around. Like genuinely, like I don't think it'd be possible to be around be around Fifth and be in a bad mood. Like, I don't think it could be done, you know?
I mean, he just has. I mean, he's quite jovial, and he just has to like laugh once, and then it sets the tone.
Just genuinely just a
infectious laugh.
Yeah, good times, great nicknames. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's hard to, because you are right. Like, in part, the power and how much we associate the nickname comes from like the player and how they play, you know. And you're like, you see someone play really well, you think, oh damn, you know.
Yeah, like Ninjas in pajamas, for example. Imagine if that was a really shit team.
Yeah,
it's like,
it's over.
I hate this. But they got really sick. Yeah, I mean, also like Korean Brood War players would have the most amazing names because they would they have to like pick an English name.
Yeah, that's true. That's charming. I do enjoy that. Yeah,
like we had like the first winner of a StarCraft 2 event was called Zerg Bong because he had like a bong on his desk or something like that. He played Zerg.
Sick.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Amazing.
Score on the first map. I don't actually know what the final score was. I know Falcons won it, but I zoned out.
I think it was like 13-10, 13-9. It was at Falcons.
I know some team names that I really enjoyed back in the day in Counter-Strike 1.6. We had different good team names. One of my favorite ones was we had a team called IDDQD, which I actually think has been resuscitated in other contexts for other esports. But there's a Danish team called IDDQD, which obviously cheat code and Doom, if anyone doesn't know. And there was another team whose that name that I just really love is called Level. And they just made it like LVL for short, but there was something about that team, Level. A lot of famous players have played in that organization.
All right, I started a team in Source, Anders.
Go on.
I want you to assess the name that I came up with.
All right.
It was called 5 Flow.
5 Flow.
Yeah.
Well, that's...
What do you think?
It's
1 to 10.
5 Flow. I think the problem is it's like the alliteration makes it actually hard because it's the F. But I can see the logic of it. Like I understand. Like, you know, you five players. We've got like some flow. That's exactly how you think when you're super young, right? You're like, this vibes. This like, you know, it's rough though. I was on a team
by 4 Kings, you know.
Yeah. Oh. I was on a team. This is an unfortunate story, but it's true. I was on a team called First Rank Assassins. Now, that's not a problem in and of itself, even if it sounds a bit goofy. But that was the team. So I was playing for that team for a while, and we had a player on the team. The problem is for a lot of Danish people, they can't really say the R in rank. You know, it's like there's like a certain R sound that kind of becomes more of like a V sound. Yeah, so whenever he would refer to the name when we were playing with like, you know, other Danish people, but also other English people or whatever. So he would always call them First Wank Assassins, which I always think was, you know, it always made me laugh, you know.
That's awesome.
It's good times. Got to be careful with the names like that.
Yeah, I was in another Source team that's our clan base. Our name on clan base, you know, the long form was Covert Underground Networking Team.
All right.
I like how you got it straight away.
That's fantastic. That's the kind of stuff that I could appreciate a lot.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's you know.
There was some other really sick, really sick like Danish team names that I can't even say, even on the coach stream. Like, people will go crazy. But we had some names back then. I'm telling you.
Well, you know, so the first pro team I joined was in 2005, and I signed a contract with Dignitas.
Yeah.
When I was trying to like explain this to my teachers to like get time off to like go to a tournament, they would look it up, and they're like, it's like a euthanasia clinic in like this or whatever, and I'm like, and they're like, what
you're playing for what?
Yeah, like what you do? What is this?
They're doing like a mental health check. They're like, Dan, are you okay? Like, is everything cool? But that was for Quake something.
Yeah, Quake. Actually, Quake 4 at the time. We had the best Quake 4 TDM team for about 8 months. We were like the best in the world, essentially. But then also Quake 3. Then I later joined 4 Kings for Quake 3 because for some reason it went back because everyone's like, Quake 4's kind of fizzled out.
That was too much upkeep for me playing Quake at like a high level. Was never my jam. But I played, this is way more niche. It never really became like a big, but there was a lot of competition in it. Where I played a lot of Half-Life Deathmatch.
Oh, like the Half-Life original, not
Half-Life 2, but like Half-Life Deathmatch, where you would like you had this is a weapon that really should exist in like more modern day guns. It's called like the Tau gun.
The Gauss gun.
The Gauss gun or the Tau gun, depending on where you were from, basically, I think, which would allow you to stop yourself from taking fall damage, because you could charge it up and shoot it into the ground, and it would sort of, but those meant you flying down from like a high place, you could sort of like, you could basically descend slower with it, and it was so sick. Like, and people who are good at like Half-Life Deathmatch are mentally good at like, it's so much fun.
It's like it's like if you imagine like a rocket jump, but like, but it happens like instantly, and it will send you immediately to almost like the max speed possible. Yeah, that's kind of like what it could also do.
It was great.
It's pretty amazing. It's so amazing the movement tech that we had in the old days.
Yes.
And it was, I think this is like kind of a cool piece of gaming history. And, you know, it's like, so a lot of people don't know that John Carmack is the genius like engineer that coded the original Quake engine, which is essentially
what everything else was built on.
Yeah, Half-Life 1 is like a really modified Quake, like id Tech 1, and not just that, but it's like also the first 3D, like proper 3D engine that was made, and he had this like design philosophy of like, as opposed to like all the other like engineers that were doing at the time for building engines would do. He was like, no, I think latency is the most important thing. I think this should be the most responsive. And that was just like his philosophy. And he made that id Tech 1 engine. And then, as you say, like Half-Life 1 came from that. It was very modified. And then CS Source came from that. And then CSGO, like all of these engines. That's why bunny hopping is still exists. And it's like this piece of history of code that has like gone through all these iterations. And this is awesome.
Again, this is just like old man boomer type talk, but it's one of the real tragedies about Half-Life 2 and everything beyond that. But like Half-Life 1 had the most insane modding community you could imagine, right? Like obviously we know because Counter-Strike came out of it, but it's a game called Natural Selection that I played a lot, which was a super insane game, and
it was so cool.
It was such a fantastic idea, and I wish that NS2 wasn't as bad as it unfortunately became. But
super novel idea. Like,
it really
creative.
was. I played another game called Vampire Slayer.
I love that game.
You play Vampire Slayer? Holy shit! I've never met anyone ever before that's done that.
I love that game.
That's so sick. And again, I genuinely think someone could make this game like tomorrow, and everyone in the world would be like, I get it. Like I know exactly what I'm doing. Like it's so basic, and it's so fucking sick. And there were like a million of these kind of mods that were just like they're just out there,
Yes.
Yes. I really. It's the one thing for Valve where I'm like, why not revive it? Like, why not give the community the tools to do this? Because it's so sick, And you don't even, like, you already have all the money in the world. Why does it matter? Just make it like a, just give us the option. There's so much cool stuff.
Ooh, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
That is sick.
He jumped up on the fast cat and Mezzi.
It's people always ask like, "What's your favorite Counter-Strike team?" and so on and so forth, and I have like always the worst answer that just no one wants to hear, which is like, I just want to see the best Counter-Strike, and that is actually true.
I've gone the other way now. I'll cast and enjoy any kind of Counter-Strike. I just cannot deal with the kind of Counter-Strike where people are. There's like a certain time of like hesitance or scaredness that really triggers me. Like even when James was playing the really slow Counter-Strike, like they obviously weren't scared. They just had like a different plan. Even that I can deal with. It's not as fun, but I can sort of deal with it. There's a sort of Counter-Strike where people end up playing where you can just tell that they're not making any decisions. Nobody like they're all afraid to do something. They're all playing not to lose instead of to win. Yeah. There's a feeling there that is really annoying. Like it actually, that is probably one of my weaknesses as a commentator. Is like whenever I notice that a team is doing that, it becomes a lot harder to be like, "Oh, like let's go." I'm like, "Fucking hell, guys!" Like, this is but I mean, obviously, nobody wants to play that way. It's not like the team is coming into it saying that, but it can just happen to a team, and you're like, "Oh, come on,"
I can share like I mean, this is probably I shouldn't share this story, but James and I did this tournament in Kuala Lumpur, and It's like kind of a wild tournament. I think it was like an Asia. What was the tournament? I don't even remember what it was. But you have to to get there. Obviously a long flight because of Asia, and you have to fly into Singapore, and then you get off the plane. Then you have to like drive across the because Singapore's like a city-state. Drive across this big bridge to get into Kuala Lumpur. Anyway, really long travel, and James and I were like completely wrecked, and I had to be. And it was just us casting. We were casting like everything. and we had like an interesting desk with like scoots on it, and maybe Blair was there, I forget. But anyway,
Holy shit.
so James and I are so wrecked, and I am like super sick. And
Yeah.
like, you know, like how it is, and
Classic.
it's like stomach sick. So I'm
Yeah,
like, I'm like
nice.
holding on for dear life essentially during
Good
these tasks.
times.
And we had these Asian teams that at that time, you know, the level of Asian Counter-Strike was very poor. And so you got two teams that are playing on cash, and every single time one team would get an advantage, and also they never went mid and cash ever. And
Okay.
every time one team would get an advantage, they would immediately just not know what to do with it. And then they would give it away
Yeah.
to the other team. Then the other team would get the advantage, and then they wouldn't know what to do with it.
It's
and then
so
there's like
brutal, isn't
multiple overtimes. It's like, this is never going to end.
Yeah.
And obviously I pooped myself a bit, Anders.
Yeah.
James was standing next to me, and he was standing up to not fall asleep because he was like struggling so much.
It's
to
just
stay
not
awake.
fun, is it? You know?
Yeah, because you can't go anywhere in your casting.
Yeah.
You like literally can't go anywhere. I mean, I guess presumably maybe you could, but
Yeah, but if you,
not an option.
the problem is it feels like you're being super disrespectful to the players at one point. Like if you really had to sort of like do it,
Yeah.
you'd have to sort of wreck them, and that doesn't feel good either. You know?
Yep.
But yeah, apart from that, like I'll watch almost any kind of Counter-Strike and take something away from it, you know, because there's a lot of stuff to learn, you know, sometimes.
That's a good cope.
Even if you're watching like really like much little Counter-Strike, sometimes you're like, damn, like I never thought about that,
Yeah.
you know.
But I do understand what you mean though, because the whole point about playing something competitive is like getting the advantage
Yeah.
and then using that advantage and converting it into rounds.
Yeah.
And the thing that's exciting is when the other team does something that's so sick from the disadvantaged spot to actually subvert the because it has to be some overperformance in some category, like a crazy decision,
Yeah.
crazy timing they found, or a really cool overperformance mechanically. It's like usually one of those, and those are all super awesome to watch. But if they lose it because they just misplayed it, it's
Yeah.
like, oh.
I also feel like, you know, very often in Counter-Strike when, like, let's say you get one kill on a corner, and then you've got to make a decision about, like, do you push forward to fight more here, or do you just, you know, do you fall back and let that be the kill?
Yeah.
But, like, making that decision, there's no right or wrong necessarily, like, but you have to do one or the other. But sometimes you can tell that there's a moment there where people they're hesitating about what to do, and that's where the round is kind of lost half the time. It's like you don't really have like 3 seconds to think is an eternity in a game like this.
Yeah.
Like that's way too long, right? And sometimes you can just tell that, like, man, if you guys just sped up the decision making here, like it would be better. Even if it was slightly the wrong choice, just stop doing this. You know, like yeah. I'm almost like yelling at the screen when I'm watching. I'm like, please, just like stop doing, you know, thinking about it so much. Just do one or the other. But this like half in, half out kind of Counter-Strike is just it does make me angry.
Well, this is actually also one of the reasons why teams are way better at this today. But there was an era where everyone realized that you needed a lot of structure to like play CS effectively to get the level of like util usage that you need. And the problem was that a lot of teams would essentially be stuck being too structured, and it meant that no one could play intuitively at that point. It like wasn't within the system to do it.
Sure.
And so then it creates this like stalling constantly where an individual has way more hesitation because they're breaking the structure to like play intuitively. So it's like this. Sometimes there's like a team system problem that creates that.
Oh yeah,
and
sure.
it does suck to see because they're not playing CS. So you want that mixture of like pugginess. And I think Vitality has this, by the way. They got like a good mixture of like super intuitive like puggers, and then players that are a bit more like structured, and they've got a really good balance.
I need to call Devil Walk at some point and get him to like restate how he said this to me, because I kind of sort of half forgot, but he said something truly genius to me at one point in like the most Devil Walk kind of way that he could have phrased it.
Yeah.
He said something along the lines of like, if you want to find like a new like sort of top player, or if you get one that could be on your team for like a top player, you basically need to, like, you're probably going to find them in, you know, playing FPL or something, or FPLC or whatever it is, and you're going to so you find them there, and you basically have to like unlearn all the FPL stuff from them.
Yeah.
Then you have to teach them, you know, modern Counter-Strike, you know, like what is the structure, what are the strategies, like how does it all work, what's communication like at a high level. And then you've got to sort of unlearn all of that and reteach them all the FPL stuff, because you kind of need to get them back into it.
Yeah.
And it was like, there's something about it that obviously sounds a bit insane, but in a way, I totally understand what he means, right?
Yeah.
It's this concept of sort of, you know, sort of like if you took the Vitality team here and you forced them to play this like very like we're puppet mastering every single second of it, and everything's been micromanaged, but it would be not good, basically.
Yes.
Like you need the other part of it. So I think that's like it's a good way to think about it.
And I think there's a way I can expand on that I think was like another explanation, I think, which is like when you're playing, to be intuitive, you have to be dialed into all the information that's happening on the game. So you're almost like you're super focused on reading what the opponents are doing, what like all of the stuff that they're doing. But the problem is then, if you're not good enough at understanding what your team's doing, then there's a problem. But if you only focus on what your team's doing and the strats and stuff and the way that the pace that your team wants to play, now you're not taking in the information of your opponents, and so you're not able to intuit the timings and the reads. You can't get the reads then of like where the openings are and so on and so forth. So you can't play intuitively now. So it's like it's like you're saying you're like you focus on one, you focus on the other, and then you like get the mesh kind of thing.
And I think, I mean, just for the meta level or whatever, like, I feel like, because you and I had a similar conversation, I guess, about casting, right? And I've noticed myself having this with other people in the space. Like, at one point I was doing some casting for ESL Impact. And in that context, I ended up casting with a bunch of people who have way less experience casting. And there's, like, a whole lot of preparation you can do to try and prepare for a game. Like, obviously, you can look at the history, you can look at stats, you can look at individual player performances, and blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of prep work a caster can do. But then at the end of it, you almost sort of feel a similar thing where it's like, well, now it's also time to like throw some of that away and just remember to just have fun. Like, and it sounds like the most sort of, meaningless piece of advice, but I've noticed for a lot of people that becomes a problem for them, right? It's like they're so like over prepped that they could show up to a broadcast and they could feel like, I'm just like holding on to my piece of paper and I have to go over all these lines and everything. And so like it's not that it's good to be prepared, but sometimes also like also at the end of the day as a caster you're also there to have fun. And that's that could be super important too. Like
it's so funny. It's like there's I forget what it's called, but there's this like type of artwork that's done in I think it's like a Buddhist in origin, where they spend days and days creating this picture.
Yeah.
And then as soon as it's finished, they just like wipe it clean.
Oh yeah,
so
it's like
here's all the prep.
I know what you mean. I
let it go.
Yeah.
Like when it comes to the moment, let it go.
Leave it alone. Yeah. I think there's definitely something to that. Like even though it does sound like it's sort of like meaningless advice in a way. It's like, oh, just have fun. It's like, all right, great, thanks.
Yeah. But it's true though, because when you're doing a performance, it's like with players too. The players spend all this time practicing, and they're sort of just encoding all of this stuff into their brain, and then you just got to then it's intuition. Now you just got to dial in, and it's intuition. Focus on the task, dial in. By the way, did Pimp is he okay? Did he go out for some cigarettes like my dad, or what happened?
He's awakened trauma in Dan. He's like, where's Jacob? I don't know. I genuinely think we praised him so much that he's like, I can just leave my job. Like he's just left his job. He's just not even here. Like I don't know. It's kind of insane, isn't it?
It has been a while. I don't know how long, because we've been getting into our. I don't know if guys on the stream, if you guys can tell us, like scrub back in the YouTube box, see when Pimp was last here.
Yeah, he said he needed to go to the bathroom, and then it's been like an hour later. Maybe we need to set like a rescue party or something.
Yeah.
Maybe he's in trouble.
It's been ages, man.
I think he's just literally duped us. Like I think he's actually he scammed us.
Yeah.
He's basically said I could get paid for like a whole day if I just get Dan and Anders. I just sit down with them for like 20 minutes and then I just leave and never come back. And then they have to sit there for the next 5 hours.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's true. It is one of those things where like when you're in a public scenario where you're like with a group of people. I don't know if you have this, but I do have it in my mind too. When I go to the bathroom, I know how much time I have. Whereas there's like a reasonable estimation of what I'm doing. So then when you breach that, it's like I'm wondering, what do they think? Because they must have noticed.
The thing is, when you have kids, going to the bathroom becomes one of these things where it's like that is your time to escape and stop the madness for a minute. So I'm just saying that like later, it also becomes like a huge you say like, okay, I can if I'm out here for like 3 more minutes, no one's gonna notice. Like it's gonna be fine, right?
22 minutes confirmed.
22 minutes.
Thanks, chat.
Nice.
So we've gone deep on a few topics here.
All right. He's actually back now. Holy shit!
Oh my god.
The chat's been timing you, Jacob, but apparently you were gone for 22 minutes.
Well, I did go to the toilet, and I did do stuff that I don't want to talk about, and I also did eat a little bit of skyr.
Oh,
okay.
So I was very effective with my...
Dude, where's the skyr at? I'm a big fan.
The grocery shops.
Oh, you.
Yeah, I bring my own food. You know?
Yeah, that's
You
really
think
smart.
Blast pays for my food? What the hell?
Jacob, so I need to tell you something I found out. I'm going to test it in Kazakhstan because obviously doing the Astana event.
Okay.
But I was like, okay, what can I eat that's healthy? And I found out that Kazakhstan is a great place to get meat. And if you go to the markets, you can get like 8-10 ounces of prime ribeye, grass-fed, grass-finished, for $2.50.
That's cheap as fuck.
That's insane.
And you can go to the hotel if you're staying in a nice hotel. I've also found this out. Still yet, we'll see if it's real.
Yeah.
You can ask them to cook it for you, and they'll pay a small fee, and it's part of their guest services. So I think I'll be eating ribeye every day.
Okay. That's pretty smart. Yeah, I like that. You can
Damn,
make the
let's go.
hotel cook it for you.
Apparently, yeah. I was reading into this. Apparently, some nice hotels. I have to ask them.
That's awesome.
The hospitality. You know?
What if you bring a bag of
Medium
French
rare,
fries
yeah.
that fries some fries for you as well?
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know if there's like what the limits are.
Okay.
You know,
Let's
We gotta
investigate.
test
If this
that. Yeah,
works,
we gotta
it's
test
a
that.
genius hack.
it's such
Could you
a hack,
imagine?
dude. Such a hack. Just every event
Could you
there,
imagine?
please.
That would be sick.
Okay. I like the way
All right.
the way you think.
8-3.
Yeah, we've
Eight,
as I said, it's still gonna be Vitality winning 3-1.
They did win the pistol. They got
Still?
the good economy from the get
I said
go.
Vitality 3-1. I thought
Yeah.
they won Inferno, lose Dust 2. Win
You
the-
can't just keep the same score when they win the map you thought they were going to lose.
I can.
That does no.
They're gonna win 3-1.
I love this. Did he get spotted? No.
Bye. Yeah, they'll win 3-1. Don't worry about that.
Well, we'll see. Someone was asking earlier the best player nickname.
Best player nickname.
We could think about a bunch of the worst ones, but
Tony Black.
Tony Black. What was his original name? That was
Kibakin.
Kibakin, yeah. Tony Black. That does go really
It doesn't
hard.
make any fucking sense to change from Kibakin to.
It really
Tony
doesn't. But that's that's a good shout out.
I remember when Automatic tried to change his name in like 2015 to Han. And when me and James and I were giving him shit on the broadcast for it, it's like, why would you
I
change-
did not remember that.
No, well, he like changed it back because
Was it like for a
because we
week?
were giving him shit.
Just like Dever. Device?
Except for us, yeah.
True, yeah.
No, but
was
he did.
denied by Valve. Right?
Yeah, it was a very short time because he got a lot of bad feedback. I don't know if it was just me and James, but
You guys know that rule? If you have a sticker in the game, you can't change your name.
oh yeah,
I didn't.
Once you have a sticker,
oh yeah, right. That was the reason.
that's your name for the rest of your career.
Yeah.
So I can't change from Pimp. I wanted to change from Pimp.
What did you want to change it to?
People.
All right.
Can I tell you, like when I was playing video games at Quake 3 online when I was like 12 or something, I did become friends with a person called Digital Pimp. My mum was very concerned. She was like, I had to like stop talking to him. I had to like remove him from ICQ.
Can't blame her, you know.
ICQ.
Yeah.
Holy shit. What a throwback.
We've been
What
going
a
on a
throwback.
lot of like nostalgia trips
Yeah.
since you've been gone.
It's only so many different ways you can say we're just super old at this point. But yeah, ICQ.
Yeah.
That's been a minute.
Yeah. Such a smart name.
ICQ.
It is. Yeah.
What's the worst gamer nick of all time? Yeah, like in Counter Strike.
We had a Swedish player called something that begins with R.
Go on.
No, it's literally
Go
insane.
on. I got. No, I got you. Go on, go on.
No,
He's
we're
ready.
risking it all on
This is the trust game.
No.
It's like, when someone's standing and they've got to like fall back.
Listen,
and
the chat will know anyway.
There's
so
a
just
30-second delay. If you say something that is completely outrageous,
Yeah.
just hit stop stream.
we can just.
catch them.
Is that a real thing?
I think so. Yeah. I
I'm
think you have
just
30 seconds to
To
save your life.
to save my career.
Save your career.
No, it's not. Listen, I'm just saying we've had some terrible ones.
Okay.
What's the worst ones?
The Swedish player that started with R. What was it?
Why am I getting baited into it? I don't want to be cancelled. I don't think I will be, but
Kibakin.
we had there was a player. Do you remember a Swedish player called basically Skutten?
Oh yeah.
But nobody couldn't pronounce his name because it's in Swedish.
It'd be
It was like
but what even Skiten? Isn't it
Skiten.
skit like shit in Swedish? Skit.
I don't know, something like that.
Something like
It's
Yeah.
just not like don't pick names
Yeah,
like that.
that was a horrendous one as a caster. Yeah.
Yeah. Before Michaelele became Michaelele, he was called like Exum basically.
Oh yeah, which was like eczema.
Yeah, basically
He's like
eczema.
named himself after like an
Also
autoimmune.
Obviously ridiculous,
disease.
you know.
You
Yeah.
guys have cast a lot. Like, what's the worst nick to like integrate into a cast? Like something that just destroys the flow of whatever you're saying whenever you have to say his name.
I think the problem is like when it becomes like sort of too long, so that you have to sort of like especially if, I mean, not that we do this a lot, but like also if you do something really long and then there's like numbers at the end of it, you know, where it's like, you know, it's just too much. There's a player right now on Gun 5 called Fine Shine 52. Now, Fine Shine is fine, right? Fine Shine. But if you said, well, you have to say 50, you're like, that's obviously not going to work, you know?
Yeah.
You just cut it down right. Like
you just say Fine Shine, you know? And which works. I mean, there's
Dick Stacy. Dick Stacy is a candidate for the best nickname ever.
That does slap.
That's good. That's good, especially with his stinger. Anyway.
Yeah.
Dick Stacy. I like that.
There's a Brazilian player that people just call Breno, but really his
B-R-E-N.
B-R-E-N-S-N is like that's like this is obviously impossible for someone who's not doesn't speak Portuguese.
I think there's quite a few Brazilian players that had crazy to say names for at least English casters. Anyway.
Yeah.
Somebody.
I can't remember any names right now.
Somebody is a good shout. Somebody.
Yeah.
Someone.
That is. And also, I think there is a player called Someone in Valorant.
Yeah, that is just trolling, isn't it?
There's a player called Something in Valorant.
Something's going on. Like, oh yeah, that's It's got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
A lot of the tempo throughout that game, and the long round was the perfect example of that.
Yeah. Now this is gonna go to 4 maps and there's 3-1 Vitality, and I'm gonna claim that I was right all along.
But
you were wrong.
I will stop that from being the record. If you get the wrong maps, it doesn't really count, does it?
Fruit Dealer.
Fruit Dealer.
Fruit Dealer, won the first GSL, I think.
Okay.
StarCraft.
Yeah.
It was actually a cool story because it's like his family were like really working class, and he's called Fruit Dealer because his family like sold fruit at the markets. Then he won like shitloads of money, and then gave it to his family.
A lot of cool StarCraft names like that. Yeah, for sure. Shout out Marine King.
Marine King Prime.
Marine King Primes. Oh, StarCraft was such a good game, man.
It's so good.
Stefano.
It's a shame they fucked it up.
Stefano, what a rock star.
What a goat.
Absolute rock star.
Yeah,
what is he doing today?
I don't know, but he studied medicine, right? I think he...
Okay.
Which is ironic, considering some of the things that he did were quite unhealthy.
You
know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Oh, no. We can't say it on podcast.
Idra as well.
Idra also personal.
Greg,
dude, but that's the thing. Like that revived EG. Like the talking about cult of personality in like the early days of like streamer personalities and stuff. You got Idra like In Control.
Yeah,
he was the guy who passed.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Passed,
Genuinely, like not that I'm not going to claim to have known In Control super well, but he's like even if I saw him like once a year at some DreamHack event, like he would always remember like who you were, where the last conversation like left off. Like he was just a warm. You just immediately knew. Like so, super shocking. In many ways.
Very very sad.
Yeah.
Very sad.
Who's the other guy who was on Idra's team? Huck. Sorry, I forgot.
The
Huck,
drama
so Huck was a little bit in Overwatch, right? When E-League was happening. So I got to talk to Huck a fair bit about like all the trolling of Idra that was going on.
Yes.
Which is just so funny. Like it's just just a really really in a way I actually have so much respect for Idra because he's the kind of player who cares so passionately about winning, even when there's essentially nothing on the line, right? Like when it's just like Idra would be mad about losing, like almost like a staged game, like he would still like, even if it was the plan that he was always going to lose for like a charity match or something, like he would still be mad. Like it's like that's the level of it, and I do sort of appreciate that. Obviously it must be terrible being Idra in that moment, but like I can appreciate like that's how much you care. Like fair enough.
And like a huge contingent of people that like follow him or are fans of him is just to see him blow up.
Yeah.
So like it's like the anti-fans.
Oh, the other person that I know who was on the team with him was the Muslim. Shout out to Ben if he's out there.
Demu now, I think, right?
What, sir?
I think he's kind of like changed his name to Demu now. Right?
Oh, he might have. I just presume. Yeah, maybe he has. I'm not kidding. What do I know?
But he's still around. Is
StarCraft still a thing?
No.
Still play? No?
Dead. I don't know. There's a lot of StarCraft clones being made.
EWC, I think, announced StarCraft tournaments. They have like 3 big tournaments announced this year.
Okay.
So StarCraft 2 is still going.
There's 2 or 3 different like StarCraft talent people that are building like essentially other RTS games.
Okay.
And then a lot of people playing Age of
Oh
Empires
yes,
instead.
you're talking about.
I cannot remember what they're called. I'm so sorry.
Oh my
but,
god!
But there are different
Cats,
versions.
root cats.
Cats is one of them.
Yep.
There's another one that I just forgot. I'm so sorry, but they exist.
Day9 was doing one for a while. He was doing some dev work for a while. On
He still
RTS,
is.
but is he still doing?
I talked to him a month and a half ago.
Oh, sick.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's still doing stuff. Yeah, super interesting. Yeah. In a way, the RTS. This is just ancient history at this point. No one's going to believe this. I wish I had a way to. I wish I had like a a camera recording of all the conversations I had with people in esports in the early days. This was an esports truth when I started casting. That the future of esports was all about MOBA and RTS games. Really, truly, nobody gave a fuck about FPS games. Nobody thought it was going to be good or come back at all. I kept asking people about it. I kept saying like, why are you guys saying this? And they just said, well, it just like look at the best games. They're all it's like Dota and League of Legends and StarCraft and it was just people had just convinced themselves that was it. That was just the future of it, and I kept saying I don't understand why that would ever be the case, especially because a lot of FPS games are way more easy to understand just if you look at them. They might still be complicated, but at least you can kind of see what's going on, whereas the complexity in a game like StarCraft is and it's hard to appreciate a good StarCraft player unless you know quite a bit about StarCraft, basically. So yeah, but it's a shame that the RTS genre has just kind of, I won't want to say died, but competitive RTS games, I think, they have a real place there. It could be sick if somebody revived it.
It birthed esports on Twitch. When Twitch came up, it was everything was about StarCraft 2, and it was actually so sick.
Yeah.
Because if you imagine right now, esports is segmented into all the different esports games, but imagine a world where it's just one esports game, and there's a central group of personalities all around Team Liquid, and then also the experiencing StarCraft through Team Liquid and then seeing the Korean scene, and it was crazy. Everyone knew all the big StarCraft personalities,
and the time zone for it, because of Korea, meant that you could wake up in the morning and you could watch GSL with Tasteless and others. Yeah, it's fucking sick.
Doa and Wolf.
No, it was super good. It was super good. Special time, really. Someone's asking what my favorite movie is.
John Q.
The Matrix. It has to be The Matrix.
I feel like I genuinely feel like movies are
overrated.
Yeah,
I was like, where is this going?
I guess they're not, but I have a harder time watching movies these days in general. I just end up watching TV shows a lot, which I guess is not that. I guess that's true for most people.
I find it exactly opposite. I cannot watch a TV show. I cannot, whenever I travel long haul, I wish I could watch a series and be like, I like this, but I just can't get started, man. I watch 30 minutes of an episode, I'm like, no, too many new people, I don't know.
I feel like you'd be a fan of Drive to Survive.
I am. Yeah, sports documentaries. That's cool.
Different. Cool. Okay.
Tour de France, there's a Tour de France documentary on Netflix as well. Super cool.
I probably have favorite movies. they never come to mind when people ask me. I'm always like, oh, I don't know.
Seen Oppenheimer? That's good.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Christopher Nolan movies are sick.
Yeah. Obviously, I mean, maybe it's just easy to pick one of those, but it just feels like kind of a boring thing to say. But yeah, TV shows. I'm waiting to watch the new episode or the new season of Andor, because the first season was sick, and it's a shame that more people aren't watching it.
I had to watch that.
I want to watch this round. This game is over. Vitality wins. Over. Oh, never mind. Maybe not over.
Saiwu is alive.
It's over. Oh, maybe not. Well, have you ever seen an Apex 1v3? Oh, he's gonna knife him. He's gonna knife him. He's gonna knife him. Bro, no way. Bro? No way!
Yo!
Shit, there was 100th of a second.
Yeah, he got him.
Oh, no.
That possibly is the worst knifing skill I've ever seen in my life, and he still made it work.
It was literally 100th of a second, by the way.
Holy
There's no way.
Okay, I want to see that again, bro.
Oh. You called it. You called the Apex clutch.
Look at that. He can't hit him. He's hitting the box 4 times, and then, oh my god, it was 0.01.
It reads 0 on that.
I just love Apex so much. He's so sick.
It was 0-1.
It is interesting.
No bias over here, by the way.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's fucking go.
That's game.
I don't even know how
That's
that
game.
works in CS2 with defusing the bombs. And in CSGO,
You know what?
it was
Anders, you may
always,
be right. We may get all
there's
5
specific
maps.
ticks.
Yeah.
It just gets a little bit more
Whoa, the
complicated.
worst name I've ever seen in Counter-Strike has to be X5G7B.
Yeah, that's fair. That actually is fair.
True. Good shout, Svane. Good shout.
Just like Monacy's quick scope.
That
What
is
is
pretty
he?
rough.
What is he yelling? I don't know, man. Something in French.
That's probably his password to everything. It's like
Someone
what
needs-
should be
surely
your
someone
Counter
has
Strike
te-
name?
someone has
And he
tested.
puts his password in.
Someone has tested that for sure. No doubt.
The scoreline
I had my HLTV account hacked like a year ago.
Vitality, 5 rounds. They
Somehow,
Your
some way.
HLTV account.
Yeah, I don't know why, how, and then. I don't know.
What do
at least
they do with
did
it?
they post something funny at least?
Yeah.
Where they posted a lot of atrocious shit, and then a lot of people screenshotted that. So whenever I post something on HLTV now, I'm always getting asked, "Why did you tell this guy to kill himself?" I'm like, I didn't do that. You know,
Oh
just-
no.
And obviously, then they don't believe me, and they'll be like, "Yeah, you did." No, I didn't. It wasn't me.
I feel
got
that's a
hacked.
reasonable response to a lot of things on HLTV, though. You know.
Yeah.
They might
Then I
even
tell
be.
them I got hacked, and they're like, "Yeah, that's exactly what someone who said
Yeah.
that would say." You know, and I'm like, "Yeah, you have
True.
a point."
I got my Steam account hacked.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Lost all my skins.
That's absolutely fucked.
And I don't even know how it happened. That was the most annoying part.
Yeah.
You know, it's like if I
That's also
If I
like all your
clicked-
games and shit.
well, I mean, I got it back, but
Okay.
but I did lose all my skins, and I was like, what the fuck is this? You know,
Were you able to? I guess you can
Uh,
recover those.
you could no, you can't. I mean, maybe you could, but no, I can't. So, rip. But yeah, it was that wasn't even the problem for me. The problem was like the feeling of it, you know, because like if I clicked the link and then my account would get hacked, I was like, oh, okay, I'm kind of responsible for this, you know,
Sure,
like
sure.
fuck me. But
It just happened, yeah.
but it just happened, and I was like, how? Like, how did this even happen? Still don't know. And then you have to go through like the annoyance of like, well, if they hack this account, then it's possible they could hack a bunch of other things. So actually, if you have to go, you know,
Yeah.
change your passwords and everything, it's like, oh, it's like I don't want to.
Maybe it's someone who figured out quantum computing and it's broke the encryption.
Could be.
That's one of my favorite questions. Pim, would you happen to know what the issue with the current landscape of Finnish Counter-Strike is?
I mean, it's we're down into
The issue is that Finnish Counter-Strike players are the best natural gifted Counter-Strike players in the world. And also, without a doubt, the dumbest Counter-Strike players in the world. They have the most fun playing Counter-Strike. Whenever you play a Finnish stack on Face It, those are the guys who enjoy playing Counter-Strike the most. They cannot take anything for the life of them serious. They fuck around, they run around, and they do it to a very high level. But when they have to make that transition from having fun into actually being a competitor and being serious, something goes wrong. I've always said it, Anders, if you give me $1 million and you tell me you have to create the best Finnish team you possibly can, I think there's so much talent within Finland.
Sure, there
but I
is.
think the mentality and how they approach Counter-Strike is not bad, it's just they're having fun with it, and that's why they
Yeah,
suck at
there's
the
like,
competitive aspect. You know?
That's so true. I always saw that as well. I knew people in the Finnish CS scene. And the talent there is unbelievable.
It is.
Well, it makes sense to me as well, because I think
goofy,
something that makes Finnish players so good is I
The,
do think
the weather.
the weather. Yeah, they stay inside. You know, they have saunas everywhere. It's actually a goated country in many ways. But no, but like there is this kind of don't give a fuck, I'm never going to be stressed attitude,
Yeah.
which I think is so powerful, because like, obviously that's what can bring a lot of really potentially talented players down, is that they do get stressed but I feel like Finnish players don't, but then you're right, like getting them to care about something could, like, you know,
Impossible.
like the same mentality also becomes a problem on the other side of it. It's like when because if you want to be like a, you know, top 3 team in the world, then you sort of have to care.
Sure.
You know, like, you can't just show up and be like, whatever.
No help available to him.
There's so much untapped potential over there. Maybe one day.
Ella was the most serious player to post his balls on Twitter. I mean,
You can still find them, by
that is yeah.
It's still up there.
What an absolute legend.
The Ali, famous Ali quote.
I've got the link bookmarked. I think I just every once in a while
Yeah.
I just go check it out. I'm like, all right,
He had so many great quotes.
yeah.
It's just
Can
so
I
quotable.
drink this Red Bull, or is it only for commission?
Oh, I love it.
Oh, this is looking real good for the French.
Yeah, it's over. Now Falcons losing Dust 2, not on my bingo card. Losing Dust 2, 13-6 without making it competitive, not on my bingo card.
What's happening to Danish CS, Jacob? Don't hold back. Did Astralis destroy Danish Counter-Strike?
Yeah, obviously Astralis have a big responsibility in that regard.
What percentage would you blame Astralis?
I think this is a great topic to discuss while we wait for map 3. So let's see if we get it. Because I think we will. And there we go. I don't know.
Wait, first I want to add some context.
Okay.
Okay, so So before the fall of the Danish CS,
Okay.
you have other regions that fell first. The most notable one is of course the Swedish Counter-Strike scene.
Yeah.
And it really seemed like the Swedish Counter-Strike scene has had a culture issue for a very long time. But in contrast to the, like, you know, when NIP, you could see it happening with NIP and everything below NIP in the Swedish scene, you had the contrast of Danish Counter-Strike producing a country of 5 million or 6 million people, producing the most in-game leaders.
Who cares?
Presumably, like, valuing, like, you know, just all of this, because the Swedish Counter-Strike scene at the time seemed to be very ego-driven, very, like, skill-driven, whereas it seemed like the Danish CS scene, it produced all these in-game leaders because it's teaching people how to think about the game. If you wanted to play on a top team, you had to understand how to play in a team, and like all of the right things were valued, and it seemed like it had the best culture. So I would never have thought that with such a strong culture, presumably on the outside looking in, that you could break that. And so that's what always surprised me, because I looked at UK Counter-Strike and I'm like, well, UK Counter-Strike has the worst culture, so it was never going anywhere. The people at the top are kind of poisoning the well. But Danish CS,
I've got a theory that might not apply exactly to everything, but my theory goes something like this. If you have one team that just sucks out all the air out of the room for the country, then it becomes really hard to develop anything underneath it. In Sweden, it was NIP. In Denmark, it was Astralis. In the Polish Counter-Strike scene, it was, you know, VP for a good long while. I think there is this dynamic that can happen where it, like, you just, you know, there's just not a lot of space. So if you are a talented player, like, you either have to leave the country or you end up in this weird waiting position, which can be super dangerous to your career, right? Because then you're just kind of like, you're not learning anything, you're not getting enough experience, you're just kind of waiting if there's a spot on that top team or whatever. Something like that.
I'm split because, you know, the same thing happened to Polish Counter-Strike, in a sense. You know, they were also dominating in the beginning, but we don't blame VP for killing Polish Counter-Strike. We don't blame NIP for killing, or Fnatic for killing Swedish Counter-Strike.
Maybe we do.
Yeah, maybe we do a little bit, you know, nowadays at least NIP. But
I'm trying to.
But back in the day, why are we blaming Astralis for killing Danish Counter-Strike then? I mean, there is some merit to it, and I think, see, when I was a player, all you ever wanted to was play on Dignitas, SK Gaming, Tricked, whatever the fuck those teams were called, just below Astralis, so you could prove to Astralis that whenever someone would leave, you wanted to join. That was super motivating, right? The issue with Astralis was that when they made the generational change where Dupree went to Vitality together with Magisk and Glaive became washed and whatever else happened, right? We then got to a point where no one wanted to join them. Like, we got to a point where has there been rumors of Acor being offered a spot in Astralis and he said no? Like, that's fucked up, you know? So I think Astralis' downfall changed that whole, you know, motivation dynamic of always the second best team. Like, the Heroic players would never join Astralis because Heroic were better, right? And when Heroic then blew up and became an international lineup, then there was no food chain anymore, you know? And I think that's the issue. And is that Astralis' fault that there's no food chain? Probably not. Is it their fault that we wanted to join Astralis for 4 or 5 years? Probably not, right? Is it their fault that they were so good for such a long time that no one could really join Astralis and it kept us motivated, kept us on our toes, because at some point someone would leave and then conflict could come in, blame could come in. Then when that happened, you know, they realized, oh, it's not that nice joining Astralis anymore. So I'm split. You know, yes, Astralis have sucked, and yes, Astralis have done a lot of stupid shit, you know, signing Yuki, signing Farley, you know, the whole media presence, the whole fucking Kaspervitz saying, no, Yuki is the future, or Farley is the future, then a month after you kick him. Like, the way they have handled, you know, and the way they've communicated, and the way they've tried to be so PR correct, you know, has sucked the identity and sucked the willingness for us to give them a break out of us. You know, that they are.
That's probably true.
But is it their fault that Danish Counter-Strike suck and we don't have a talent pipeline anymore? Probably not.
I mean, it is definitely the funnier take that it is all their fault. But I mean, obviously, it's I would agree. It's probably a bit outrageous to say that. It's interesting though how it changes, how it like how you sort of do things differently there. Actually, I'll pitch this right now. You guys can tell me whatever you want. I have a like.
Whenever he does this, I always want to listen.
Is that our pitch this right now?
Feel free. So I'll say some dangerous shit. I have like 10 different conversations happening right now with people in the UK.
Oh, look at him, he got friends.
I've got friends. I know famous people.
Okay.
And the conversation started a different way, but basically what I wanted to try and investigate was whether or not it'd be possible to sort of start like a grassroots Counter-Strike movement by basically trying to get a lot of these sports clubs in the UK to invest more into, I'm not even calling it esports, I should call it gaming. And the whole idea is just to try and get, you know, kids to go to the stadium to play video games. Because a stadium is a weird kind of building where stuff happens like sometimes, but then the rest of the time it's just empty and nothing's happening. So some of these clubs already, I've talked to a couple of them already. Some of them, they are interested, right? But they just don't know what to do or how to do it or whatever. I guess my broader question is, I'm like, can you actually push grassroots, Counter-Strike forward in that sense?
We
and obviously
tried in Denmark, didn't we? Every fucking football club in Denmark tried.
No, but they do it, the way that they do it, right, is that they try and pay, they try to build a team, and we all know that just loses money.
Sure.
I'm not even going that high. I'm going, wait. I don't need professional teams. I don't need esports. In a sense, almost. I don't even care if the people just go to the stadium and they play Roblox there.
Sure.
It's like, that's still a victory.
Yeah.
Because then the club has a connection with, a new generation of people who probably wouldn't be football fans, because that's something we know about, football fans is the average age is going up.
Yeah.
So, that's all I'm trying to achieve. I'm not even calling it esports. I'm just saying, can you build the connection?
You want a free advice here?
Yeah.
And I won't bill you for it.
I appreciate that.
Consultancy.
Go on.
Live on air.
Yeah.
That already happened in was it Legia in Poland? Like they have on the club, like one of the VIP lounges would transition into like a gaming room, with PC stations, FIFA stations, etc., etc.
Yeah.
They were hosting parties, pre-parties before the football games, after parties at the football games. They'd invite, certain musicians or young people, like social media presence, whatever, and it became a massive success. Like they were all of a sudden they were able to attract 200-300 people that, as you said, young people that weren't football fans into that, and it became a thing where, as far as I'm aware, that you had to put yourself on a wait list, and it would take months before you could even get on that wait list because it became so popular. So it's definitely possible to do.
It's doable.
There's a case already made that worked in Poland, and you can probably copy that and use that in the Premier.
Well, just if anyone's interested, any of you guys, I'm genuinely just so the thing for me is, this isn't even like a commercial thing for me. Like, I'm not actually trying to make money on doing this. I just think it would be so cool if it could be done, basically.
Sure.
Because, we're talking about sort of the downfall of Counter-Strike, whatever. Like, if you could get a country like the UK online for stuff like this.
Sure.
Like, it would change so much.
The issue. We spoke about all the esports consultants earlier, right?
Yeah.
And they have destroyed.
I know.
So much.
I know.
That's the thing. All the football clubs in Denmark, you know that. They tried it. All the best Danish football clubs, they had their esports divisions, and they would just burn money, and now they don't want to touch it at all. Like, they literally do not want to touch it. All the Premier League clubs, they had the FIFA tournament going on. They, like Chelsea had a FIFA team, and Manchester United, they had like this whole association. I think BLAST even were the producers of the show, and I don't know if that's still a thing, but I think, again, they realized, it's a lot of effort, it's a lot of work, we have to hire new people, and we lose money, so why are we doing this? So I think they've tried, and they've burned their hands a couple of times now, so to convince them once more to give it a go, your pitch needs to be airtight.
Yeah, basically what I'm trying to work at, I'm not even really necessarily pitching anything yet, but what I'm trying to figure out is if it's possible to make it so that it's not a loss.
Okay.
But you're not going to be making money either. It's just not a loss. But on top of that, it is what you gain for it is the cultural connection with like the next generation of people, basically. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to sort of like see if it's possible. I again, like, it's early days or whatever. But I think it could be so cool because here's my thing. I think Valve are not impressed whenever somebody comes into Counter-Strike and tries to start a new team and throws a ton of money at something.
Sure.
I think if you're Valve, all that does is kind of like, it just inflates the space a lot. And I sort of wonder, wouldn't it be more interesting for Valve if somebody tried to basically create more Counter-Strike players, but in an environment where you can actually teach them something along the way. Like, we don't have to make them esports players right away, but we can just teach them like a bit of the culture and try to get them into it.
Essentially, don't give a fuck about esports.
Yeah, no. I mean, why would they? So
what is it? Like, I can't remember the number. Like, how many of the people of the accumulated people that play Counter-Strike, how many is engaged with an esports shooter?
It's like a super low amount.
It's like
it's
1% and arguably closer to 1 than 5.
Sure.
And it's also actually still better than a lot of other esports.
Yeah.
Because a lot of other esports are less competition-minded than Counter-Strike, and so the devs are definitely indexing for just the casual players way more. That always shocked me with like League of Legends when you like looked at the numbers. It's like esports doesn't exist.
No,
it doesn't exist.
No. That's the thing, and we always forget that. Like, whenever you see Reddit go into a tantrum about, certain updates and blah, 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 and why we're listening to the matchmaking players, we always seem to forget that they're the only reason we exist. At the end of the day, they're the only freaking reason we exist. And yes, I agree, it would be nice if we could create the game to be the perfect game for esports, but then we wouldn't have all the stuff that we have now.
Yeah.
So essentially, we have to take our L somewhere.
And if you think about what you just said, which I completely agree with, imagine how they could have fucked the esports.
yeah.
They could,
they want to,
but the fact that they were actually taking so many L's, they could make Counter-Strike, they could fuck up Counter-Strike easily.
Yeah. That's true.
And make it like really awesome for the casual players.
Yeah.
But they have decided not to do that.
Yeah.
What up?
Hello.
You doing?
What's up, Peter? Do you want to join? Do you want to switch up? Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll switch up.
Take a break.
I've got to go talk to HLTV because I'm important like that.
What? What are you going to talk about?
I don't know. They just said they wanted to talk to me. Hopefully nothing.
Apparently Mike's
hopefully
too low.
I think you're getting banned.
it could be.
Which one's your mic? This one?
Listen, I'm on the forums.
Much better, huh?
They're saying your mic's too low or something.
Mine is too low? Alrighty. I'll turn it up a bit then.
There
we go.
Oh, hello everyone.
Hello. Hello.
How's life?
Good. Yeah. See, that's how I found
we
out
didn't
about
even know
the
about
soundboard. No, there's a lot of...
Oh.
Yep,
Oh.
that works.
We had
That
a
works
lot
too.
of good ones.
I'm watching Falcons play Dust 2.
I gotta
Listening
pay
to
attention to
Anders.
next game
Yeah.
because I'm on desk on next one.
Oh,
You're on the
okay.
desk. Oh,
All right.
okay, we're paying
Okay,
attention.
we can dial in.
Uh-huh.
We can dial in.
No,
A
but
little bit,
maybe
a little bit.
I'll leave
Yeah.
sometime so I can
Yeah,
focus.
that's fine. That's fine. We'll
Nice.
get Anders back.
Nice.
Let's give him a break, you know. Man's getting old. Man's
Yeah.
getting old.
How's thing going in the co-stream?
All right. Not too bad, not too shabby. We have more
convos.
viewers on Twitch today than yesterday. So we're peaking on Twitch, but we're a little lower on YouTube. So that goes out to all you guys in the YouTube chat and Twitch chat for that matter as well. Tell your friends. As a matter of fact, tell one friend. So if everyone on YouTube bring one friend to the stream, we'll be 4,000 people in no time. Now, if everyone on Twitch did the same thing, we'd be 1,000. Now, I know you're all a bunch of fucking nerds, so maybe not all of you have friends, but you do have families. So if you all just get one family member to the stream and a friend, then we can triple the viewer count. And if you then don't have a friend, it's okay.
Oh.
I'll be your friend for the
Get
day.
your laptop, get a VPN.
That
and,
too.
Think outside the box.
That too. Peter, takes in the game so far. You've been paying attention more than we have. See, that's you, Peter.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's you, Peter. You're on the screen.
Oh, I was with the Frenchies. Yeah, that's true.
You speak French?
Oui, on peut.
No, you
On
don't.
petit.
No, you don't.
On peut petit. Petit
Really?
petit.
You spoke English, no?
Yeah. Oh, I did. Yeah. But
Yeah.
they wanted me to just say something in French. I know a couple of things, but not
What
too
did
much.
they want you to say?
Well, nothing. They just went off like they went on like bonjour, ça va, and it's like, you know, how are you doing? And then it was like ça va bien, and I was like no, bof. And the means like I'm in between, yada yada yada. But
How do you feel about that? Dupree, what's the worst name in Counter-Strike? Oh, I thought he
Who said
that? No, never mind. It's a question.
right. What's the worst name in count?
I said Tony Black. Keep backing.
Keep backing is also Tony Black. That's actually. There's also this guy called Nickelback. I don't think
Nickelback.
that
Oh, Nickelback, yeah.
that's also pretty bad.
Yeah.
Big Dick Stacy is actually quite funny though, but it's also a little bit better.
That's
right?
good. That's good.
Yeah. Well, for the game, I think that the fact that Falcons won Inferno was quite big, and then they decided. I mean, they usually play extremely well in those two, and then Vitality flipped it around. So now the series is like wide open once more. So we have an interesting game, and I
Yeah,
think
but now it's closed again, isn't it? With
You
those
think so?
two? Yeah, I think so. I think Falcons. I said Falcons would
close
win.
it. Okay, in
So
that
I
sense.
said
Yeah.
Vitality will win 3-1. Vitality would win Inferno.
Right,
They'd lose those
right,
two.
right,
They win the
right.
next two maps.
Okay, so you mean like it's closed now in the sense that now Vitality's going to close it out?
Yeah.
Right, makes sense.
Yeah. It was open. Now it's closed.
I think Train is still too random. I think whoever's going to pick up Train is in a really good position because both teams can play Mirage.
Now, if Falcons beat Vitality, that means they would have beaten Vitality, who were unbeaten on Inferno, and they have never lost on Train either. They break 2 streaks in one best-of-5 series. Then they're prone to win.
True.
But they
Yeah.
won't. They won't. They
I'm not too certain.
They won't.
I am not too certain. Hey, we're on the mainstream now, no?
Are we?
I think so. It looks
Oh,
like
really?
it.
Oh, wow.
No, we're not.
Why are we up there then?
I don't know.
We're always up there.
We are?
Yeah.
All right.
Dude, you've been here for 3 days.
All right. Okay.
Who's more washed, Dupree or Pimp? Definitely me. Most definitely me. Not even a
I've
question.
only been washed for half a year.
Yeah, but you're still washed. Just not as washed.
That's true.
Dupree, are you looking at your future here?
What do you mean? Right?
Pimp was a player? No, he's a host, producer, analyst.
Ah.
I'm a producer. I'm a
I don't.
producer.
I don't think I will go the production streamer thing.
No, don't stay
Host
away from that
either.
shit. Yeah, it'll kill
Yeah.
me.
I mean, I'm enjoying my time on the desk. You know, it's fun. It's still very new, and it's still like a massive learning progress.
We had these conversations in the car last time. If you want to do this, do it in a healthy way. Don't be like us. Don't be idiots. Travel 200 days a year and you'll get back into that groove you had as a player where you're never home, you hate your life, and nothing is ever fun.
That's
Don't do
a good. That's a good point. I don't think that is. I don't think that's suitable for me. Obviously, with my situation with 2 kids, it's all about balancing up my private life now. I have one thing is for the kids, also for myself, but also for my girlfriend at home. That we need to get things working out. She also, has a career that she wants to focus on. So obviously, we're in a position that maybe in the future will require me to be more home.
Yeah.
So obviously, right now the luxury that I have is that I hopefully can bring like a lot of insight from teams, and I think that a lot of TOs think that's interesting. And then maybe in a couple of years, if someone else decides to retire, maybe someone else is more like interesting. So it's also about like what do you say, like milking the cow while it's
Smed mens jernet er varmt.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
You gotta. How the fuck do you say that? In English?
You do some like something's hot, and then you
I iron it while it's hot.
but that's like straight out direction.
Strike it whilst the iron's hot.
Yeah. Does it make sense
what
to you?
is a smith?
Yeah.
What is a smith called in English?
Like blacksmith?
Blacksmith.
Yeah.
That's the reference. You're referencing to a blacksmith, so he has to do his blacksmith thing.
Like so
iron
you
is
need to
hot
make
so
the
you can-
sword while it's glowing hot.
Yeah.
Or do you
Yeah.
to make sure that it's sharp or whatever the fuck it is.
Something like that.
Yeah, but that's like the luxury that I have right now. So obviously that's just where I am
I also
right
told
now.
him, wouldn't you agree? He earned his freedom. You won 5 majors. You, without going into a private economy, you earned your money. Like he's earned his freedom.
Nice. It's
You have earned your luxury of saying to yourself, if you don't want to lift a finger for the next 3 years, you don't have to.
No,
Now,
exactly.
I know you want to because you want to stay activated, you want to do something, but you earned your freedom.
Yeah, but that's a good point. That's actually the first thing that some people they told me when I have not retired, but like when people ask me now that I was on the bench on Falcons, like, what are you gonna do? I was like, I'm just gonna relax because I've never had this much time on my hand before. Like, it's been like 15 years of being told when to meet somewhere or fly somewhere, or in the end you just end up in a position where you just get fed up with it, right?
Yeah.
And I've played like I don't know how many rounds of Counter-Strike in the last 15 years. It's just sometimes I think has been healthy for me to like go somewhere else or try something different. Also just like as we talked about maybe in the when we did the interview thing, that it's like also been like there's like personal growth in it, right? Which I also believe is quite important, because as a player, you just play video games. Like you forget that there's so many other things in life sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're trying to compete to be the best in the world or something, and you can only do that if you're only focusing on that one thing. So it's pretty extreme. It's pretty extreme.
What's more fun, changing diaper or practicing?
I mean, changing a diaper can be like interesting. Sometimes like it's
so can practice.
That it can. But I mean, of course, practice is probably more fun.
Really?
But yes, and then the whole changing diaper thing is
Diggy, 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 diggy.
No. Well, that not in the face, not the other way around. Obviously, I don't know what like it's. It can be very satisfying in the sense that if there's a smelly poop, then you get to get rid of it, and you give your kid like a clean butt.
You can say that. Yeah.
And sometimes it's about like you can actually, by the smell of it, you will know like how the texture is, right? If it's
you don't have any kids, do you?
No.
And so you don't know anything about it, right?
It just really sounds like a metaphor for life.
True.
Yeah.
Shit happens. Got to clean it up.
Shit happens. Gotta clean it up. Yeah.
The sooner you clean it up, the better. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to happen again. At some point, it'll happen again.
Have you ever changed a diaper in your life?
I have changed one diaper in my
Have you tried it yet?
No.
All right. How old are you then?
36.
You'll get to it.
No, he won't. Never.
No?
I don't know.
Wait, how do you know that?
I don't know.
What do you know?
I know.
What does he know?
'Cause I know.
Wait, what?
I know the kids that you have, and you don't want to recognize them. So
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
I know.
It's not live on air.
He
I know
knows
stories,
something?
fans.
Well, wait.
Wait. Okay. Nah, we don't have kids then. You don't want kids? Maybe. Yeah. Me too.
Doors open.
Are you also maybe?
Okay, the way I phrase it, oh fuck, people are gonna hate me for this. If you told me you need to have a kid within the next 5 months or never, I would say never.
Is that because of your lifestyle?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if people say, or someone told me you need to have a kid within the next 4 years or never, I'd say okay, within the next 4 years, I commit to that.
What are you most like worried about getting a kid? Like, what frightens you the most?
Nothing frightens me. I'm just not done with my personal development. I'm not done with my career. I'm not done with being egotistical. I'm not done with achieving whatever I want to achieve. Once I'm done
That's
with
very
that,
honest.
Yeah,
I mean,
Once
you-
I'm done with that, I'll
No,
devour
no,
my life into
that
it,
makes perfect sense. Yeah.
don't want to like put a bunch of stuff onto your kids if you feel like
Exactly.
you're still working on it. Yeah, that
You
makes
think you
total
would have
sense.
had a kid if you hadn't won 5 majors or won a major? If you didn't feel you were done with Counter-Strike, you think you'd have the mental capacity to be like, okay, I can focus on something that big as a kid?
I must honestly admit that if I would not have won a major by the time I was 32, I would probably never achieve it. So,
Okay, fair enough.
but that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah. That's fair enough.
But sure, the fact that I got kids also, was like a hindrance. Maybe not the first one. The second one was more, I think, of my career. Like that's just how it is. But it's also like a natural development in my life. It's something that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
That's right.
So you're happy? You don't regret it?
No. I mean,
Oh my
it would be
God.
rough to regret getting kids.
Imagine
I
if
mean,
you said
there's
that.
Co-stream.
No,
you know?
but
Be honest. I was watching anyway.
There's definitely cases where
There's been poops.
but there's cases that when sometimes like with my kids, that they can be annoying, and that I rather want to do something else or like play video games or whatever. But then I have to change a diaper or sit up all night because it's crying or whatever. Then that's not fun.
It's crying, yeah.
But like it's that's a part of it. They're growing up. My second one is all like soon 3 months. And already by now he can smile and he can laugh and all those kind of things. So he starts, giving something back instead of just lying on the floor crying or whatever, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
What's the biggest challenge, by the way, on the desk? As that's a new skill for you.
The most difficult challenge?
Yeah.
I think for me the most difficult challenge is definitely like finding some sort of identity in terms of what is my weakness and what is my strength? What is the best thing that I can say to bring something nice? And also obviously make sure that the things that I say make sense and also like it's relevant in the context of what we're trying to bring and all that kind of things. Like figuring out how I align things and explain things the way that I want it to sound, so it also makes sense to people. I think that's like the most difficult part.
You know what I like about you, Peter?
What do you like?
Meanwhile, you're trying to figure out your identity. You don't disturb the flow of a disc.
That's good.
A lot of people come in for the first time and for good reason. They're so focused on wanting to provide with something insightful. They have a certain idea of if I say this, I use this as my experience, I have to say this in order to be insightful or be interesting, right?
Yeah. And
you have found a way of doing that while
good.
still accepting and understanding the premise that a disc is more than just you and
Oh,
your
yeah.
thoughts. You have to
Yeah.
fit in a flow with a
Hold
host.
the show
with
in
a-
your mind.
That
type
is-
of
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. And there's
That
so
is,
much stuff that we
yeah.
want to say, we want to do that we
Oh,
can't
yeah.
because of time restrictions, because of flow, because
Yeah.
of certain ways we build up a show,
Yeah.
etc., etc. You don't disturb that flow,
That's good.
even though you're
I like
trying
that.
to still get that, which is one of your big
Yeah.
strengths so far.
And
know-
then and
Okay.
obviously another weakness of mine is just the whole talking fasting. Like I don't know, that's just what I do. I mean, one thing is
Don't
my
fight it. Don't fight it.
No, I know, but it's one of my like. I know that it's one of my. It's always been like this, and obviously
Especially in Danish.
in Danish, yeah, and obviously it doesn't help. Now that you have to do it in English, I think I don't want to how do you say, compare myself to the guys in the desk sometimes because when they're native speakers like you are, then it's for me and Jacob. It's sometimes about we use that half a second thinking about a word. Oh, we want to say something, but getting there is we can get there, but we don't get it as eloquent as maybe you guys could do it. And that's just very easy to feel like that you need to try and you need some kind of trying to compensate by saying or putting words in that you are not like comfortable around. And then instead of getting to the point, it just gets a little bit messy. I think that is sometimes also a little bit difficult. But I think that also just comes with experience that you find different ways of getting to your point. Instead of using the same word all the time, you have like 4 different words that you can actually get there, right?
Makes sense.
That I think is a little bit difficult as well.
I have like you mentioned like knowing when to like holding the show in your mind and knowing sometimes you have to give up points and so on. You reminded me of like this is like a very similar to in game as a player when you're making a decision where you get really invested in a play, but then the situation changes.
Yeah.
But you really want to make the play still. But if you did it, it would be a mistake. So you have to like let it go and then just like make a different decision. It reminded me of like that same thinking process as a player. Yeah.
That's one of the things I love the most about doing like nerding that kind of stuff, like nerding the process of how do you build a good flow. Like what stories are interesting, what's interesting but doesn't fit now, what can you save for later, etc., etc.
And
I love nerding that.
It's actually quite like it's so nice when we do the editorials before we go live that we get to talk about we build this storyline, and sometimes you go into a match that you feel like there's like hardly anything you can touch on, but then you go into a match where you're like, there's so many narratives that you want to touch on, and there's so many different stories and things you can dive into that you actually feel like you create a really nice like segment into the game. And you know, that it's funny to feel that it can be so different from match to match.
Yeah. It's ever changing.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm gonna head off because I need to pay attention to the game.
We're too distracted.
I'm just talking too much.
If you see Anders, send him our way, or someone else. Anyone in the green room who's not doing shit?
I think well,
who's not on the desk?
Dust, I assume.
Well, then send Dust in.
Okay, we'll do.
Yeah.
Cheers.
We need a playmate. We need a playmate.
Pimp, I'm going to give you a compliment.
Oh no.
Yeah, because I think you
not
started
good
doing
with
desks kind of as I was beginning to get on the way out. At least like you weren't sort of at your peak yet.
No.
And one of the things I like that you brought to the culture, I think, of being an analyst in CS is your work ethic.
Yeah.
Because I think you have like a really strong work ethic, and like the more people that come with that, the better everything gets, you know?
Yeah.
And we didn't always have that
That's,
in the earlier days.
I appreciate that. I think if I have to say myself, it's probably my biggest strength as well. The fact that I nerd it, the fact that I love it, and the fact that I can motivate myself to do it still. Work ethic is definitely my greatest asset in life, I'd say. It weighs up for the lack of talent.
It's just one of those things too where it kind of I guess it's actually, you know, we're talking about like in the Danish scene, you want to have that like monolith, like Astralis, and everyone's thinking, I want to be on that team.
Sure.
And it's because of the quality that the players that team produces. And when you get there, that means the people that you're standing next to hold are of that quality. And I think it's talent, and I think something we're going back to that discussion we had earlier too about like the differences in ecosystems for talent. It means so much more if you're able to also cut it around those types of people that have like, oh wow, this guy got here, but he works really fucking hard. And the more people that you see like that, you're like, oh my god, that reflects on me as well, and it obviously encourages me and everybody else to also to work harder. So it's like everyone gets a benefit.
I like that because I'd like to think that if you show up to a workspace and you show up to a place where you work and you have great work ethic, or you come in with a good morale, or you try to elevate the people around you, that also holds a value. You know, that is not, as you said, there's healthy competition. So obviously we are competing for jobs in a sense, you know. But if we together make the show better when we're on the desk, that is the main priority. And I just hope that the people who hire us, you know, sees that value, you know, sees that we play each other good, you know, and we're competing, but we're competing on fair terms.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Yes.
I also will say, and I don't want to mention any names, and I don't honestly have any names in particular here, but if I sense that someone I work with on a desk, or if an ex-pro player comes in, or if someone is entering this environment and you can feel that they are not here to make each other look good, they're here for their own, you know, their own willingness or their own sake or whatever, I instantly call that out, you know, instantly. And I will instantly be like, either you fix that shit, otherwise you're going to make the show worse for everyone around you, you know, and I don't care how you think and how you justify what you're doing. I don't care if you think that is the right way to make a breakthrough. Like Peter has said, you know, he's not trying to come in and brute force his way in. He's respecting the environment, and he's doing it at his own pace, and he's doing it while remaining respectful to us who's been doing it for 10 years.
Yeah.
And there's certain people who's tried that, where they come in and they ruin it for everyone. You know, what they say may be great, you know, their intentions may be great, but the way they do it will ruin it for everyone. You know?
Yeah.
You gotta call that out, you know, for everyone's sake.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it reminds me again, you know, there's so many like just the culture element there is really interesting. Like there's this really good book for people that are super interested in like team culture. It's called Legacy by James Kerr, and I always talk about this book because it's kind of like the Bible.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with it?
No.
So it's basically, the book talks about the New Zealand All Blacks because they're the most winning team in sports history.
Okay.
And so the idea is like, well, how do they accomplish that? And it's basically an explanation chapter by chapter of the different principles that go into the construction of their team culture. And there's also stuff I can draw here, but you know what you're essentially talking about is you're one of the individuals that's like leading the culture through the standards that you hold.
Sure.
And you know, any good team is about agreeing on the values and then holding people accountable as a collective to the standards of that team. And that's kind of what the culture, you know, starts out as.
Yeah.
And so if you have enough people that take things seriously, because we don't necessarily have, like each show you go to, you don't have like a producers that necessarily are going to come in and say, oh, okay guys, you all got to work hard. You know, you know, like you either get hired or you don't, and they either value that or they don't. And so similarly, like one of the things that a team like the New Zealand All Blacks will do is they'll also recognize recognize that whilst the people like your bosses, like the managers and the coaches, can certainly discipline the player, and they can certainly hold them accountable to a standard if they're not if they're drinking late the night before or whatever. They also recognize that sometimes it's actually better for the players, the veterans in the team, to be the ones to discipline or hold other people accountable. That's actually more effective. And so because that like really that is really powerful. And so I like what you said there, that sometimes you'll hold people accountable because oftentimes also, I don't think we really get that. Everyone's kind of like, I'm here, I'm going to do the job, and I'm only kind of thinking about myself, which makes sense. But I feel like leading a desk,
it's a balance.
It makes sense. Yeah, and you also have to know the people.
Of course.
And there is also some understanding of how much does does the production sort of how much do they interact.
There's a different leeway. With a guy like Peter, he's new to it. Obviously, you give him a long leash. Obviously. He's going to come in, he's going to have, certain things that he does not know how it functions, and over time he'll pick it up, and you're not going to be mad at him on day one, but it's when someone has done it for quite some time and you still feel they're not playing ball as a team, then that ruins whatever we're trying to accomplish together as a show, right?
Yes, and it is just like being on any team.
Sort of, and I consider this to be a, flimsy? Okay, cool. True. I like that. I like nerding it. And I'll be honest with you, I think my passion for Counter-Strike today is different than my passion for Counter-Strike 3 years ago. I used to play it a lot. I have more than 30,000 hours played of Counter-Strike. I don't really fancy playing that much anymore. It doesn't give me anything, and I've never been a gamer. I don't play anything else than Counter-Strike. What soaked me into the game was the competition.
Yes.
I love competing, and Counter-Strike was the game I fell in love with. But it's not like I like playing any other games. I played a little bit of PUBG, and that's about it. Never turn on my PC unless it's Counter-Strike related or content related. So my passion now is maybe 50% Counter-Strike and 50 nerding. How do you build a good show? How do you build a good discipline? How do you enable Peter, to come in and show his best? How do you enable the host? How do I, want to get a new challenge? How do I host a desk? And how do I fare in that? So half my motivation right now is not even related to Counter-Strike. It's related to creating a good show in the space of Counter-Strike. Obviously still have the passion for the game, but not as pure as I once had it. And I was afraid saying that out loud, because you need to have 100% passion for the game, but you don't. You just need to like the game, and you need to be passionate about it. But now I'm also passionate about my work, and I like that. And there's no wrong in that, I feel.
No, absolutely. I mean, and it's also evident too the type of personalities, because for example, you're not. I mean, I guess like cycling, I don't know all of your ambitions and goals with cycling, but I don't imagine you're trying to necessarily be like, go compete at the Olympics or something like that. But you're taking it, really seriously in the capacity that you can, because you like mastering, I assume, like certain skills. And
I think the best way to describe it is that I want to know I have no clue what my potential is. Obviously I'm too old to make it as a pro. I'm too old to make it a career. I'm too old to ever achieve that. But I have this, I love cycling, and I have this idea that I want to find out what is my potential? Like what could have been, and not knowing that, I hate that. So I want to find out how good can I become at cycling, and maybe I can become, a top 1,000 rider in the world or whatever. And maybe I have the potential to be one of the 100 best. Fuck knows, but I want to find out what the potential is. And until I know that, I won't stop.
That's so funny you say that. I actually saw an interview recently with this is like some fairly renowned weightlifter, and they were saying. Someone was asking them, because obviously weightlifting is like a similar thing, whereas if you're able to put more effort in, and especially in the right places, then you're going to get more of an impact on your goals. And the person was asking how do you how do you put so much effort into every single repetition? And they were like, well, I always want to know what my potential is. And so it's like the same answer as you just gave, which is I find it really interesting.
It's a strong source of motivation. Even on the bad days, when you don't want to, it's like, okay, so if you don't do it today, are you ever gonna find out? And I want to find out.
I find this so interesting because one of the reasons why I like Elish a lot as a player is because I feel like if you told Elish that there was an edge, it doesn't matter how small that edge is, he's gonna crawl through broken glass to go and get it. And it doesn't matter how much pain is there, because he is obsessed with that same type of process, and he's so curious and will explore all of the options. And it goes back to our conversation before, where there are lots of talented players that don't have that same way of looking at life necessarily, and that is. It's funny because we were talking about if you find something uncomfortable and you do it, and then it kind of you can solve the problem there. So much of it's mental, and so much of it's awareness, because you have to also know and be aware. Like Anders was saying, I'm uncomfortable in doing this thing, and he was then talking about this is an opportunity for me to challenge that. and so you have to be aware of what's
That's
going
true.
on.
Yeah,
So it's really interesting. All this stuff is so mental.
It is. Well,
Life is mental.
It's fun when you then put that together, because that, in isolation, that's a fun concept to discuss. But I'm also a firm believer of knowing your limitations. So how do you know your limitations if you don't know what your limits are? In some sense.
That's such a great point. Yeah, you've got to be realistic with that. Yeah,
that's the thing. Like that's why we had the conversation yesterday. If I would never pursue casting as a career thing. Like as of right now, if you ask me, would you ever pursue it? I'd say no.
Yeah.
Would it be fun to do? Sure. Do I think I could become decent at it? Sure. But I have so much respect for you and Anders, London and Scrawny, all the good casters we have in Counter-Strike. I think I know my limitations. I would never be as good as you guys. I would never be on a level where I could be like, I should be hired in front of them. So I know my limitations, even though I have a willingness to maybe explore it. I want to find out, but I know that I will never be as good as you. That's knowing my limitations. I'm never going to pursue it. In a sense, even though it would have been fun, even though the thought of it sounds fun,
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yeah?
It makes sense, and it's funny because Anders said he thinks that he's saying with automatic, must be a hard decision to like give up. And I was thinking because I had this same situation when I was playing, where it was actually a very easy decision because I recognized my limit. I was like, I actually wouldn't be able to. There's no way you can compete with in half measures. At least in my head, it didn't make sense. So it's like it'd be a waste of time.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Anders went in the green room and he said, "I can't work with Pimp anymore."
Oh my God.
Another one. Another one.
Another one.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I, as much as I want to play people good, Dan, I have this kind of reputation for being unworkable with.
It's true.
Yeah,
It's true.
Now everyone is going to believe that. I'm going to be again.
It's okay. I've enjoyed working with Pimp.
Really?
No, obviously not. Come on. I don't even think we've been in the same green room.
Dan, do you think Brokey is a top 20 AWP of all time?
Oh wow! Didn't you already ask us this earlier?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say yes so we can move on.
How does that make you feel? Boo?
I'm after much internal thought,
Oh, here we
I
go.
came to the conclusion that
You realize how fucking stupid you are? You realized how dumb that was? You realized that you had Dust next to you and you still found a way to have a more outrageous take than Dust
Listen,
Murray?
here's the thing. Okay? Here's the thing.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
I take offense to the concept that he can be number 19 on a bunch of people's lists, and I put him number 23, and it goes, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Okay, it's 4 places. Come on, I'm not that far off.
Well, we kind of shit on Dust yesterday for saying Torsi's the 3rd best over. He's the 4th best.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're 5 places off. He's only 1.
Well, that's like. That's like if you said Nico wasn't the GOAT rifler of CS. Like that one's just. It's just. It's obvious.
Yeah.
Obvious. No matter how low impact Shiro is.
Do you regret coming?
Better than Gordon. Oh, to this desk?
Yep. No, Denmark. Denmark's cool. That's
They're
cool.
good bakeries.
Oh, the Anderson Bakery, huh? The one next to the hostel?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We went to the original one. They have
original
more
one?
selection. It's,
Wait, what?
It's like a 10-minute bike ride away. Maybe 5 minutes for you.
Anderson? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a different Anderson.
Well, he said he doesn't have explosive
it's
power.
a chain. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's bigger and it's got better stuff. It had andouille pizza.
What?
It was amazing. It was amazing.
I had a ham mushroom focaccia today.
Ooh, that's nice.
They had
was
good
good.
stuff in that one.
Yeah, it's heavy though.
The OG one. Talk to Jonathan. He'll tell you.
Okay.
He'll tell you about it. He'll tell you about it.
See, I've been here maybe, let's say, 15 times before. I just realized about Anderson yesterday. Yeah,
For real.
Yeah, for real.
For real.
For real. For real. I
Damn.
like catering. I like the easy option. I like
Yeah.
not moving when I don't train.
No, I stayed an
Yeah.
extra couple days last time, and that's one of the places I went. It was great.
Yeah, but you can't get a $2.50 ribeye.
No, you can. Okay. What's the cheapest thing you can get at an Anderson bakery? That's probably a bun, and that'd be like $3.
But Denmark's pretty expensive.
It's fucking.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting out of it straight away.
I was just at Melbourne, right? And for the first time in my life, or for the first time in a long time, whenever I bought something, I looked at the price and was like, yeah, that's fair. You know, that was like an out-of-body experience. Whenever I bought something, whenever I purchased something, it was like, that's fair. That's fair enough. You know, a cup of coffee, $4. That's fair enough.
$4.
You know? Well, that's cheap compared to Denmark.
Yeah,
A cup of coffee in Denmark, 8, 9, 10.
But just like the
11,
world in
15,
general, like
fuck that.
cup of coffee, man.
You want to say something?
Pip, can I ask you about something?
You can.
So
Just know that before you ask, I can always do this. Okay? Yeah.
Well, it's good because it's going to seem like a legit question until the part where I end it.
Okay.
And it's not a legit question.
And then I don't have time to.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you can't go backwards.
All right.
So,
Yeah.
the last time I was here, I went to the Danish War Museum.
The Danish War Museum.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what it was a history of all of the time Denmark got absolutely wrecked in
Yeah.
every war they were ever in,
Yeah.
all the way to the end till the one in World War II, they were just like, yeah, we just kind of didn't even fight.
Yeah.
And then somehow I'm supposed to think that these guys are supposed to be able to be good at CS. How you can't win it like.
No, but there's two things to that. What the fuck do you want us to do? We're a population of less than 6 million. When Germany comes knocking on our door.
Hey, Canada burned down the White House.
Well, true. Well, how's it going for you now? Anyway, second of all, we suck. We suck now at Counter-Strike, so I guess we're just a little bit ahead of time.
Why doesn't your army hire a Strollus? Why don't they hire Glaive? Glaive could save you.
Honestly, there was like, is it 2 years ago, like the drone officer education, whatever. They were like actively seeking and promoting, like, let's get some more gamers into our program, because gamers are good at fast decision making. So I bet you there's a lot of gamers in that department or whatever.
Maybe you'll win next time.
Hopefully there won't be next time. You know, I'm not a war fucking mongol like you are.
There's gonna be a next time. That's just reality.
No,
So let's just
no, I don't believe in wars. I don't believe in the concept of wars.
Don't believe in the concept.
No.
Like that they don't.
They don't
This
exist.
thing
They
doesn't
don't
make
exist.
sense.
They don't exist. A war is not a war. It's just an argument. You know? Two boys who are not happy with each other. It's fine. No, wars are stupid. I think
War
everyone
does
agrees.
suck.
Yeah.
Guys, hot take: war is bad, and it should happen less.
That's
Hot
not
take, hot
that's a hot take. Yeah. That's something Dust Mosaic said. That's a hot take.
What do you think of the Anglo-Saxon War?
Huh?
It's in my top 20.
Yeah, top 20 wars.
What's your favorite war of all time? If you could replay a war once
of
more.
Art. It's
The
my
war
favorite.
of art. Yeah,
The War of Roses.
that doesn't count.
favorite book.
Well, we haven't asked you, and we haven't asked chat for quite some time. Predictions for this game? Where you at? now you know a little more than we did, but where you at? You obviously can't say 3-0, but
I think Falcons are going to get at least 4 rounds.
well,
Is that a prediction though? Because they already have 4
that's a
rounds.
statement. You fucking idiot.
So that prediction
Okay,
requires
score.
some guess of the future.
Score prediction for the game. Who's gonna
He
win?
he doesn't believe in the concept
We're
of time, I think,
Oh,
so that's the issue here.
Hold on. Someone that lost every war he's ever in, okay? You can't tell me I
How
don't
many
know
wars have you
predictable.
been in? How many wars have you been in? You physically, how many wars have you fought?
Whenever I read a book, I picture myself inside of that book.
Okay.
And I can see myself.
That explains a lot, actually.
Well, there's so many pictures. How can I not picture myself inside of it? Well,
Funny
we're
how you
talking
change one
series-
person, you get a complete different vibe, huh? That's
Series
I
or
know,
map?
it's so awesome.
Series or map?
Huh?
Prediction series or map?
Serious.
Hey, I think he's just stalling right now so that he gets
I know,
more
I know,
information.
I know,
Here.
I know.
I know this game.
I think Vitality
will win. Yeah. How much?
at least
Shut up.
6 rounds.
3-1, 3-2 Vitality.
No, I think Vitality win.
Yeah, 3-1, 3-2. Why are you so afraid of making a prediction?
3. I don't have a problem making a prediction about like the way the game's going to be played, or who's going to be better.
See, that's
how
an
they're
analyst
going to be
talking.
better.
I like that.
The problem is, last time these teams played, Falcons were better and they lost.
Yep. But they're not going to be better today, are they?
I don't think so.
Nope. So you think Vitality's going to win?
Yes.
Yeah.
3.
1. You think
Easy
Falcons
for
going
you
to
to
win
say
Mirage?
when they're already up 6-5. That's not a prediction.
Well, I
idiot.
said 3-1 before the game even begun. Smart ass.
Okay.
Yeah. That was, yeah. He can tell you. I did, however, predict the map score. I said say Vitality would win Inferno, lose Dust 2, win Train, and Mirage.
There was no human being on Earth that predicted that Vitality
Oh,
would lose
there'll be
Inferno
some.
and win
Yeah,
Dust
there'll
2.
be some. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, yeah. No.
There'll be some smug ass on Reddit, you know, yeah, these analysts didn't know anything about what they're talking about. They thought they were going to win Inferno? What the fuck? Yeah. That's how they talk,
There's no analyst. There's no one that did it. There's no one that did it and then also predicted Vitality to win their last match.
Oh, I got an experiment. YouTube chat or Twitch chat, can you write a mean comment about Wu? And it's okay. You're allowed to do that. Just something mean, something that will hurt his feelings.
I'm going to tell you
They already
guys.
said Anders appeared when he sat down. Someone said that. Someone just came back.
I want to test something, chat. So write a mean comment about Wu, or something he said, like the brokey thing, as an example. Whatever. Oh, Rob's too easy.
Yeah, Falcons win this map. Lose
Yeah,
3-2.
they do. They do.
Vitality 3-2.
Yeah. Good to see him back. Wu? Nah.
That's not a mean comment, guys.
I thought he spoke about
You
Robs.
got it wrong.
Mean comment, please. Mean comment. Come on, chat. I know there's a 20-second delay, so they'll be there in 3, 2, 1, and
That
now
one
they
hurt
start
me.
popping in.
Actually, that one did hurt me.
Actually.
That one did hurt me.
He's German. Actually. Yes.
Actually.
I know that name. Wu put his head upside. Wait, what? That's funny.
That's actually quite
funny.
clever.
That's funny.
That's pretty clever.
Wu, your head is not shiny
You're
enough.
trying to get a look at me?
No, I was just trying to see your reaction because I couldn't see. I'm trying to gauge, like socially, is he upset by this? Is he finding it humorous? Like where are we at right now?
I've looked at someone
Fuck
that was
that guy.
bald with a beard, and I thought the same exact thing to myself before, so I can't really.
You can
fault you
carry
for
it.
that.
No, you're
That's
good. You're good
pretty
with
funny.
it.
I haven't heard that
for that.
before.
When did you lose your hair? How long ago was that?
I still have hair.
Where?
I just shave it.
Oh.
You
Sorry.
could look like this too if you wanted, if you put in any effort at all.
I don't shave my head. I shave my legs. That's different. Different game. Wu looks like if Anders ate Moses. that's fucking hilarious.
That's actually epic.
That's good.
That's I think that's winning right now.
Yeah, me too. No, but
My
the point I
least
wanted to
favorite
prove is
talent
that
behind-
that hurts actually.
Yeah, well, that one's not even a joke. It's just true.
So whenever you read mean comments about you, Wu, just imagine that this is how they sound when they write it, right?
Wu's my least favorite talent behind Pimp.
Those are a bunch of nerds
Have
you're
you
dealing
looked up
with every
Femke
single
Ball yet?
day. I know who she is.
Yeah? You
Yeah.
didn't know who she was yesterday.
No, but I thought you meant the this an ice skater who's dating Jake Paul, that's fucked up. A Dutch Olympian, and she's apparently dating Jake Paul or something.
I saw that in the fight.
Exactly.
That's where I first saw her.
I thought that was the one you meant. I was like,
I
what the
didn't
fuck
know.
are you talking
I
about?
haven't even heard about a fight.
No, well,
The
believe-
Tyson one?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
you don't believe in fights?
The one
either?
that Tyson threw.
Fights are bad.
Fights are bad.
I think we
But
can
you
all
like
agree
wars.
Fights are bad.
Yeah.
No, I said war is bad also.
Don't you think they're fighting in wars?
Do video games represent war?
According to your fucking government, yeah.
What
No?
do you mean my government?
Well, America, Canada. No? 51 state.
I'm confused by this conversation.
What the fuck is this?
Wait, so you
Well,
asked the question, do video games represent war? Is that the question you asked?
Yes.
Was that a serious question?
No.
Yeah, I feel like we're reaching right now. I feel like we need some new material. I don't know. That's just where I'm at. I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's go back to the insults. That was pretty good.
Would you like to be American, Wu?
Currently? What do you mean?
It's a
No,
simple
okay,
question.
so there's several
Yes or no?
there's several times when I've worked as talent when someone has gone, "Whereabouts in America do you live?" And I go, "I live in Canada." And they go, "Oh, okay." And then there's no conversation ever continued. But then I see they hire some really unknown American caster, and I'm like, I bet if I was American, that would
bet
be
if I were
me.
Well, that's fair enough. See, people do that to me as well. Denmark, Sweden, Norway. I don't give a damn. Do you? Do you even care? No, right?
Canadians aren't, well, younger Canadians, I think, in general, aren't super patriotic.
No.
But I think that's true for younger people in most places.
Yeah, I think right now that's
Okay.
the general trend.
Pimp is ready to sell Greenland, 100% confirmed. You say sell, I say take it. It's much easier. Just kidding. Oh, no.
Denmark and Canada have a land border.
We do?
Yes.
Greenland.
It's an island near Greenland. And it's half ours and half Denmark's, which means
Ooh, I heard about that, yeah. Which
we're,
means we're brothers.
we're very close allies.
We're brothers. Me and we were brothers.
Very close allies.
We're brothers. Brothers.
We could see if Vitality can end the debate about
Brother
whether
Wu.
Falcons could
The
won
only
last
war
night.
Vu has fought in is the McDonald's queue.
That's not cool.
Team 9, I think.
Not true either. You go to
Listen,
Anderson.
broke boy, I buy my McDonald's on DoorDash, okay? They deliver it to me. I've never been in a queue in my life.
Honestly, delivery McDonald's, that's a fucking crime, bro.
Maui Snake is going into the kitchen and taking out 5-day-old McDonald's cheeseburgers
That's
and
Maui
eating
Snake.
them.
That's
And
why he's the
eating
most hated talent in esports, bro. That makes sense. Don't go down that. Don't try to be
Listen,
like him.
I know
man.
you just tried to pull a fast one because you're on the desk. You thought nobody would call you.
Yeah.
Maui Snake is not more hated than Pimp. There is no way.
Probably not. Probably not.
When I see comments,
He's not
I see
relevant
them
enough.
say, "Get this guy off my screen," and Pimp also, even when Pimp isn't on the screen.
That's a good one. That's a good one. We should get actually roast Dan instead. Hey chat, roast DDK. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. You know, you're not easy to roast. Also,
I know. I
there'll be
usually,
a lot of-
I usually dodge.
Yeah,
I usually dodge.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of relevant shit now. Hey,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
Ooh, Apex, bro.
Now, the trash talk about DDK is kind of hard because it's like,
I play
there's got to
it
be
safe.
something about like, oh, DDK, why don't you tell me in an hour-long podcast? Like something like that.
Why do you go back to relevant? Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Give it to us. You got 3,000 people watching right now. Surely someone can say
Someone's
something
got
funny.
something.
Maui Snake is not a fraud. He's actually my favorite analyst. That's why I named my cat Maui after Maui Snake.
Who said that?
5-1 in pistol rounds.
I don't know.
He said Maui Snake's a fraud. I'm saying I can't name my cat Maui.
Oh, you mean that?
after
You
the
meant
animal.
that. I heard that. You meant that.
Yeah.
That was.
My
You
cat's
meant
name
that.
is Maui Snake. Not Maui Snake. Maui.
No, but fuck that part. You meant you think he's a great desk talent?
Oh, he's fucking great. Yeah,
Yes.
he's very good.
Yes.
Yeah. You and him are both amazing.
Me?
Yeah.
Don't put us in the same category. I'm nowhere near close Maui.
Well, Maui's American.
That's the point, right?
They've actually won a war.
Yeah. Okay. All right, someone's mad over there, and it ain't me. See, then we fucking telling 3,000 people to roast you, and no one
The
can
Eddie
do
guy
it.
from London who doesn't know how to stab someone. That's actually pretty good. I feel like I like that, but it's not really like too savage. It's just
That's
clever.
not even a roast
Dude,
on
these
DDK.
guys are
That's a
just
roast
clever.
on his city.
True.
You just like.
Ooh, the only guy from London who doesn't know how to stab someone.
Yeah.
All right. I understand why that's funny. Yeah, that's good.
It's
It's also kind of real, you know, kind of true.
I like how you guys are getting trolled for asking that question. They're just giving me compliments. That's great.
Pimp, should Canada become the 51st state? I don't have an opinion on that. I don't do politics.
Doing politics is generally a bad idea.
Yeah. I honestly
Bad
don't care.
idea.
I honestly don't care.
I think some people make a lot of money off politics.
True.
Yeah, but do they? Yeah.
But
yeah.
name your favorite celebrity, and would you like them to share their political opinions or no?
No.
I think the answer is generally no.
Taylor Swift.
My favorite celebrity is Taylor
You're
Swift.
Swifty, Woo, huh?
And,
You're fucking Swifty. And you're so much a Swifty. You've probably been at one of her
Goddamn.
concerts dressed up as a fucking Swifty.
Actually,
You're disgusting. You're disgusting, Woo.
I had tickets to a Taylor Swift concert.
You have?
In 2015.
Wow.
Fy fan.
How did you smell that out?
I
did you figure that one out?
I sense it. Fucking psycho.
What is
I never ended up going though.
Why?
I was in New York. New York sucks.
And the concert wasn't in New York, I guess?
No, it was in.
So why did you have tickets for a concert that wasn't in New York when you were in New York?
Their win streaks became so common.
Oh, were you doing that thing where you were working an event, and you have to like you want to buy a ticket there so that if you get stopped and asked when you're getting into the country, you're like, oh, I'm here for this concert. Instead of like,
Don't tell us secrets.
No, that's not what happened.
I've never done that, by the way. Never.
No, I had a concert and then I got.
you were selling the tickets.
No, I wasn't selling the tickets.
Okay.
Oh my
I
god!
was given the
so
tickets
you
as a
robbed
gift.
a Swifty
I was
fan's
given the
chance
tickets
of
as a gift.
actually getting to
You know
a
what
Swifty
happened- you know what
concert.
happens
You
with-
are a terrible
what
human
happens
being.
with
Do you know
ta-
how much people would kill for those tickets?
You know what happens with
You
Taylor Swift
privileged
tickets?
fuck.
Is that you go into like some weird raffle and you have to like hope that you win it, and then everyone that wins it just sells their tickets for a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
What
Those
the
things
fuck?
are worth
How
a lot-
can you
a
miss
lot,
a
for
Taylor
sure.
concert? That's true. You haven't been the same since, have you? No. Explains a lot.
Traditional people.
Is that when you started shaving your hair as well?
No, actually, what happened on that one is I don't actually really know why. So I went into the U.S. in Baltimore and I came out in New York, and maybe that's just like a suspicious pattern. I get to the New York airport. I print out my ticket. There's an error. They go, "Are you my name?" And they usher me to the very front of the thing and put me into the metal detector, the scanner instantly. And then they pat me down and they go, "Any electronic you have that doesn't turn on, you can't take it." So my phone, which was dead battery, had to throw it away.
What?
Yes. And the
Is this
funniest
happening in America or Canada?
America.
Okay,
In New
of
York.
course,
Yeah.
of course.
The funniest part is though, my iPod. It's 2015, by the way.
Okay.
My iPod. my iPod is out of batteries, but I
Discman.
forget about it. I forget about it in my backpack. They put it through the scanner, never say a word about it. So I could have just had my phone in my backpack and they never would have known. But obviously they thought I was extremely suspicious. But on the bright side, that was like a 4-hour wait in that TSA check or whatever. It was like a 4-hour wait,
Okay.
and I skipped that whole thing.
Wait, would
Sick.
they make you throw out your iPhone?
It wasn't an iPhone, but it didn't turn on, so I had to throw it away.
Goddamn.
Could you charge it?
Nope.
By the way, iPod Nano was one of my favorite pieces of tech. That
Yeah,
shit
it was
was
great.
go-to. They got stolen. Mine got stolen.
In London or?
Milan, actually.
Oh, sick.
It's in a gym in Milan.
Face it
Someone stole it.
Milan? No.
Yeah, when I was there. At the start of my career, when I moved
Why
to
have we
Milan.
only ever had
2012.
We only have ever had one Counter-Strike tournament in Italy, right? That was the one.
Yeah, was that actually the
I
one?
think so, yeah.
Oh my god, that was like the season 1.
Yeah.
Face of season 1 land.
Italy don't have a they don't have a Counter-Strike they don't have a Counter-Strike history, do they?
They don't really, do
No.
they?
They had a couple of players in Source, I remember. They were quite good, but
Yeah.
and
What
sometimes
is
when
with
someone
that?
when someone comes into my chat and they say they're from Italy, I'm always like, no, you're not. There's no way.
Is it like the UK scene? Well, the UK scene had a presence in CS always. It's just terrible.
True,
but the Italian, was there ever an Italian presence 1.6 maybe or something like?
I think they had a couple in Source, yeah. Don't know about 1.6.
I think there's that one. I think there was an Italian borderline pro that
Borderline
people
pro.
use as "No, actually, Italy did have a professional player."
Okay.
About the tabletop card question, I really don't know because I don't play those games. But I would assume it'd be hard to play. But can you play like Magic or something?
No.
Yeah, we play Magic.
No.
No, as in like can you like play cast it?
Oh, they
Could
have
you,
tournaments. Yeah. Yeah.
But what's the casting like? Do they just like?
Ooh, I play
Just
Magic.
like
All you do is
kinda-
lose.
Hey, I came second.
So you're the first loser. Sick.
You should see how much Scrawny
I know.
needs to be
I
second.
know.
If he's not going to win, he's like, I need to kill everyone immediately so I can come second.
Okay. Who's the best Magic player in esports?
I've played with 4 people.
Who's the best of
Sheen,
those? Yeah.
Bad.
Okay.
Launders, bad. Darth Mike did win. Actually, the games we played with me, Launders, Darth Mike, and Scrawny, he has not won a single one of them.
Scrawny? Really?
Yes. It was Launders who won one,
Really?
and Mike won one.
Okay, so London's won one, but you called him bad.
I think in theory, Scrawny's definitely better. He's definitely
but
the
you just
best.
can't perform under pressure. Is that it? that
does
would
have
make
performance
sense.
issues.
That makes sense, yeah. Alrighty,
The
alrighty.
casting in Magic is real. It's real. It's
Okay, it's legit, yeah?
they have to know all the cards. They're doing a lot of analysis
Okay.
because they kind of tell you like how the cards are going to play out and stuff. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's good. There's actually some decent casting ability.
Brother, this is over. Vitality's got to win. See, that's my issue with Vitality losing Inferno. I don't want that to be a fluke. Like, if they now win 3-1 and they dominate 16-3, 13-6, 13-7, and 13-7 again, then what do we make of Inferno? Was that just a fluke?
I don't think that was a fluke.
No, but why can't they be competitive now then?
Pimp, haven't you learned your lesson, old man?
I'm not old.
Call
How old-
something a fluke
how-
again.
How old are
Really?
you? How old are you?
30? How old are you?
29?
Haven't you learned your lesson, old man? We've taught you this lesson before.
What do you mean? I
Wins
think-
aren't flukes.
It's
We've
actually
been
one.
down
It's actually
this
one of the
road.
segments I'm the most proud about. Not gonna lie. Navi at the time was not supposed to be a top 5
And
team.
you were kind of right.
I'm kind of right, yeah. Navi now, where the fuck are that? Huh?
I'm pretty sure not. I think
that
I
fourth-
think Blade did an interview where he literally called that win a fluke.
Yep. Yeah, he did. JL even said that, yeah, when we won Copenhagen, we were not half the team we were with 6 months later.
But what are they now?
Shit.
Are they still twice the team as one that won the major?
Now they're back to the major level, you know?
What
Which
do
is
you
why
guys-
they're going to win Austin.
What do you guys think about Simple? Like, do you think there's like a place? Like, what do you think? What do you think is the re-entry for him?
He's done.
You think he's done?
He's done. If he wants to, he can, but he
Oh,
doesn't
that would suck so much because he just took a break, right? He's like, I'm just gonna just let the first couple years of CS2 shake out kind of thing.
Dan, he did a fucking cooking stream.
The cooking stream.
I respect
He's
that.
done.
I've done a cooking stream.
It's over.
No, but honestly, he's
cooking stream.
I think he's
Okay,
done.
alright, okay.
I
He did
wish
a
he
rap.
wasn't. Yeah.
He did a
A
rap.
rap. He cooked a rap.
Have
How
you
do you
done
cook
a
a
rap
rap?
before?
Is it a rap? Yeah.
A CS rap?
Not a CS rap. No.
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
a
So
rap. I
quick-
thought you
so
meant a
quick
rap.
rap?
Cooking a rap.
Simple did a rap.
Okay. That's
No,
kind
no,
of
no. As in a rap song.
Yeah, I get that now. I thought
yeah.
you meant he cooked
Oh,
a rap
okay,
on the
yeah,
cooking
yeah,
stream.
yeah.
Like, how the fuck do you cook a rap? You assemble a rap. Now Vitality won again.
Yeah.
Two very one-sided maps,
Mm-hmm.
leading the series 2-1. They have to win one of the next two maps, which is Mirage and Nuke. Now, Wu, you're getting paid to be here today, so tell me why that's not going to happen. How
They're
can
not-
Falcons win this game?
How can Falcons win?
This game.
What map are they playing? Inferno?
No,
Vertigo?
Mirage? Mirage.
Vertigo.
Dude,
Vertigo in the map
Mirage.
pool?
Yeah, no.
I am so glad Vertigo's not in the map pool anymore.
Oh, reminds me of Season. Season is the best map ever.
Season is interesting.
Season is
The
good.
rotation's gone along, man.
It's a good map. It's a good map.
Season was a really good map in Source. Not in CSGO. Molotovs ruin it. Molotovs in Horseshoe.
Look at that comment. Look at the, hey, Wu, how does this comment in the Twitch chat make you feel? This one right here. I did cooking streams.
Yeah, you know, okay, I'll tell you, I had a podcast idea. I thought it would be amazing.
Yeah?
Okay, like a show. So we want to get pro
can't wait for
players
this.
or talent.
Uh-huh.
We get them in the kitchen and we make them make something simple, very simple.
Yep.
Like you're gonna make a fucking grilled cheese, and as they're doing it, we're doing the podcast.
Okay.
And so they're just destroying whatever they're cooking. It's just gonna be awful. And they're distracted, so they forget their PR training. And they answer like good.
so kind of like some kind of a take on Hot Ones type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's
Okay.
CS pros, which means they have no idea how to cook.
You can't fuck up a grilled cheese, though, can you?
If we test the waters, start with grilled cheese, and then afterwards you're gonna make spaghetti. Like,
Spaghetti.
You're gonna
How the
make.
fuck do you fuck up spaghetti?
You're gonna make spaghetti with some meat sauce. Like, I don't know, but that would be. I feel like it would be really funny. Really funny. It would go really well.
Yeah.
Well, I can answer this worst series / map. One that comes to mind was Columbus, MLG Columbus group game, I believe it was.
Yeah.
And it was I think CLG versus it was Mousesports with Nico in-game leading on Cobblestone. And it was like multiple overtimes, and it's like one of those games where you don't want overtimes, but you keep getting them. It was like one of the longest maps, I think, at that time. So that was one of the worst ones I casted. Because Nico as in-game leader is my least favorite version
What's
of
the
Nico.
best game you ever casted? What's the one
The
that stands
best
out?
game?
Most memorable. I'll ask
I
you
mean,
what your favorite YouTube videos
I mean,
after.
it's like really hard because like the Boston Major finals like has to be
That's
the
a good
answer,
shout,
really.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a pretty sick
good.
game.
What's the
yeah.
worst game you've analyzed?
Oh, there's been so many, bro.
All of them.
There's been so many. The worst? Did I do the NIP AMCO? I don't remember. Did I? Maybe I've forgotten. Like the NIP, you remember the AMA?
Yeah, everyone still keeps asking me
Yeah.
to do that.
I think. Oh, you should. You should. On Overpass. Fuck. Did I work on the desk for that?
Wait,
Or was it
NIP
BC?
Vega Squadron?
No.
Okay.
It was NIP AMCO like a year and a half ago.
Oh.
Major qualifier 2 years ago or something. It was atrocious.
Ah.
Like quadruple overtime, and it was just. Oh, can I say this? Is that bad?
You can, but I'm also from a generation where it was.
I'm
fun
gonna
to
say it,
that.
and I take no responsibility. It felt like watching two people with physical disadvantages battling it out from their wheelchairs.
He said something different to me. Just now, he said-
No, that was not a cool
the
game.
PR training kicked in
Yeah.
right there.
Okay. That's probably the one.
I've
But I
said
don't think I
things
did it.
less worse than what you could have said, and it hasn't gone well for me. It's gone bad for me in the past.
You think that's it? You think this is how I end?
Yeah, could
Yeah.
be.
Then I can find out how good I am at biking. That's win-win. No.
Nice.
Aren't you in some like bike contest of some sort. This is like when your mom is like, "Are you in some gaming? Are you playing some game? Are you playing this computer? Some computer contest?"
You know what I want? You know what you want? You can do your fucking podcast and you can make them make grilled teen sandwiches. What I want to do, I want to do a podcast where you know the stationary bikes. Do you know what Swift is?
Yeah.
You know what Swift is?
Yeah.
It's like an online virtual biking world. You know, some of the pro bikers, they use it to train during winter times. You can go up.
If I wasn't overweight, you wouldn't be explaining it like this. I feel the conversation.
That's what target is.
It's crazy.
It's not true.
You're staring at me as you say this. Dan is to the right, by the way. There's two of us.
And ironically, I didn't know what Swift was.
No,
So.
well, there we go. It's not true. Yes, it is. Imagine if I could do an interview series where 5 players, let's say Vitality, right? And then we had to go up a mountain on that bike,
Yeah.
and I'd be 1 versus 5. And while we did it, they could switch player, you know, all the time.
Yeah.
So whenever one got tired, they could bike for 2 minutes.
Have you
switch
considered
player.
an interview series that isn't just stroking your ego? Guys, look, I can beat pros.
That's
5
the
of
point.
them, 1v5.
But I want to physically, I want to physically exhaust them and then talk to them.
No, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I would find a
thought that was
different way
good.
to physically exhaust them, though.
Well, how you want to play dodgeball? What the fuck are you suggesting?
Yeah, dodgeball is great. Tetherball.
No, dodgeball is something you do.
Start,
You could do it
what
just
the
sauna.
What the fuck? This guy, man.
You're
Jesus.
Canadian. Isn't that a big thing in Canada? That's what I meant. No?
Hey, our women's beach volleyball team got the silver medal at the last Olympics.
Did you?
Everyone was hyped for that.
Why?
I don't know. Everyone told me to watch it.
Why? You know why. Say it.
Nah.
Why do you think?
They're probably really skilled.
Yeah.
In volleyball.
Why don't you just
They
say
got the
that?
silver medal. What do you mean probably? Objectively, they were very skilled.
Who
Come
won?
on.
Brazil?
Brazil.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of
Brazil
course.
won.
How did I know that?
Yeah.
Why is Brazil better at beach volley than Canadians? What could that be?
It seems like such a leading question somehow.
Denmark wasn't even in the Olympics
Why is that?
because they suck.
At beach volley?
They suck at anything.
I feel
How the
like
fuck are we
what he's
supposed
doing
to
right
play
now
beach
is
volley?
like. Do you remember like that interview like Kasim G?
Yes.
I feel like he's doing something like that. It's
Yeah.
like there's just something going on here.
yeah.
It's like a bit. I don't know.
Kasimji's goated.
Yeah.
Wait, no, I think he did some really bad things later.
Oh, did he really?
I think
Oh,
he might
Jesus
have done
Christ.
some cancelable things.
Cancelable.
His interviews were funny though.
They were funny.
Going deep.
You know
with
what's the
Kasim G.
easiest
Going
thing
deep with
in
Kasim G.
esports? Not to get cancelled. It's not that hard.
It's not that hard.
It's not that hard.
I've already failed.
No, you haven't been cancelled. When I see people get cancelled in esports, I'm like, just be a fucking decent human being. It's not that hard. Wouldn't you agree? Like, how the fuck do you get cancelled? Like, how do you pull off a... Like,
Wait, say that again.
like it's not that...
He said that really loud. Yeah, he said that very loud. You probably could have heard it on my mic.
But it's so easy not to do it. It's so easy not to be a douchebag. You should try it.
Not for everyone, I guess.
This is douche behavior right here. It's so easy not to be a douchebag. Yeah, how easy is it? So you tell me.
Dude, I'm hired to entertain. That's what I do, man. You know?
Well, you're entertaining. Can't take that away from you.
No? You want to compliment me? You want to say something nice?
I've complimented you like 5 times
Yeah, but I
out
don't-
of
I don't believe you.
absolutely nowhere.
I actually legitimately gave him a genuine compliment earlier, and now I'm starting to wonder.
You know, I complimented.
You shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I feel like I created a monster here.
I complimented Scrawny earlier, and I think he's called me dumb. I can't remember. I can't remember.
That was
He said
Scrawny
something
called
really
you dumb.
mean. I can't remember exactly what he said.
Okay.
It made me feel like as if he had called me dumb. That's for sure.
Did you say like, "Oh, it's funny, like your casting is really amazing"? He's like, "You're fucking dumb." Like, is that what he did? It's just like,
I say, he's Scrawny.
isn't it obvious?
I told him yesterday. I was like, "Yeah, good cast," and then I was like, "Yeah, I watched them back. It was like a really good cast. Like, good job." And he was like, "Fuck you, Vu."
See, that sounds like Connor. You know, I'm not gonna lie.
So what is it that everyone's targeting you? And what is that? And no one targets me, it seems. Yet.
You know what it is? It's your reaction. You always get a good reaction.
That's true.
It's like when you bully your sister. I know if I bully my sister, I always get the reaction I want. If I say something stupid about Ru, I always get the reaction I want.
So are you Reddit's sister?
Maybe. Maybe. You get what I'm saying? It's like he's fun to you're fun to make fun of because you're funny. You're fun kind of dude.
Everything he says, I'm like, I can't take it. I'm like, is there something behind that?
I actually think this is quite rude.
You think it's rude to call you funny? What the fuck? You can't take
It's
a
not what you're
compliment.
saying, it's the way you're saying it.
I'm
It's
not
the tone,
native.
it's your
I'm not
tone.
native in English. I don't know how to say it. I'm just saying words.
See, that's why you can't get canceled. You just say, oh, sorry, did I say something offensive? I don't know. I'm not native in English. I'm English second language.
Chat, don't you think Wu's funny? I think Wu's funny.
I think you're funny. Funny looking.
Funny looking.
That was a good one.
Where is that one? I need that one. Try say it again, Wu. Can you say it one more time?
Funny looking.
No, fuck.
Are you trying to sample it? Can you live sample?
No, I can't.
Ah,
that'd be hilarious.
that'd be so sick.
That'd be hilarious. Maybe next time.
That'd be so sick.
We need some better vibes in here, though.
I think you're pretty ugly.
Pretty ugly.
Is this just like one like beat like on loop or what have we got going on here?
Yeah, everyone complains. This is way too long.
Oh, I forgot. There's a longer break now because they're heading into map 4. So we have to entertain you more.
Oh god.
How about that, Wu? Are you on the desk for the next one?
I think so. I don't know. We'll find out. They'll come pull me over.
How's your experience been working with Vu?
We have not worked together, actually.
Have you actually not?
No.
This is the closest
I
thing.
mean, this is
This is the first
This is-
working together.
To be honest, I guess technically for me with him as well.
Yeah, true.
The casters are more isolated.
Yeah, you've had a throw from him, right?
Do you think he's right? Do you think Lemmy
True.
is right?
I had a throw.
Funny how? Funny like a clown?
No, you're reading the wrong comment, you idiot. The one below.
Well, maybe I just can't read. Fuck off. You read it.
No. It's a
Dan,
different,
why don't you read it?
different language. I don't speak that language. This is peak
What am I reading?
Pimp, you're cringe
Oh, Space Knight.
AF.
What does that mean?
He's talking about how you just constantly post about your weight loss, and it's really getting on everyone's nerves. You make me feel
We're here to have an
bad
intervention.
about myself.
Did you say bad or fat?
Where did that come from? Where did-
No, but just say, you're making me feel bad or you're making me feel fat?
both apply. They both make the same sentence.
No, that's not fair.
Essentially the same comment.
See, the fun thing is I rarely post about... okay, maybe I do.
I rarely post about it.
No, but it's like-
I took 12 hours
I think it's
off.
in your bio, right?
If I...
It's been there for.
pushing people's face. If I post about it one out of 10 times, 9 out of 10 times people post it for me. But I still get the hate for the 9 out of 10 times someone posted for me. Like when I say, back when I played in Liquid, I only use that when it's relevant on the desk.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I still get hate for it whenever someone else say it on my behalf. Like if I
when-
said it.
When like Mike would say it, or
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Or you, or Dan.
Yeah, but I've been in the green rooms and I've heard you requesting that they say these things. You go, Mike, can you talk about my weight loss in the next segment?
True.
And Mike goes,
I do that all the time.
I did sign a contract.
I did sign a contract.
You did a competition, right, a long time ago, like community competition?
Yeah, for weight loss?
Yeah.
Yep.
You just did the one, or?
Yes, I had 500 signups in a Google Doc, and then I divided them into 2 teams: blue team, red team, and then I wanted to see who could lose the most weight, and then they like competed against each
Did
other.
any group gain weight?
And there was individuals who gained weight, yeah. But I think overall, like, I can't remember. It was like a 3 or 4 week thing, and I think more than 350 kilos was lost. You know.
That's sick.
That's kind of okay.
That's pretty cool.
That's kind of cool.
Why didn't you do one?
Huh? What?
Why was there only one?
It was a lot of work. Yeah.
I'll get you.
Yeah, it was
It
a lot
made
of work.
Pimp feel bad about himself.
Helping people is
See
a lot of
other
work.
people.
It is.
I can see why you wouldn't
it
want to do that.
No, but it's.
Pimp goes, I do. Other people losing weight, that's a me thing.
I don't recall you signing up, Wu. I mean,
I actually did sign up. I swear to God. I swear to God. Go to our Twitter DMs.
Really?
I swear to God.
Really?
I
Did you
swear to God,
actually?
I'm in there.
that's
I
awesome.
swear to God, I'm in there.
Seriously,
What
that's
team were you
so
at?
sick.
You denied me.
Well, that's there was only 500 people in it, and there was maybe 1,000 requests. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I'll do a one-on-one session with you. So what's your issue here? Let's.
Oh my god.
My issue is I feel real bad about myself right about now. DK, you sounded more manly in the past.
Oh, that's fair, man.
I have a
Going to
an audio-
Valorant will do that for you.
I have an
to be
audio
honest.
processor and it can boost your bass. That shit is boosted.
Can you help me out? Can we do anything here?
Well, I can't do anything for you. I can only do it for me, I think. So if I do...
Expected.
This one is kind of fun. You can do a flight attendant kind of thing.
Hello? Okay,
No,
just for you.
just
That's
for
fine,
me.
yeah. Could swap headphones, of course, but not.
It sucks as well.
How long is the extended break?
Hey guys, got a new microphone. Is it good or is it bad? Keyboard is very loud.
You know what always tilted me? War Owl had a keyboard with MX Blues in them, which is the
Oh
clicky
my god,
ones.
those are loud as fuck.
Yes, and I could always
nice.
hear his keyboard in the back of all his videos, and it always triggered me because I'm like, what type of a fucking YouTuber doesn't get quiet keys?
Get those brown switches,
But
bro.
maybe it was a thing. Maybe it was for like,
To be honest, the first time
Engagement.
I got a mechanical keyboard, blue was kind of cool because it's like, oh my
Blue
god,
was fucking cool.
and then after about half a year, I was like, fuck's sake, I gotta get a different.
Now imagine
switches.
having 5 Counter-Strike players sitting next to each other at a boot camp, all with blue
Oh
keys.
my god,
Because that happened.
dude! I qualified to like an ESWC Masters of Paris in 2007, 8, whatever, and I brought my open ear headphones because when you're playing 1v1, I felt like it's fine, whatever. Sounds obviously very important in Quake and Duel. But the problem is that the way they did the setups, like in the qualifiers, like all the group stages,
when were you doing? Sorry, this is like what year?
like 2007 or something.
Okay.
2000.
Oh, it's not a joke.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
asking.
2008.
Not a joke.
I'm just asking. I'm
Yeah,
just asking for,
ESWC Masters of
question.
Athens or whatever it's called. It's a really cool name. Anyway,
I'm just trying to picture what, like,
Is
if you
there-
said
Yeah, yeah,
2024, I went to one. Then
Is
I'm
there a
picturing
story
it.
here?
yeah, it's in
then, or-
Paris.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I went to play in the group stage, and I was sat like right at the edge where all the Quake players were sat, and right at that edge was like just all the fucking Counter-Strike players.
Okay.
So I couldn't hear fucking anything. I could not hear anything with this open ear headset because Counter-Strike players are loud as fuck.
Oh.
Yeah.
Was Apex there?
I don't know actually. I guess he probably would have been playing. Maybe it's possible. Yeah,
See,
I think that was 1.6 though.
Yeah, it was
Spawn
1.6.
was there.
Spawn was there.
Spawn actually collapsed for some reason. I saw him get. It's like the first time I'd seen him.
Like
He's getting
physically
carried.
collapsed.
Yeah. He's like
Yeah.
passed out or something. I don't know if it's
That's
like.
really funny.
Yeah, and that was the first time I saw him. I was just like seeing Spawn getting carried on a stretcher. I'm like,
Guys,
what's
one of my
going on?
funniest stories is when Spawn.
I know, I just remembered.
Was
It's
being carried out.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird, isn't it? It's kind of random. But yeah, it's interesting.
Dan, how do you get into casting?
What's that?
How do you get into casting?
There's
No, I want to know
there's a couple- there's
because
a-
like I just in order to get into casting, you have to think I'm better and I can do this better.
That's so funny that you say that because that is kind of what happened.
Yeah,
kind
and I
of.
struggled. You're such a nice persona that I just need to hear you talk about this time. You had such a huge ego. You're like, yes, I'm so much fucking better than these kids.
Oh, hey, wait, I want to know who was your inspiration then?
To cast?
No,
What?
as in who was so bad that you thought,
Oh. I really want to, but that was true though because I was a player and I was like, okay, these guys don't know shit. Like that's often like that's like what all these guys are probably think about us. It's like these guys don't know shit. And then I thought to myself, well, I can either complain about this or I can give it a go.
Oh.
But then I ended up making content, and then I got asked by Faceit because I knew the best Italian player, Sturmy,
Okay.
in Quake. And we had a relationship, and they were like, "This guy knows what he's
What
talking
kind of
about." Quake.
relationship?
Like we're like brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't like the
spoken
implication of the
forever,
question.
actually.
That's the implication of the question.
I need to understand the relationship so I can understand the value the relationship held to Dan in his career.
So-
as a
Oh, you'll see if I'm a nepo
So
hire.
by the time you got hired,
Mm-hmm.
had you already like lost all of the knowledge you had as a pro? Is this like a year?
No.
later?
Part of the reason they hired me is because I was making YouTube videos,
Yeah.
like analytical videos, breaking down pro play,
Yeah.
and how to get good. And so
They
so
hired
like,
you
they-
for
so they
Quake?
watched some of my videos and they're like, oh, we know he's a really good player, but he actually can communicate some shit at the same time.
Nice.
But there are videos. The very first broadcast I did, you can't find that, but maybe like the third or fourth one is up there, and it looks really bad.
Yeah.
It looks really bad. If anyone's
Will you pull that
interested, you can go to like the Faceit VODs, and you can find the Quake Sunday Cup. It's, I don't know, one of the super early ones.
You can pull that up.
And,
Did you
and
watch it?
I'm wearing a jacket that's about like 7 times too big for me, and It's
Jamie,
bad.
pull that up.
Pull up one.
Jamie, pull that up.
Pull what up?
Him casting, his first casting.
Yeah.
I can't pull that
I
up.
don't want to watch the analyst.
But
That's
I do
between
take
you
pride
guys.
from it though, because I
neither.
did sound like shit because my voice was like very nasally, it's like very up here, so I had to completely retrain how I use my voice over time.
Yeah, I listened back to my old YouTube videos. It is.
The one 6 months ago?
My old YouTube videos, I mean all of them. No, like my first few YouTube videos, they're so bad.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I got traction on
Yeah,
like one of my
he's
early
not lying,
videos.
yeah.
I got traction on some of my early videos.
Yeah.
I don't know how. If 1,000 people watch this video, I look
I think
down on all
personally,
of you. You guys are all.
I think YouTube is random as fuck.
What do you mean?
It's random as fuck.
It's not.
It's actually, I think it's opposite. Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
During COVID, I posted streaming game highlights, and they would all get between 150 and 200K.
Here we
From
go.
one day to another, same editor, same highlights, same type of content. It went from 150K to 70K to 20K to 5K
So
within
it
the
just-
span of a month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's.
Why?
This is like a pro CS player. This is like a CS player that just wins a bunch of games, but never is like, why am I winning? And then he starts losing, and he goes.
Well, I
It's
thought
the
I
game.
thought I never won. I thought I was just lucky.
With highlights, though, actually, I think it's a complicated formula.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
With highlights,
Very
it's very
complicated.
well. It's to the point where like I don't even think you can necessarily have a formula for that.
Okay.
Because it's partly like the clips have to be good, plus you have to have the right, like you have to have good editing, the right timing, the right intro, all this stuff, and then you also it's like based on your personality. It's like how are you in the scene? How relevant are you? Who's like talking about you and getting so it's like with highlights it's really.
Yeah.
I can see it's really like actually kind
Yeah,
of
dude, I read 2 books on YouTube.
Yeah?
And my channel still is fucking horrendous. It just-
But I
So
think
it is random as fuck.
If
you know?
you make content for YouTube, it is all skill.
it is all skill.
Really?
You watch a small YouTuber, there is a 99% chance someone with more views is making better videos if it's in the same niche.
Yeah. It is like the deeper you dive into it, the more respect that you have for how actually very, very fucking hard it is.
Okay.
You have to be very smart and very creative, and you have to really understand how to use the numbers to your advantage. And the construction of a good video takes an enormous amount of creativity because you're competing against it's so competitive.
Yeah.
Actually, YouTube is I think it's like the largest growing or the most amount of new businesses is YouTube.
Sure.
Currently, so it's like the most competitive space you could possibly enter right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like, 60% of kids at some point were saying they want to be a social media influencer when they grow up
Yeah.
in the US, something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What about Canada?
It's crazy.
I don't know. This is like 5 years old. I've been saying the same thing for like 5 years. So it's got to be like 90%.
Okay.
Like every kid wants to be a social media influencer.
Yeah.
That's true. It's not that great, I'll tell you.
It's pretty fucking awesome, man.
Nah.
Well,
Not that part.
The problem is if you're like one of those guys that's like really talented and you can just like put out a video and it's like, I don't even know how I do this. Everyone watches because I'm funny. Then you're good to go. That's easy.
Sure.
If
So
you're
like,
like
an I show, what is it called? I show
I
speed
show
kind
speed.
of?
Yeah, the guy. I remember watching him light firecrackers in his home bedroom. Unbelievable.
Great scenes, great scenes.
If you're this guy, where like I'm sure he puts in lots of work, but like he's just got like clearly got talent at being entertaining and kind of knowing what's going to be entertaining, then it's easy. Then it's chill.
Yeah.
That's fun. But when you're like, I'm not very entertaining, but actually if you put like this clip here and you like talk for exactly 3.7 seconds, that's not fun. That's not fun. That's one video every 6 months.
He's speaking from experience right there.
Yeah. No, I watch
It's-
Elma
it's-
Putty's
it's tough.
videos. I watch Elma Putty's videos and I'm like, fuck this guy.
What is Elma Putty?
He made like professional breakdowns.
Breakdance.
Breakdowns.
Breakdowns.
Yes.
Okay. Oh.
They were like not super in depth, but they were, he gave information, but
Okay.
they didn't have great editing. The thing is, he just had the perfect flow. The
We
flow
spoke
of
about
his
that yesterday,
videos was so
yeah,
key.
yeah.
It's just-
Okay.
It's like, and it's like this guy probably just sat down. And he's like, I'm gonna make a video, and then he just made it in 30 seconds, and he was like, that's a sick video, release, and it's like,
Okay.
It's funny because I remember it was either him or somebody else, but I think it might have been him. I made a video because I used to do these breakdowns like in 2013, 14. I was really early with it on YouTube, and like later on when I was doing it, I saw someone who copied the exact same round as mine and did an exact same breakdown of it. And I
Just
think
better,
it might have been
just
him.
better,
And I was
yeah.
like, oh, yeah, he's put more work into it. And I was like, fair enough. It's like, all right. But yeah,
That's unfortunate.
maybe if I stuck with it.
Emma Party.
Nice.
Party.
But it's interesting because when I used to do that, my channel got like 20K subscribers in like within a year, like really, really quickly.
Yeah.
When I was doing CS breakdowns in the early days, because no one was doing it back then.
Yeah, that's how I found any success. Yeah.
You know what changed a lot? A follower doesn't mean shit anymore. On social media. Like a follow on TikTok is worth nothing.
Oh, yeah.
A follow on Instagram is worth nothing.
So
And I sense the same for YouTube. A subscriber on YouTube not really worth a lot anymore because all the videos will be exposed to random people anyway and not your followers.
yeah, it literally it does mean nothing. So the biggest metric on YouTube right now that I'm aware of is what you really need. You need a viewer to watch your video, and then after they're done your video, they click on another video.
Yeah.
And that on YouTube is like, oh, that's someone that likes your content. Now we're gonna give them all your shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
if you need 2 good videos, and then you can pop off.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I actually heard an interview with someone behind TikTok, like someone working for TikTok, and no, maybe it wasn't. It was someone talking about like, what's the best way to get people the most invested in your platform? And the answer is make them someone that is an influencer on your platform. So you need to make it as easy as possible for them to make content and get followers, which is TikTok.
Sure.
So, like, if you make videos on TikTok, you have to be on TikTok. You're on TikTok all day. It's your job.
Yeah.
So, the easier you make that, the bigger your platform is going to be.
That's a good shout. That's a good shout.
Yep.
It's funny how that changes though. It's the same with Twitter. Like followers used to mean something. Like if you had 20K followers or 100K follower, you would almost be guaranteed that they'd be exposed to your content. That's not like how it is anymore. Like all pages are now discovery pages, right?
Yeah. But you also have to have. So obviously, you have to have frequent content, but you also, but like if you really want to like monetize, and sell against brands and stuff, like if you want like, companies to come in and like, do an activation with you or whatever, then you need to have like frequent content that actually gets views. Because there's a lot of people that manage to accrue a lot of subscribers or followers, but they don't actually get a good conversion in terms of that against the views. And a lot of that has to do also with the optimization of like the average viewer duration, average watch time, and all these different things, and you can get so nerdy about optimizing those.
I got a guy goes, I don't know.
Jonathan,
what
who are we
the
getting
words
then?
I
We
just
need
said were.
someone else then. Where's Anders?
Good luck.
I don't think Anders wants to be here, so please get Anders. Yeah.
Ask Anders. Ask him if we're in a simulation,
Ah, fuck that.
and everyone that we see is just a projection of our subconscious.
And
It's
he's
so
out.
funny because I asked him if The Matrix was his favorite movie. I feel like that really fits Sanders. He just did. He
That
dodged
would have
it.
made sense, yeah.
He dodged it
That would've made
totally.
sense, yeah. Maybe because he knew.
Yeah.
Maybe because he knew. I think the game ends here then. I
Yeah, it's quite
think
possible.
that kill decides the game. Right there. That kill decides the game.
Is it flames to you or flames?
See, the fun thing is, I think when he broke through, we all called him Flames. Then he messaged one of us saying he would like it to be Flame C. And then people started calling him Flame C because obviously we respect the player when he does that. And then I think he reverted and was like, nah, I don't care anyway.
Fuck,
And at
dude.
that point, who gives a fuck? Like,
Dude, you know who the worst for this was? It was Zipex. It was so annoying because I think it was Anders that started. He said he called him like Zipnex because of the 9, and people was like, it makes sense. But and then it just like kept going. But a lot of us were like, but is it though? And then one day, like we all started like asking Zipex, is it Zipnex or like how do you say your name? And then he would just not answer.
okay.
He started to troll us.
Yeah.
He wouldn't tell us. And then eventually, so we just kept doing it. And then eventually he says in an interview, oh, it's Zipex.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, thank God. It's like being settled. But then none of the other casters wanted to change how they called him.
Yeah.
And so no one could agree. And it was really irritating. It's really irritating. Why can't we just all do the same thing?
It's true. Honestly,
It's like their brand.
yeah,
It's-
true.
it's their-
but
it's their
but
brand.
players caring about fuck that. Choose a different
true.
name and or shut up.
That's true.
Yeah, it works. Ooh, Honestly, best rifle on the server. Ooh, Kixon, best in-game lead on the server.
What do you think of Kicksan?
He's good. He's good. Oh, he's good. I don't know. Surely not Cyber. Surely not Cyber. Surely not. I think Kixon is great. I think Kixon is right now establishing himself as a guy we have to talk about as being very legit. Because the big task for him is now you got the tools in your toolbox and Nico and Modesty, and obviously you got to make it work. And so
Yeah.
far, yes. And some probably wouldn't be cut for that. Some games would be overthrown. Snacks, great example. A lot of people who hate me and Maui for our Snacks critique don't understand the fact that we've actually stood behind G2 at plenty of tournaments, and we've heard how Nico took over the calling of G2, how Snacks didn't even feel like he was the voice of the team at any point in those games.
Yeah, that's
When
bad.
that happens, like,
It's
of
over.
course you lose your integrity. Yeah, at that point it's like, okay, you're not that guy. I don't sense that with Kixon. I sense Kixon is still he's still the voice, and obviously Nico has a lot to say, etc. But he's establishing himself as a guy you have to respect and listen to, basically.
Yeah, and I think if you look at any of the big in-game leaders, like any of the greatest ones, just the personality includes like the natural leadership and like kind of the authoritative, like the authority that comes with that. And if you like you say, if that's like waning in some way, that's a huge problem. That's a huge problem. Oh,
That's a massive round. That's a massive round. Well, maybe the game is not over. Maybe it goes all 5. Maybe it goes all 5. Showing up is half the battle.
it would be sick if it does go all 5. Like just the rivalry building that we have at the moment with these two teams.
Also
is
with Nuke
epic.
being the 5th again, same map as last time.
That is actually really cool.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind.
What do you think? Like in your view, what are the best maps in Pro CS?
I think Nuke. Nuke and Mirage are it's so personal bias, right? I think Mirage is so cool because I feel every player can express themselves. Like no player joins Mirage and feels like I cannot express myself unless the game goes in a certain way.
Yeah.
They all have an opportunity to do something.
I totally agree. Yeah.
I think Nuke, for the fact that a lot of Nuke is about having a brain, understanding rotations, communications, you name it.
Yeah.
So it requires a different skill set than Mirage. So because they are a counter product of each other, I like that. So those two are probably my favorite. And then the Overpass used to be my 3rd. That's gone. So that sucks.
Yeah.
Old train, goated, new train. Yeah.
Overpass is a really sick map.
Overpass was sick.
Overpass has like interesting challenges from a utility perspective where like, the Astralis figured it out where you can play a style where the T's can never have enough util to clear everything safely.
Sure.
So they have to, it's like part of the map is that they have to gamble in a way that that dynamic doesn't exist on like other maps. And I kind of like that differentiation strategically with the different maps.
That's
and that's
the thing,
part of what makes them good maps.
It offers something
for
else.
CS. Yeah. I do like your point about the Mirage as well, because the CT side is usually very limiting on a lot of maps, and this map you have a whole lot of options.
You do. Even there's a guy making fun of it in the chat, right? As a B anchor on Mirage, obviously not the most fun position, but you can express yourself. There's many ways of being aggressive, many ways of pushing in towards B apps.
Yeah.
Many nade combinations, many ways of hiding on the side, etc., etc. It's really not that complicated.
Yeah.
Imagine B on Vertigo. Like at that point, you just fuck no matter what you do.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't like the map at all. It felt way too one-dimensional in that respect. Yeah. So long as players or a team can, because there's always going to be like some kind of like if you imagine like the stats going up and down of like the amount of skill expression, as long as the total amount of skill expression is still possible and you're not just like dampening everything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So long as that's there, I don't care like what it comes from, whether it's team play or strategy or aim.
Sure. For Vitality.
The only map that I really like, which I think maybe has some issues with that, is Dust 2.
Yeah.
Because the CT side, you can't do shit.
No.
If your economy sucks,
Yeah.
especially with the new economy.
It's better with the whole
MS12.
like being able to push in towards lower dark, like the way they change middle.
Yeah, that's true.
On the
That's
CT
true.
side, that helps a bit, but
Yeah.
Beyond Dust 2 is like you push dark, you hope no one is in there. You push dark, someone is in there, you're dead. It's like sort of like B Vertigo. I agree.
Sometimes, this is something I think that was older esports, and I think CS keeps this, where it's slow moving in terms of the maps don't change very often. It gives players like a whole lot of time to like really master a map. And sometimes even if a map is kind of boring, just the fact that the teams have mastered it so deeply, I feel like makes it interesting anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's a lot of people saying that, there's a lot of people saying we should change the map pool once every 3 months or 4 months, or we should change 2 maps once every 6 months. That's way too much. Like I think people at home who haven't played on a pro team do not know how long it takes to master a map, and for a new team coming together, there's a reason why we have different map pools, different teams are good on different maps, etc., etc. It takes such a long time to like, master it, and if you change one map every 3 months, you're gonna have the quality of Counter-Strike will just be significantly worse. Like simple as it is. I am, however, open to the idea that if we know that one map is being replaced by a new map once every 12 months, and we know that's going to happen, you know, in the off season during, let's say, the winter break or whatever. I wouldn't mind that, you know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind the consistency of that, but let's not fuck with the quality of Counter-Strike just because you want to see changes all the time.
Yeah, because people also have to bear in mind like the travel time that teams have. Like they don't get a lot of time to get in the lab and scrim and stuff. So
that's true.
And you're right. It would suck if like if teams, because you want to have time to know everything already. Like you know everything, all of your strats and tactics for the most part is like fleshed out.
Yeah.
And then you get to that point of a player where you can like just really focus on just playing without having to think about. Because as you say, there's so much. And I do think people don't appreciate it, especially in CS, because it's hard to see the details in CS.
Yeah.
Like if you watch the game of Valorant, for example, it's much more obvious, all of the different strategic and tactical choices, because the util is so strong and it's all unique and all this kind of stuff. But in this game, it's much more subtle.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
But if they go back to A,
I'm starting to get invested in this game now.
Yeah. now Anderson here. It's true.
Not gonna let them get
It's like if Falcons get off, like obviously always off to a good start now, but if they maintain, if they get to like 6-1, 7-1, you know, we're heading to fifth. I low-key want to see that.
Yeah, me too.
And now Flames is gonna go out and die, but Robs is unaccounted for. Oh, no, never mind that. That's so good. Sick.
I do have a question for you actually. I think it's probably fine, but what's your take on best of 3 against best of 5? Because there's definitely discussion there. Obviously, not every tournament does best of 5. Best of 1 is different to best of 3, and best of 3 is different to best of 5. Like in terms of how teams might practice and everything else.
I think with MR12, best of 5 grand finals are fine. You know, I think they have their legit place now. I think with MR15, when the games were already taking forever, I thought personally best of 5s were.
Yeah.
It was okay occasionally. Like if you said that the majors were best of 5 finals, or if you said that the major Cologne and Katowice were best of 5 finals, that'd be fine by me. But people started to bring it in more and more, and I think a best of 5 final at a lower tier tournament just felt like that's a way of milking more airtime. You know, didn't add anything to the game. Nowadays, I understand. Nowadays, I think finals have to be best of 5s because MR12 makes the games slightly shorter, which is a good thing overall.
Yeah, I agree.
But for finals, we want a little more, so I think that's cool. Now I'm toying with the idea, would it ever make sense to have a best of 7 final? And obviously it wouldn't, because then your map pool would be exposed and you have to have 2 maps from 2 teams they never play, and it wouldn't change anything anyway. So I don't know. I think best of 5 is a great middle ground, but I hate the fact that every final is best of 5 now. Like there's no difference. So it doesn't feel special when the major, well, the major apparently still is a best of 3 final. We don't know if that's going to change, but maybe that's a good thing, just so there's something different. But you know, this event doesn't feel different to Cologne. Cologne doesn't feel different to CCTV best of 5.
Yeah.
You know, I want some disparity between those two.
It definitely makes it a lot harder for the underdog to win.
True, that's true.
Which, I mean, again, it's like the MR12 thing. It's like a competitive integrity type of question. Like you're trying to find out the best CS team at the end of the day. Yeah. The more rounds there are, the more likely it is the better team will win.
Skill, you know, that's what I hate about people complaining about MR12 or pistol rounds in Counter-Strike. It's a skill to be there when it matters, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, sure, you got off to a bad start, but maybe your option or maybe your solution to that is not getting off to a bad start. Like maybe you should be better at being there from the get-go. Maybe that's a skill you can train. Maybe
and bad starts are a skill you can dealing with a bad start, like losing well, for example.
Or lack of good game plan coming into the game, you know. Most people don't realize that the first 3 or 4 rounds in Counter-Strike games are scripted from the coaches or analysts coming into the game. So maybe your game plan sucked if you have a consistent issue with getting off to a good start, you know?
Yeah,
which is a skill.
And also the other thing too is like the mental aspects as well is a really important skill also. Like because a lot of teams aren't necessarily good in that capacity. Sometimes you'll bring in a new player, and the inexperience there is that's a skill deficit in that particular case, and so. And I do like that. I think that's I really like the points you're bringing up there. I think it's really the right way to talk about it. Yeah.
I think a lot of people's complaints right now is the economy, right? And I do agree that that probably could be optimized. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's as bad as people make it, but it probably could be better, you know? And why not make it better if it can be? But fuck me, MR12 is the best thing that happened to Counter-Strike in a long time.
Dude, I'd casted so much Counter-Strike. I mean, I had the perspective of like being in so many like long games, like a best of 3. You're casting it could take like 5 hours. And oh my god! And a lot of the time there were many games where I'm like, this didn't need to be a best of Yeah, like sorry, this needs to be MR15. So
exactly. It also it does make per default every round more important. You know, which I think from an entertainment perspective, way nicer. Like in all honesty, you know, sometimes when I'd watch Counter-Strike at tournaments that didn't work, I wouldn't tune in before second half. I wouldn't tune in before I saw the scoreline was, let's say 10-10 or something, because I knew that from 10-10 there's potentially still 20 minutes, you know, left of the game. Whereas now I want to see the game from the start to finish because I want to see the story unfold because every round is more important.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Nice. This is a full Glock round, by the way.
Glocks.
No way, bro. No way. They can lose this.
Modesty has suddenly put 2 M4s in the hands of Falcons.
We're talking no armor on this.
We're talking nothing on this. They limp into this round with Glocks. Modesty lets us know, alludes to the success he's going to find. And
little poker reference from Squall.
Please don't, man.
Double market retake. Matches making the best of the M4. Now they've got to come in from one direction. This is the round that they had no business
They're not going for it.
Oh no.
And of all the rounds we've witnessed,
Well, we talked about losing well.
Yeah.
This is the thing I hate actually about when people give up in game. Whereas like, you know, if I see Vitality lose a round to Glocks, you can fucking try when you're down. you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
That's fair.
It's like people forget that like there are humans on the other end, and no one's infallible, and so there's always a chance. There's always an opportunity. It's only when you stop looking for the opportunity that there won't be one.
Yeah. That hurts, man. It's a Glock round. Monty gets 2 kills. Bro.
Glocks.
Yeah. You can understand the frustration.
Because the guy on Get Right is using his whole mag.
That's actually a fact. So many times in CSGO, I would sleep in an extra hour because I knew I wasn't missing anything in the world. That was the issue with Best of 5 finals as well for me. Like, I would obviously, if it was a great final, Cologne final, you name it, you'd watch all 5 maps because, again, you are a diehard fan of the game. But there would be games where, like, ideally, I would like to watch the entire game, but I would tune in when the score was 1-1. Because I'd still have like 3 or 4 hours left of watching, and I didn't have to spend 6 or 7 hours, you know, watching a game of Counter-Strike.
Totally.
It's good. Trust me, it's good. It's good. It's good. MR12 is the greatest thing happening to Counter-Strike the past couple of years. Hands down.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on that one.
Plays the window pillar.
Hands down. Yep. Oof, dude.
So much
losing a
better for
Glock
broadcast
round,
too.
and then if you lose this one as well. Oh, it's so good. You know what is a fun experiment? What if you could wake up one day, just one day, for 24 hours, you had the skills of Cyber? Would you just play Counter-Strike 24 hours non-stop?
I guess. I mean, you say skills. I was like, I don't know what else he's good at. But
fair. His Counter-Strike skills.
Yeah. That'd be really cool. That'd be really cool.
Imagine waking up one day and you just play like him for 24 hours, guaranteed. You know? Must be nice. Oh, what are they doing?
You know what's funny though is that when you trial players for a team, that's what that is.
That's true.
Yeah, you know what I mean? They play like so sick and the best attitude in the world. Then you sign them.
And now all of a sudden it's him versus Kickstand in the clutch. That offer is meant to be holding the angle.
Took a few fast steps.
Dude, Rob's able to close this gap. And what? Oh, he thinks he's walking around. What did Robs think was happening?
What the hell?
Dude, no clue actually.
I do not know.
No. This is not looking good for Vitality.
About that one.
I like how you know what happened right there? They wanted to make the apps play once more, where they pushed 2 players inside apps, and then they wanted to obviously die one of them, and then trade if possible, but I don't like when teams do the same play within like 2 or 3 rounds of the same disparity, because often there's like a reaction from the opponent, and then
This game's got some weird rounds.
it's not going to play out the same way it just did.
Yeah, it was a primed. Oh, that is that a deagle or an op?
That's a deagle. Well, in Cyber's hands, could be both.
Go to the next rounds like it never happened. Nothing ever even happened. It's like a dink. He's like, eventually I'm going to get these kills.
How can you be a Counter-Strike fan and want fewer rounds, worse yet fewer of the best and most impactful, most demanding rounds that comes at the end of a half? I mean, same logic if you're an NFL fan. Why don't we make a 5th quarter? Another quarter, or whatever the fuck they play. You get more game time, right? 5th quarters. Let's get it. That's not really an argument, you know. More is not always better.
However, the rest of the squad
Yeah, there's other factors. Other factors you gotta consider.
You know
There's trade-offs.
Yeah, the quality of counters, the quality of best of 5 grand finals are also better now. Like the Melbourne final was great, you know, and the quality on all maps were great. Obviously, Nuke went into a shit show, but up until that point, the quality was good. Whereas we have seen before in time, best of 5 grand finals, you get into a 4th and 5th map, everyone just starts fucking around because you cannot focus.
In CSGO was not good.
No,
it generally was not good.
No. Openings, multis, scout shots, op shots.
No. We've been going for 4 hours already. Holy moly, time flies by.
You know what's interesting too? Like from a broadcast point of view, with best of 5, you don't have to have like all this like filler shit necessarily before as well.
True.
Because TOs are always like trying to feel like, okay, do we do like a talent show match, like do some kind of like thing that, to entertain the people in the arena.
That's true. Nah, it's perfect now. It actually fixed a massive issue. Show matches. Show matches are cool if they're cool. Like the one we did at Melbourne, the caches with Henry and Chat, that's fun. You know, it has a theme, it has a concept.
Yeah.
But just doing a show match for the sake of doing a show match, kill me.
It's fun. I always found them fun to play in because you get to play a bit of CS on stage. That's kind of fun.
That's true. What aboutism? Yeah, true. Well, give me Icefire. That's fair. You're engaged in this conversation. I like. Give me your best argument as to why you think we should have more rounds necessarily. Why that is per default a good thing. Maybe you have a take. Maybe you have something I haven't thought about.
Yeah, that was so awkward, and I think that
because I do feel like there is enough time to recover
easily.
If you're a good team, there's enough time. I mean, we've seen that. We've seen it already this tournament multiple times. But obviously with MR 15 or even just more rounds, there's just more layers of that. And I also find interestingly from a storytelling perspective. When there's too many rounds, like when you get into overtimes, everything that happened in regulation, like you just don't talk about that. Like I forget that instantly. Do you know what I mean? But if it ends like 13-10 or something, you like there's all the stories in the rounds that you can kind of go to, and they feel more impactful because you didn't get the flip flop.
That's true.
As many opportunities for that.
I think I have a great idea. I voiced it maybe a year and a half ago. I think overtime should be altered as well. I think it should, first overtime should be MR3, second overtime should be MR2, third overtime from that moment onwards, MR1. So you keep intensifying it.
Yeah,
so
I think that's fair.
And my argument is that if you played 36 rounds of Counter-Strike and you're still even, if you're at 18-18 and you still haven't found a winner, at that point more rounds doesn't necessarily make it the more correct winner. At that point you just need the pressure to be applied and see who can withstand the pressure.
Yeah.
If you're 18-18, you were equally good, So let's find out who's gonna win.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Makes it more fun.
Yeah, it'll be cool to try.
The last 3 rounds of each half were the best by far. They were the deepest in the strat book and took the most mid-round skill and mid-game adaptation. Not always, dude. I'd also say in MR15 games, and you hear the players say that all the time, you run out of your strats. Like you run out of your strat book. You go into overtime, and in overtime you throw everything out of the window, and you just run different variations of the strats you already used. So, with all due respect, you're not right about that. That's not necessarily the thing. Could an MR15 game that went into overtime be super entertaining, super nice? Of course. Just like an MR12 game could be the same thing. I don't think that is an argument as to having more.
Yeah, that is so true. That in OTs there tends to be like more puggy type rounds because players also like when you're playing and you run something, it could go well, but it could also not go well. And so like once you've tested it like that, it gets weird. And that would always make OT games, like I remember casting so many where you're looking at the teams and it gets weird. So it actually introduces more variance in that respect.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Oh, look who's back
back to work.
2 hours of taking a shit. How's the toilet doing out there? Does it work, or did you fucking destroy it?
Listen, we have 3. We can spare one of them.
There's also a 4th one, actually.
Yeah, there we go.
That is
easy.
That is for you, Anders, the 4th one.
I did ask for my own golden toilet. I said I need that to do my best work.
Oh, I want to expose myself. I have a question, Anders. You know how hard parking can be in Denmark? Like finding parking spots?
Yeah.
You know, if you had that golden ticket, you know what I'm talking about? The golden ticket where you can park pretty much anywhere if you are limited.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Go on, yeah.
I for a second, and I didn't do it because I'm a good human being, but I for a second thought, you think my eyesight qualifies as being...
It could.
Yeah?
Or at least you could get away with it, for sure. Like, you could just say, like, listen, you know, just yeah.
Yeah. I didn't do it because I feel like it would be a bad thing to do because I don't need it, but fuck me, it would be nice.
I agree. I feel like, though, whenever you make this
You know
kind
what
of...
we're talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I feel like the issue is whenever you make
then.
like when you make a choice like that, you always, you know, you're always in a position where it's like you can't really explain exactly why. Like you said, it's like you're just to be like a reasonable person, you don't do it. But like at the end of the day, the world is filled with like a ton of unreasonable people who don't totally. So it's like, you know, you're like, it's like, are you really? I get it. I appreciate it though. But yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I don't even drive anywhere near Copenhagen, so I don't care about any of the parking stuff. Okay. Like I just try and stay far away from it. So you know, for me,
parking is a nightmare. Like everywhere. I guess.
Driving in Copenhagen in general is not. This is a terrible idea.
I went for a bike ride today, and I swear to God, I was almost involved in 3 different crashes with a car. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, no, it's not good. You know.
No.
Just don't do it.
Don't do it. Fifth map, I'll come back. We're heading to a fifth, bro.
Let's go.
Vitality lost the Glock round. They lost their soul. They lost their heart. It's over.
Somebody's mad that there wasn't a show match. You know what? I hate show matches a lot, but I wish I could be part of one now because I've been playing so much Counter-Strike in the last 2 months. Like more, I think I've been playing more Counter-Strike in the last 2 months than I have in the last 2 years.
We just spoke about how much we hate show matches.
Yeah. Well, I want to play in one because I actually think I feel like
you had fucking 8 years of doing that, bro.
I know.
You missed your window.
But I had for those 8 years, I played so little Counter-Strike because I was just casting it all the time. I genuinely had almost no time to play like almost anything. I'm not going to claim that I'm good because that probably would get shut down pretty quickly. But I'm actually like so much more confident in my ability to actually aim at people. Now I'm like, damn, like I can actually do something. You
Anders want to play more show matches?
Let's go. Put me in a show match, Jacob.
That's funny. I was saying to Jacob though that it is actually fun to play in them, but yeah.
I agree. It's like a show element. They are typically not that much fun.
That was the time when you got paid to play in show matches.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I think I've won 2 out of 3 show matches against Moses.
Oh, that's good.
Is that an achievement though?
Yeah, he's like a former professional player and everything. Jesus
What could that
Christ.
be?
What's this like duct tape all
What
over
could
that?
that be?
It's a naughty drink.
A can of that size. That's theorycraft, chat. What could that be?
I don't know. Why does it look like this?
It does look
Why does it look like this?
What could this possibly
It
be?
looked like it just got like it's taken hostage.
I mean, it's
Why
duct tape all over
the
it.
size of... Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I would say this is medium. I would say.
What depends
Medium?
on who you ask.
I mean, we're not in America.
Well, no.
That would be medium in America.
What are we talking about? Medium what?
Size.
Don't
Wait, you're talking about... You're talking
I
about penises, I think.
I was Dan talking about penises.
You what?
I
You think
was
that's
trying to be-
you think that's a medium?
I was trying to be subtle. Yeah, of
You think
course.
that's a fucking medium? What do you mean?
Listen,
An elephant would hate that.
listen. You have to say that, right? You have to.
Cool. All right.
Pipe bomb on stage, them.
Now, this is better when it was just you and me. We were just talking about the game.
Honestly,
As soon as Anders gets here,
Yeah.
within 5 minutes, penis.
want to talk about penises, yeah?
Look at the
Yeah.
link
Sick.
in the chat.
This is not a
I
surprise,
want
but-
your opinion so that we can
You know,
not me. I don't want your
it's always they come up every once in a while, you know, the
Yeah.
topic of conversation. It's nothing you do about it.
Falcons have
Yeah.
9 rounds.
You have to
You know
just
what?
live with it.
That right there, that's a monster size.
Opening kill, man. They,
Monster size dick.
saw.
What happened,
I
Mohan?
think we went through it as the half went on, but
Let's
it was
go.
basically
9-3.
The thing I like about
you saw they lost a Glock round?
I didn't.
No. Well,
the thing I like
they-
about Pimp is that he's really versatile and he can work with anything. Like, start talking about dicks and he just rolls with it.
I'll find a way. I'll find a way. You think that's why they put me in charge of this shit?
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
Yeah.
how did all this happen anyway?
I have no clue.
'Cause I
Main
was like,
qualification.
I have no clue. I didn't apply for this job. I'm not gonna lie, but I got it.
Pistols this
So we need somebody out here.
Oh yeah, we missed a great opportunity. Do you like the taste of that black?
of course, asterisk.
Yeah, classic line. That is a classic line.
Wasn't that stunning?
250 on the T side, get fucked by Tesla.
It was stunning. No?
I think it was, yeah.
Animal at the moment.
do your nuts hurt when you get off a 5-hour bike round? Right. Very different.
Okay, not the nuts, but other areas of that area. Yeah.
The glutes.
Well, that too.
to suss
Yeah.
out the players on the
Yeah,
ramp.
you need
or as
your
well,
magic
playing
cream
inside
then.
of
No ride with no
good
cream.
pass. Interesting
That's the
spot.
rule.
He's really ready
If you
for
if you go on a long ride with no
What
cream,
happens
you're
when that
fucked.
bomb gets
is he?
covered in a smoke
Yeah,
because nobody's
I can
stopping
imagine.
Magis
Yep.
from running up and putting that smoke on top of it.
Exactly.
He's
Do you,
going for
what do you think
the
of those bikes that have like the each butt cheek is like moving? The
I've
seat?
seen those.
Is that like a thing?
I've
or
seen
not?
those.
ease. Falcons
I was interested. I was like, oh, new bike technology.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting.
I went to a bike shop and asked the guy about it, and he just looked at me like I'm an idiot. It's like people don't do that. People don't use that shit.
And so
It seems like a thing that like someone that doesn't know anything about bikes would be like, oh, that's sick.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. But,
I think that's the appeal, honestly. Like,
that makes sense.
What's up, Katie and Glazer?
imagine making an account.
He's one of the members of my cult.
Well, that makes sense.
He is dedicated to the job of glazing Cadian as well. By the way, it's kind of impressive.
How do you glaze Cadian now?
drop the ball.
He'll find a way.
Okay.
Um,
Cadian Glazer, give us your best shout.
For their sake,
There's a way.
There's a way. How do you do it?
There's a lot of crazy lore about him as well. Supposedly he wants.
Why does it feel like you've been in a relationship with him?
Well, it does feel like that. Slightly, at times, slightly abusive relationship. Supposedly, at one point in time, he had the opportunity to taste his stepmother's breast milk.
Excuse me?
A few different rounds going the way of Falcons that were just awkward,
How-
messy. I mean, you have that
I
round
got so
where
many questions. How do you know
walks
that?
up to the top of stairs
Well, he volunteered that information for us.
Tetris, you have the Glock round.
How do we confirm that's
You
true?
have so many 5v4s.
Why would you lie about that?
What?
Fair point. Fair point.
And also,
Okay, go on. Sorry.
and also his name is Cadian Glazer, so you already know it has to be weird, right? Like I'm just saying there's been a lot that's been going on there.
Okay.
But he does a great job. He genuinely does a fantastic job at glazing Cadian.
I would love to be a fly on the wall in your therapy sessions with your therapist to see how this comes
Yeah.
out. Okay.
Sorry for the therapist.
Yeah. That's what my stream is. I'm just saying that it's live therapy in that sense, you know. Ted is question.
Anyway.
Fucking
hell. Anders, you've been here for 5 minutes. You talked about dicks and breast milk.
Listen,
I mean, one leads to the other, I suppose.
there is. I'm not in control of where the conversation goes. I would just.
I-
You're the host, Jacob. Why are you doing this?
Fuck yeah, I don't know. I
The
want to leave too.
diffusion of responsibility. What?
I all of a sudden feel the urge of peeing again. So
It is shocking, 100%.
I'm reserving the right next to go.
you should go now.
Yeah. Okay.
You can
Can you send in someone? Someone.
send in somebody.
Just somebody. We're going all 5 maps, Anders. All 5 maps.
I'm excited. You know what's going to happen as well? Is when these two teams end up playing each other in the major grand final, people are going to be so mad it's a best of 3.
Oh yeah.
Could you imagine?
That's true.
Like 2 best of 5s, all 5 maps,
All 5 maps. both
epic
great
finals,
series. Yeah, yeah.
and then the
Well, to be
communities.
fair, this game has been shit in the sense that 3 of the maps have been very one-sided.
Sure.
13-6, 13-6, 13-3.
Yeah.
I hope Nuke is going to deliver now.
I
hope it's gonna deliver. I think it will.
Surely.
Sure.
Surely it will.
Surely.
Safe to say nobody on the analyst
Falcons
desk
are the
could see
real
this one
deal?
coming.
Of course.
I think
They are.
was the one who said that they're the most beatable.
It's so interesting. It'd be so interesting to get a sense if you talk to some of the Falcons guys later on, like when it's all history, just how hard it must have been when things just weren't going well at all, you know?
Yeah.
Like when it's just like they couldn't get the players, everyone hates them,
Sure.
and it's just there's no sympathy for anything. That's like it's all just downhill, you know?
It's true.
That's got to be so like obviously from the outside it's fun to laugh and all the rest of it, but inside the organization and the team that's got to be interesting.
Must have been fun, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Vitality want to go outside right now and take a break before the next map without having something to say on this map. Otherwise, it is
Wanna
just
see
going
what
to
a
be
master
terrible mood
class.
out there, to be honest.
Yeah, who's the
If
MVP
they
for the
are
tournament?
Going to win this.
Ooh.
If they could,
I
but not with
mean,
the way that they're playing.
Saivu or Manasi?
8, 9 rounds at least
What a
for the
surprise.
teams that they
Because somewhere out there, Nero over at HLTV is
few
going to be
months,
worried
that's,
because if
I
they
think, the bar.
find a way to pick Monacy again, people are going to be mad.
Yeah. They could.
Well,
They could. Nico's been alright.
Gotta respect
Not
these
not
Falcons
MVP level, I
pistols.
feel
That
like.
also helps for the lopsided
I don't know.
scorelines.
I don't know.
And even though they didn't convert,
I just want this
right
map to
away in
end
the
so we
first
can
half,
get
they
Nuke
got the
started.
round after.
yeah, get into it.
Yeah. That was such a sick map in Melbourne. Such a sick map.
is
Do you think like, oh, this is me like intrusive thought, and obviously I know that's not the case. But when you're down 12-3, you know you're gonna lose.
yeah.
In 99.9% of the case, you're gonna lose. Do you think there's a player in the Vitality camp right now thinking let's just lose and move on?
Let's just get it out of the way.
I bet you one of the 5 Vitality players, maybe not this particular incident, but like at some point they've had that.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck it, let's just move on. We lost. You know. Let's get to the next.
Yeah, it's probably something that it's like you think it, but you don't want it. You know?
No,
it's like, it's
and
like
you can't say it out loud, and you can't allow yourself to think it, but you do think it. Like,
or more, maybe more, you think it's more something along the lines of, if it did happen, it would be a big relief at the moment, because then we're just done with this, you know. But
when you watch an old lady fall down the stairs, okay, shit, that's not fun. But that was a bad example.
Go on.
No, but if you watch someone fall in public, and then obviously it's not fun falling in public, but it's kind of fun anyway, right?
But if they die, you're like, oh, at least they're dead. Is that where you're going with this?
No.
Oh.
No, man. Let's not.
Because I'm just gonna point out, I've never had that feeling, you know.
No, okay. Serious talk. If Cadian retires today, does he get into the Hall of Fame? No.
He kind of can't. No. I mean,
He won't. He won't. In Denmark, he's done a good job.
I actually am curious what you think about this. I think Cadian's kind of Counter-Strike can be really fun and exciting and interesting, and like I think with Heroic was probably like the best example of it. I thought from like the first second when he joined Astralis with Device, I thought there's absolutely no way these two guys are going to agree on how to play Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Like it just seems to me that if you think about the kind of Counter-Strike the Device is really good at, and then you put in Cadian's, you know, let's make a quick call and take a big risk right now kind of Counter-Strike, like for Device, all he's going to hear is, why would we do that? Like, you know, like I can't imagine that was ever going to work. But
That's true.
I haven't asked any of them about it. I just, you know, maybe it's also like a hard thing to answer for their point of view, but it just feels to me like that was always going to be an issue.
Maybe what happens, you know what I would love to happen? Maybe the team stays to, maybe they figure it out now. Maybe this iteration with Hooksy actually starts to figure the shit out. And maybe someone else buy the team out of Astralis, and they are now called, let's say, SK Gaming.
Yeah.
So they're not in this whole Astralis media, you know, you can't say anything. What if the team gets to leave Astralis and actually speak freely of what happened in Astralis while they were in Astralis for those years?
Yeah, that'd be sick.
I can't wait for that to happen.
That'd be really sick. Let's go.
Yeah.
Should we buy them? Do we think it's under an option?
I tried 2 days ago to start a movement, you know, make Astralis great again, MAGA.
Nice.
A lot of interest, a lot of people on Twitter saying they would, you know, support the cause. You know what? Worst part is, I think legit we could crowdfund a purchase of Astralis. I don't think it'll be impossible. If you actually put in the effort and you were serious about it, you could do it. You could crowdfund buying Astralis and run that organization as a crowdfunded organization. Would it be sustainable? Probably not. Would it be tough to acquire sponsorships that would make it sustainable? Probably. But the initial purchase, possible.
Probably is, yeah. Could be really
It's one of those
exciting.
things, if I won the lottery tomorrow, I'd do it.
All right.
Just to see, you know.
Just to figure it out. Okay, I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's a slow stew through connector. Tess in jungle with this double forward setup on Nico. He wants that ramp fight. Utility comes out from Palace. That opens the door for the connector push.
Vitality. See, now what happens is Vitality will win 2 or 3 more rounds, and then we have to take it seriously. Then the comeback is actually on.
Yeah.
That Glock round killed them, man.
Looking for respect.
This is one of those things that's like
as they should be.
I think from a casting perspective, like if you're a caster, like you're basically a storyteller, right?
Yeah.
So the problem is when do you begin to tell the story about the comeback? Because
that's true, yeah.
If you do it too late, you've missed out on the opportunity to really tell the best version of the story. But obviously, if you do it too early, you kind of sound like you're a bit insane.
Yeah.
You know?
That's true.
So like, Scrawny London's are obviously the best in the business at this stuff. So, but you know, if they started now and they were like, "Oh my God, the comeback is totally on," then everyone would be like, "Wow, that's that's too weird," you know. But at some point, you have to sort of like change your mind about it and say, "Okay, listen, it's now we actually can, or someone can do it." You know, there's a way back here. I always find that that's interesting to like when you just make that choice.
It is. It is. It also, like, isn't it a lot about feeling the game, you know?
Yeah.
It's like you can feel that you can be down 12-3, and a lot of the rounds would have been super exciting, super close, and you can like feel maybe something is coming. You can also have a 12-3 game where it's over.
Oh shit! Look at this.
Oh my goodness!
How we doing, co-stream? How we doing?
We good.
Mr. Philadelphia himself.
What are you
Mr.
doing?
Philadelphia. That's what they call me regularly.
That's what they say.
In Philadelphia, it's a little weird.
Who called you that?
Philadelphia, mostly.
The city.
The whole city.
Are you well known in your city?
No.
You walk in the streets and people
I
are like,
actually
oh,
did
look
get
at that guy.
recognized-
That's Daft Mike.
I did get recognized once off the sound of my voice, and it was a huge shock to me.
Yeah?
Yeah, we were watching football in a bar, and there was like one other table
Like
actually paying attention to the
soccer or
game.
football?
My kind. The tackling kind, the
So
CTE kind.
Handball. Yeah,
Handball, yeah.
Yeah, sick.
And at halftime, the one other table that was watching, a guy turns around and goes, "Hey, are you Darf Mike?" I was like, that is not the context I expected this to happen in. What's up?
That's sick.
That's great.
That's going to happen more often for you now.
Maybe 1 of 2 times I've been recognized outside the context of a Counter-Strike event.
Ooh, me and Daft Mike have beef.
What do we have
I
beef
will
for?
never forgive you, Mike.
Katie and Glazer.
Oh, what's up, Katie and Glazer?
You know?
See, he's a well-known figure.
I think Katie and Glazer has beef with everyone not named Kadian.
That's true.
I don't know who the fuck that guy is.
He's the
Well,
Glazer.
You're probably gonna have beef now.
Did you know that
His
You've
name
done
is his name is probably Casper.
Did you know he's tasted his mother's breast milk?
I did. He told me that story actually.
What the fuck?
He told you that story too. I see.
No, Anders told me that story.
Oh, in this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I gotta go. Wait, do I have to go?
Yep. Nope. No, you don't.
probably not.
Sit the fuck
I
down.
got confused about the order there.
Yeah, sit the fuck down.
We're all good.
I gotta come
He
back
could clutch,
overtime,
though.
Vitali's
He
gonna
could
win.
clutch.
Nah, Vitali's gonna
You know,
win.
I'll say this for you, Mike. At least your fans, when they recognize you, they ask, are you Daft Mike? A lot of the times, if I go somewhere, if I'm out, like in a grocery store or something, people will just shout, like from a distance.
I'm stressed, man. I don't want to miss my cue.
Calm the
You're gonna be
fuck
fine.
down.
Well, the
Chill
difference
out.
is you live in Denmark, where everyone
Yeah, but
knows what Counter-Strike
they
is.
just shout from a distance. They just shout
Are
like,
you
"Are you
kidding
kidding me?" From this, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know who they are. I don't even see them.
You drop the milk carton and then catch it again. Inhuman reactions.
It's just like some weird thing that happens in the distance, you know. It makes me paranoid, you know.
Darth Mike, you owe me $20 from 2009.
That's a lot more in like modern day money. That's like $500 in like 2025 money. With interest, Mike, like you basically owe the guy like $1,000 or something.
I'm trying to. 2009, I would have been in like 10th grade, 9th grade.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. Why do I owe you $20 from 2009?
Probably stole his lunch money or something.
Who are you?
What are you?
What?
Winning to 5th, Mike. That's kind of cool. Nuke?
I mean, it's kind of feeling like it.
Yeah.
It's kind of feeling like it. I'm not.
Are you
counting
excited?
it out
Are you
just yet.
excited? Are you excited to watch Nuke?
I'm pretty damn excited to watch Nuke. I mean, it was a banger double OT, triple OT last time?
Mm-hmm.
It was a double OT, right?
Mm-hmm.
Triple, 22, right? Yeah, okay.
The game was over, and then it wasn't over.
And then it wasn't over. It was a crazy comeback. I
Let's
mean,
go.
what's the fun in maintaining a streak if it doesn't get real weird on the way?
True.
Or they just pull it to overtime here and close, which would also be a hype storyline.
That Glock round ruined this game. You saw that Glock round.
I did. That was insane. I don't.
Glock's
I
no
was
armor.
watching it in disbelief the whole time.
Yeah?
How do you double entry B with a Glock?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I think that's the kind of round you get.
Oh, Mike,
Mate.
now you might need to go.
Yeah. Bye. Don't miss your cue.
And don't fall.
I'll take your job.
Just
Nah, Rob's
running.
gonna win. Rob's gonna win. One and yeah. Oh yeah. Nice. Oh.
What's up? I'm doing well, guys, in the chat. I appreciate it. I feel good.
Is that a kid? That's not a kid.
Yeah. Mike, come back.
And still those shots whiz by. Rob's cold as ice.
Time?
Just welcomes him in. And
They don't know.
10-second defuse to stick this.
I don't
got it,
think
you
so.
got it, you got it.
Does he?
No. Yes.
I don't think so.
Oh my.
No.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That is so close.
That is exceptionally close. That is exceptional. Mike is back now? Mike is coming back. Mike's coming back. Mike's coming back. Mike's coming back. He's getting his cardio in.
Yeah. You bring him back.
Hey man.
But the fact that he just
You know what you can do? You can You can watch the game standing. That's
I
it for,
do.
like,
I
2
did that
seconds.
for a little while, and then eventually I decided I wanted to be able to actually see if this was going to be a real comeback because it started to get real.
Now it may be a real
With the
comeback.
amount of pressure he applied to
That Glock
matches
round
in that,
still
in this
still
setup, he
ruined it.
just stopped moving, and I thought to
You know, I
myself,
played
oh,
Sonic
Nico
once in
Imagine,
1.6.
that is what wins
Did you
the
win?
round.
No. But
you
we did.
go.
We played him in an online tournament on a map called DE Survivor, which had snow. When you stepped on the snow to sound like the crinkly snow sound. A sick map.
Dark Mike ran away with your money.
From the bottom of the
When?
pool to real depths.
Things starting to get hot now.
In 2009.
Damn, we're making serious allegations.
I really just need to know what the imagined scenario is. Paint me a picture. Paint me a word picture.
Yeah, we do need like some more details on this stuff.
Look, we all had our hooligan phase, but apparently mine was stealing $20 from Teacup Strem.
How many times does Mike get blue balled?
You know, it's all
On a
about
daily
edging
basis?
sometimes.
Edging is
If you edge like this, the release is all the sweeter.
13, pristine scoreline.
Yeah.
facts.
Alive and well.
As a merchant of Skybox Edge, I do my best to promote it at all times. Really.
You're an edger and a soaker, Anders.
Yeah.
We don't want to go that on road.
Oh, we do. We do. Trust
Yeah?
me. Yeah, we do.
Have you been there already with Anders?
I have not been there, no. But
Do you know what
Katie and
soaking
Glazer,
is?
Katie and Glazer have been there, I think.
Oh, he definitely has.
Yeah.
Modesty reminds me of Prime Cadian.
Execute's looking good.
You.
They both have held an op
Yeah,
before.
that's a disgusting comment.
They have both opted before.
That's disgusting. Oh, would you look at that? Monacy has no clue. Oh, he has a clue, actually.
Did I play him in the Slap Liga days? I think it was before then.
You need to be ready, Mike. You ready?
I am ready.
Yeah, you ready?
That's a fine spot to be in.
I think it was
As
before
soon as they
Slap.
tap the defuse, I'll start sprinting.
Okay. They won't. They'll
I'll
never
go
get
over
close.
the back this time.
You should jump. This is the flash. Messi doesn't fall for that
I'm
shit.
not feeling it.
Messi doesn't fall for
They're
that
not
shit.
retaking this
I'm
one.
not
Saibu
feeling
is
it.
washed, bro.
That is not happening.
I'm not seeing any motion.
Shot Messi. Messi.
I'm seeing a save.
I mean, this is on now, guys. This is on.
Did Anders get scammed by his bank here? Why is my bank scamming me? I mean, they obviously are in some way, but
Hey, it's me, your bank.
You're tempted to fall back.
Give me money.
Doesn't find it one opportunity
They
to
do-
get in.
they do try to do that a lot, you
Misses
know.
an op shot. He's now got teammates. It doesn't have to just be him in this game. They survive a huge battle at the top of mid. Kickstand dying in the smoke. That
How
How
much-
much would I have to donate for Pimp to chug a beer from Map 5?
But now we're talking about a 3-round
Honestly,
game.
not a lot.
To my PayPal,
Now there's a real chance for double
that's paypal.me/DarfMike. I
$20
believe.
to pay
20
that guy
bucks, and
back.
I'll go find him a beer.
Here to start
Actually, the only
playing
beer I know
well,
of
and
is a
they-
0.0.
Please find me a beer.
I can find you a 0.0% one.
No.
I know where they are.
Trust me, someone
got
is
some.
hiding. Someone is hiding something somewhere.
Well.
It's final day.
Few people that switched off the
You do
street
that for me,
come
Mike?
back for the next map.
I'll be nice to
There
you.
is a way, 100%.
I'll see what I can do.
I'll be nice to you. I know I haven't been nice. You know,
You're usually pretty nice to
I'm
me.
pretty nice. I'm always nice.
I feel like you get all your ire out on Connor most of the time.
Yeah, I do. It's fun.
Yes,
I'm a nice
this is
guy,
crazy
you know.
place to sneak into.
12-9, guys. This
Just
is
a real sweetheart. One D kill, I got a little excited.
I mean, 12-10? Oh. That would also be a sick way to win if you're Vitality. That would add another layer to it, right?
If you
Of
did the
course.
comeback into overtime
Yeah,
close
yeah.
here.
Come back like this. Like, that's a slapping your dick on the table kind
Talk
of
about resiliency, too, because, I mean, they were looking like they were just
out of it.
a wet fart.
Yeah, a wet fart.
I don't think Apex woke up until, like, 6 rounds ago.
He was so mad about the Glock round. The round after. The round after.
Got a save. It's happening.
Oh my god.
Ouch.
It's happening.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
With them, and now Vitality
Pimp,
have
are you going to
in a
Astana
remarkable
event?
turn of events,
I will
gotten
unfortunately
into
not be
double
in
digits
Astana.
here
No.
on
I couldn't make it.
I am jealous just because I have no clue what Kazakhstan is like.
I would
and
love to.
I want to
I would
know
love
what
to, yeah.
Astana, Kazakhstan is
Me too.
like.
I've never been there myself.
I have no
You're
frame
going,
of
right?
reference.
I'm going.
You're going, yeah?
Please let me know. Anders, go find a horse and ride the step, please.
I have to
I'm
move.
really scared of horses.
Horses.
Why?
Because one of them tried to kill me.
Why? What'd you do to it? Did you deserve it? First.
I was like,
What do you think he did?
I think I was 8,
Yeah, so you deserved it.
and no, I was saying hi to the horse, and then when I turned around, it like lifted me up,
Oh
and
yeah,
I was
you
wearing
never
like a
turn your
hoodie,
back on a horse.
and then it like I was literally like being sort of hung, you know.
Yeah, that'll happen. That's
So
tough.
Kind of rough.
That is rough.
Not hung like a horse, but hung by a horse.
Hung
Kind
by
of
a horse.
Rough times indeed.
Imagine if the voice of Counter-Strike would have been killed by a horse when he was 8.
Yeah.
If we'd have a different voice, I guess.
It would be someone else.
Wouldn't
Yeah.
change shit.
We're all
Or we would just,
replaceable, you know.
maybe the esport would have cratered by now. Maybe without Anders Bloom, we
Stole
would
in my
all
hands.
be playing Crossfire.
Yes.
Crossfire? Like on Refrag? Or?
Plug, hashtag sponsored, hashtag
Nice.
ownership, hashtag disclosure.
True.
It's happening! No, it's not happening. It's not happening. Modesty says no. Modesty says no now. Modesty says fuck this shit.
Modesty finally got to shoot instead of save, so maybe that is the difference.
But I'm gonna find some of the markets. Like I love going to like local places, so I'm gonna do that.
Please bring back a horse.
Bring back one.
Yeah.
We'll find
On
out
the plane.
Like
find
ride it
Get
back from just ride it back from Kazakhstan all the way to Denmark.
Get
How
it
much
registered.
money-
No, get it registered as a service animal and take it on the flight. Just a horse in the aisle on the airplane.
It's not a bad idea.
Pretty sure you can't do that. But
Really small horse.
really small. A pony.
Horses vary in size quite a bit. I'm not talking about a Clydesdale,
They scare the shit out of me.
because I will kill them all.
So good, bro. Love this play. Love the proactiveness. Love this shit. Love this shit. Now I want the comeback to happen.
It's happening, man.
Before I wanted maps 5, now I want the
They
comeback.
made him save like 4 rounds in a row.
I want the
It's
comeback
ridiculous.
now. Give us the fucking comeback. Yeah, Connor, you fucking tell him. You fucking yell, Connor.
Wow.
You fucking start yelling, Connor.
I can't believe we're actually going to do this.
And now we go round 24.
Jesus.
This is
And it's
insane.
not been a series of miracles. It's simply been Vitality playing as they should have.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, whichever way this goes, I do want it to go into OT, even if Falcons close.
Right.
Just so we don't get the blue ball cosmetic comebacks.
Yes, Mr. Blue Ball wearing blue doesn't want the blue balls, huh?
I do
Damn,
not. I
Cyber
do
was
not.
fucking fired up.
Now everyone can get
Oh, I'm
excited.
so sad that Nico has a FAMAS. I wish he had a Deagle. Like, I could see Nico winning around with the Deagle right now.
He's been
Just out of nowhere.
He's been a little bit absent so far tonight compared to the Nico standards. Oh, Rups. You get 1 or 2? You get 1.
2.
No. Nice trade.
Only 1. All right, never mind. Falcons are winning. Should have gotten 2.
Great info.
That was a good
Should have
trade.
gotten 2.
Yeah, but there's still a Palace player, and they might not know about that.
But he's also up in halls.
They're gonna forget about the Palace guy.
He's going to split A
Palace
straight
guy
away.
Apex, though?
Tessus, bro. Best Danish player can shut him down now. Who's gonna die first? Tessus or Nico? Tessus. Oh, and now Nico's so screwed. They know where you are, bro. They know where you are. No! No.
I'm ready to
What are you
go.
doing? What are you doing?
I'm ready to go, bro. I'm ready to run. I got a job to do. This is just fun times.
Oh, Apex.
Apex on the line.
Apex versus
Individual
Modesty.
ability.
Apex versus-
Oh my god. He did 1v1 donk on this
What are
map.
you doing? What are you doing?
God, what is he doing?
What are they doing?
What is happening?
Oh my God.
And he didn't plant. He didn't plant.
He didn't.
Okay, I gotta go.
Why the fuck did the bullet go?
5v4s throughout this entire game.
Cyber's gonna win this.
Now has to go into the clutch.
They have no
2
idea.
kills
They have
in this
absolutely
round.
no idea.
And
cool. Now they
maybe
do.
an open route.
Get the kill. Get the kill.
Oh, my movement god. My movement god. My movement god. Let's go.
Holy shit.
20
So fuck kicks in. Yeah, it's not A,
to
homie.
bring this to overtime.
Just knowing that he's gonna reposition, you have to go and find him.
Oh, time. Kicks in. No kit.
Kicksan knows
He does have a
can play
kit.
from anywhere.
He does?
No
He does have a
utility to
kit.
work with.
He does have a kit, sorry.
But no grenades.
He does have a kit.
Plant front sight.
Oh, you cannot spend more time, Kixon. You cannot spend more time.
You almost just have to run in and just try and
have to
defuse
tap
it. Just
straight
say fuck
away,
yeah,
force
just,
a move.
well, just like keep full defuse. Just say fuck it. Yeah, there's no reason to fake it. You just have to go for it.
Oh, he
Oh
slipped it! Kixon, what are you doing?
what?
Wait, does he have time? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he has it.
Kixon! Kixon! Dude! No, but he stuck it. He stuck it,
Yeah,
and then he went off.
sticking it was the like.
I mean, it's always easy to say you should have stuck it, but he stuck
I
it
know.
for 3 seconds, and then he went off it.
I
So
know.
it felt like he made the commitment, and then
Yeah.
he went back on the commitment.
He did. I did, and it was the shot like that. It was the shot that
Oh.
he might. There might have been a world in which he could have just held it. Oh, he was no. If he was closer to the box when he defused there, I think he could have stuck it. But that's all easy to say. Holy shit!
But he got off the bomb.
Whew.
That, folks, is 9 rounds straight.
No way.
3 lose pistol. And Vitality
Oh,
still
that's
show
crazy.
resilience. Flash
What a
Nico.
crazy
He wants
world.
to stop it, can't do it on his own, and there is 0 support here, as that A defense is what Falcons look to weaponize early.
Okay.
A crushing feeling that Falcons know all too
Okay.
well after Australia.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 hours for TSS.
Now it's
Now the classic overtime syndrome. Falcons wins the first round in overtime.
yeah, of course.
All the time.
It happens. We all know it.
You've got the ramp player coming out to try
Yeah,
to
yeah, there we
pressure,
go.
but pressure alleviated
Oh.
here by TSS.
You're dead.
Another
You're dead.
clutch
Ooh.
attempt cut short by Magis.
And
Okay,
after all of
okay.
that,
They just
Falcons
needed one of those
finally get
rounds
their
the
round.
whole time.
Oh my god.
The whole fucking time, Jacob.
bro. The whole time.
Nothing tells
Oh.
you there's pressure like winning the first round of overtime after a comeback.
How do you deal with this?
I don't know.
Was there anything special about this? Maybe the time of the attack, maybe the fact they finally figured it out.
Okay, okay.
The kind of game Vitality want to bring, but
The
it
comeback.
ends up just being
Yeah.
another A
Sick
split.
comeback,
This
chat.
time,
Who you got winning now?
Falcons just hit more shots.
You got Vitality winning, or you got Falcons winning by now. Savo, you can't miss those, bro. I know you're blind.
They must be beyond
Not your
frustrated
fault.
to be here.
Oh, Nico.
And
Nico?
Messi, he still got Nico. Yeah.
How many kills Nico have?
There's
Not a
a
lot.
world where he goes down
16.
with nothing.
Oh, no.
Instead, Magis
That's a free kill. That's a
catching
free kill.
Apex off guard.
That's a free kill. Nice trade. Free trade.
Oh,
he's so good.
And so we go back 2v2.
Just underneath him, flames behind him.
He's so unbelievably good.
So sick, isn't he? Oh no.
He's so unbelievably good.
A little more time and brought a little more backup.
When I
Protected
grow
that
up, I want to
CT.
be like Saibo.
Plans, not playing for it.
Nope.
He's
Oh,
there to
now
get
they know.
spotted.
Now they know.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? You got no way to get him out of here, so you put down.
Oh, he's so good. He's so good. He's so unbelievably.
Yeah, it just
You know, there are
keeps rolling.
some
Saibu, who's getting better
there are
by
some
the round.
pro players where you could convince yourself like in a delusional state. You know.
Lucas back.
Oh shit, he's back.
Thought I was gonna have to do some work, but
But no.
apparently not. Back to co-streaming.
You know, there's some pro players where like you could convince yourself that like, oh, maybe I could, you know, get a couple of kills like this, or I could, you know, if I really like tried really hard, maybe I could. And there are some like Cyber Monastery where you're like,
I'm
it
convinced
doesn't
Zyber
matter
has a
like
different client than
yeah.
everyone else.
It's like you couldn't, you know, you don't even dream of it. You're like, ah, it's never gonna happen.
I think Zyber was born in the code.
I asked Dan earlier. I asked Dan earlier. Imagine waking up like Saibu, 24 hours with his Counter-Strike skills. Would you just be playing Counter-Strike for 24 hours? Get that
I mean,
feeling
Donk
of
does.
Yeah, probably.
Zyber's got to feed his
Yeah,
chickens.
the problem is
tend
you
his
would
humble
also-
crops.
Yeah,
In theory, be banned pretty quickly.
I guess so.
People
It
are
would be
like,
so nice. Actually, I'd rather wake up and be Monacy and face it pucks. I'm not gonna lie. Or Donk.
The Maltese are missing.
All over Nietzsche. Anyway.
Has had some of the worst losses of any player
It
in
ends here now.
history.
It
All
ends
the way
here.
back from
You think so?
Boston.
Yeah, it ends
You think it's done? It kind of feels that way.
I'll tell you this, whoever wins this round
The list just
wins.
it feels infinite, to be honest.
Monacy thinking he
He's
hasn't
the
actually
only
swapped
one.
teams at this
He's
point.
the only one, yeah. I
Oh.
left G2, but
This
G2
one might
didn't
be in
leave
the
me.
top 5.
Monacy typing,
If it goes
where is
south.
Moms?
do I have the stats for Cyber's
Sometimes it's
time
not because
to
Someone else could
damage?
throw
I
fan?
don't.
What do you mean?
He knows
Oh, you're
this
big
isn't
mouth
his
for
A
me.
game
We have
right
to talk
now.
about that.
This
Never
sneak from Rops.
They make noise on the distance.
Kids are
now.
fraud.
Cat players
Nice.
Kids are fraud.
Come on.
Cancel Pim.
Just a joke.
Ooh,
Just a joke. That was a terrible flash. That has to be a kill. That has to be a kill. That has to be a kill. No!
Dude, the Rops whiff. Is that
Yeah,
allowed? Is that
he not
legal?
only whiffed, but he.
Oh,
What the?
When do you
Rops
see
and a
Rops
Zyru
and
mechanical
Saibu?
failure. There was one other round in this series already. Where they
both of
both
them did
whiffed?
it?
Yeah, it was on. I want to say. No, it was Dust 2.
That was actually
Okay.
definitely
They
the play
both
for
whiffed in
Rops.
the same round.
I don't blame the
It
way
was like
he
a
approached
unicorn,
that.
and now it's
Wasn't a
happened
bad
twice.
spray, but missed his first few
Yeah.
taps, and that was enough.
Oh my god, that kill Rops. That would have changed the round.
It probably would have.
Yeah.
Yes.
What the fuck is happening with
waiting
Nico
for
in this
Nico to
game?
come back up.
I don't know.
But
He looks very
it's
unhappy
not as if he
the whole
waited
time.
too long for
Yeah.
it. He
Doesn't make
actually
sense.
crouched right into it, just simply missed.
I think he might be. I don't. I have no clue. I have no clue actually.
I think he's frustrated knowing that if he plays well, they win,
Yeah.
and he's not.
Maybe, but he was playing well on other maps, and then he came
Yeah,
into
but
this
not,
when he
not,
felt
not
like
Nico.
a.
Not Nico.
Connector, a little bit lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
At his
guess.
feet as well.
But Nico's not somebody who's going to shy away from trying to take over a game.
You don't know
regardless
that,
of his
Connor.
score.
You don't know
Give him
shit
enough
about what it's
time.
like being Nico.
You mentioned that he doesn't need fast starts. He's somebody who
You tell him,
That's
Jacob.
the fun part about doing close to me.
Yeah, he can't respond.
And he comes back as
One-sided
if he was
body
never
blows.
playing badly that
I
day.
love that.
That explains
Don't
the
worry, we never listen to you guys, so.
Feels like a desire to win.
I know, Jacob. You don't listen to anyone but yourself.
He's not there yet.
I never listen to myself, actually. I don't think
That's
I've ever
tough.
watched my own work. I don't want to.
This return to the CT
Should be a great
side's
source
been
of
a
feedback,
long
people say,
time
but fuck
coming for
that.
Vitality.
It's. I don't know if you guys have this experience, but I find the sound of my own voice very grating. Even when I
Yeah.
think I hit a clip really well.
Yep.
Like, okay, sometimes a clip is perfect, and you're like, oh man, I really crushed that shit.
That
But most
would.
of the time when I
Give
watch
a lot
my
to
own
think about,
stuff,
I'm
I'm like,
sure, but
people listen to
Can't
this.
help but feel like these OTC
Yeah.
But it is
feel a
useful.
little bit
It is
different
very
for
useful.
Falcons.
No, it's a good idea. Just nobody wants to do it, but the idea is good
He
nonetheless.
may be the rock star of Mirage. That core of Vitality's powering up. Kicksan's gonna try to test
And
that.
you're dead.
No,
First
that was
casualty here of this one.
Double
that
OT?
Flash ran right into it.
Utility over the top
No.
of ramp. Missed up shot from
takes notes.
Zywoo.
But now he's gonna kill
Yes,
two
he gets
somehow.
tagged. Now
He
has to
stays
somehow
alive.
survive
He's
down
so
to 7 with
proactive.
fire down
Nico,
beneath
you're
him.
kind of
Nico
blind, but you also get a free kill. That's
Never
it.
mind.
Success is starting to be
Time to go do some work.
all across the board. And as that utility rains on deep, Mezzi gets his.
Dan is back.
Whittled down to 40, flashed and smoked off soon. This is bomb plant and double ops honed in on him.
Right.
Falcons
I
secure
really
it
just
again.
love
Right,
watching
that
Nico
looked
play
excellent
so
out of
much.
Falcons. The attack
He's the
was
most
perfect.
aesthetically
Nico was in there,
pleasing
matched
player.
again.
I
Watch now,
I
too.
really think so.
Yeah.
Like, there's something
That
about
was
it.
Very smooth.
Truly is.
100%.
They got shook on that comeback,
is.
but
Made a video about it.
they've got their
Yeah.
head on straight now.
True that.
YouTube?
Yep.
People should go watch it at.
That last round was a very close situation.
What is it called?
Could have gone the way.
What's your channel called?
It's actually really funny. It's called 4K DDK because I was on 4 Kings for a while.
Ah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
4
Okay.
Kings, they did the NIP before NIP did. In fact, they, or the Australia, or like whatever. They were like the first
Oh, yeah,
big
true.
team that imploded because of bad management.
That was sick, Maggies.
This game's kind of wild,
Just swat 'em
friends.
off like
Crazy. It's
flies.
crazy.
Was it 12-3 comeback?
Yes. It's fucked up. Just not to win. Sets it perfect up for map 5.
Sign me
And you know
up
what's
for
great?
more Magic shots
First round
like
they win
that.
is obviously the first overtime round.
Yep.
That's the
That's
story as old as
always
time.
how it goes. Always how it goes.
Tobek says, "Welcome back, DDK."
This was going to be the close game of the
Nice.
Thinking
That's
about that.
something we probably can't make like a thing, guys. That's rough
Why not?
They have
Tell me
failed
exactly
in
why.
9 rounds
In
to
detail.
close this game.
because we
Can't get freaky in,
Will be given
Counter
2
Strike.
more
don't have
chances.
enough baby oil to
true.
make that happen.
You say that while you're soaking on your big
Some
black
teams just make great enemies.
can.
Nice.
Yeah. Endless.
And these teams make great entertainment. Very much.
15-13.
And ready for the
You're right.
all-in.
Katie and
There's
Glazer
enough
is
of a
really,
defense
you know,
floating around
glazing
this
Katie.
site. Zywoo's gonna have to be
Yeah.
a key part of it again.
No.
But he
Oh,
doesn't
missed the
really
jump.
get that jump up onto Ticket.
Missed
He
the
was
jump.
hoping to have landed. We've got a gap on that smoke towards bench. He's
gonna hit
looking
that
for
shot, though.
another. No concern whatsoever. Just
that's a
writing
tough
off
one
the
to
Magic's
hit.
swing.
Okay, that's an
And
easier
so
one.
It's an easy
Take that.
pickup for Kicksan.
do it.
What a great risk.
Zywoo
Wait.
missed second shot.
Oh, TSS! Always one more than you
Why
expect.
does he do that?
And
He's the best player in
Magic will
Denmark.
lock in
That's
behind
true.
strike box. Monacy hands
That's it.
busy on the
We hit
plant.
to
He
map
goes
5.
for a late ramp anchor. And as long as he sits over there, one concern, bomb's not for him. So if this ticket retake from Flamesy starts to go well, supported
I
by
mean,
Messi, of
no.
course,
It's
over. No.
maybe Vitality
It's over. They
still
don't have
Yeah.
the flash. They don't have
ends
anything
this
here.
man advantage.
Yeah.
Time to find
Utility
out.
just isn't there for it.
Drop real quick. Magis squeezed.
Double
There's
ramp
2
setup as
of
well.
This is Monacy's
Down to
holding the
duo.
line, yeah.
The
Oh, they had
Falcons
the flash.
Oh.
Oh my god, there's no way, bro.
shot as well. That bomb
This is
not
actually
for Nico.
wild.
He somehow
Oh,
has
the bomb is planted. Oh no! I thought it was planted like up front.
will not do so. First chance.
Yeah, like if you watch his POV, it doesn't look like he
This
understands
is
where it's
exactly
planted.
what happened on Nuke now, huh? that's what the Falcons are thinking right now.
I thought it was planted like where they can actually
no,
do
no.
something. Why would they like? Why have the double ramp
Where did
position?
that flash come from?
Job was
So on Monacy. Monacy couldn't
They
hold the
must have
line.
picked
'cause
it up,
the flash
yeah.
went-
one more kill, and it certainly comes down to time. But no op shot here. Great
Man, you-
utility. It was really sparse in the end, but they
You
made it happen.
like playing double ramp in the after plant with the bomb is planted there. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, yeah.
For Monacy, it's a great position.
Sure.
For everyone else, nah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You will never
That's a
be
tough
Katie.
round to win under pressure. One timeout, each replenished in overtime. Now
Yeah.
used.
I low-key respect the dedication. I also think you're
Give
fucking
some time
sweet.
to
But
Vitality to think as well.
either way, I like you.
It's like a particular kind of illness.
And Zywoo taking that risk.
Oh, man.
Stayed open
Okay,
to
overtime
impacts
again?
At the ramp and the ramp.
Why not?
To have money.
Well, someone could have swung on him in Palace for
Why
so
not?
long, and no
What was
one
your last
peeked him.
LAN again? Was it the
How
one in
did
London?
he know he could take that risk, man?
I played
Yeah.
E-League
And
Atlanta
he is the
Major.
game. It got him a kill,
Ah.
and as you can see, they needed every single one.
Wait,
Nice.
what?
I casted that.
I retired.
It's one of
That was the last
elements of
line
Zywoo's
event I
play
played.
we praise.
Oh, this is.
A
Damn.
huge opening.
Yeah,
think.
could be a chance that he
Yeah, it
missed
was.
this on the first
For some reason, I feel like it was longer ago, but I guess that doesn't make
And they
sense.
hear it, so
I
they're
also
not gonna
thought
jump
that,
spot
but-
again.
We lost to Astralis in the 2-2 game.
Messi knows
That was when
better.
they had the tournament where we did a draw. You know, we did a random pool. We could like pick 4 different
playing with
teams.
Liquid?
Honestly, back.
Playing with Liquid, and we were like, okay, like we're gonna make the playoff of the major.
They've shown
Unless
presence
we
here, nothing
pick
towards
Astralis.
A at
Like,
all.
we could pick 4 different
As you can
teams.
see,
Astralis was one of them.
Falcons
And we were
are
like, we're gonna beat all
looking to
the
turn
other
this
teams,
into
no
a
doubt.
attack, but
And
Nico's
then we got
starting to walk
Astralis.
back to the ramp. Is
Sounds
this
like
the
they
mid?
I feel like
the
losing,
smoke.
like that's a
Maybe
that's a
the
good
1
way to
minute timing.
retire the losing to Astralis.
Yeah, but no one remembers that.
Molly on cat to
No.
trip.
Nobody cares. And
But if
also
you had
we
lost to MSL, would you have kept playing?
I would seriously have considered seeking medical
Yeah, it
help.
actually makes the rotation go over to
Before
B.
I
Not
would do
surprised
stuff to
Vitality
myself.
figured this out.
Dangerous game to
Oh.
play.
Alright,
SS and
through the
Matt's got
smoke, through the
entry bombs
smoke.
coming.
Oh, they missed the
try to get
timing.
ahead of the smoke.
Cyber,
They
you
do
missed the
so.
timing, bro.
Flash is
Ooh,
fantastic.
good flashes.
You've got Messi
Oh,
still
Messi's
just
covering
leaning
there.
back and a ton of damage done.
What?
Peppering that window
What?
sill from the catwalk.
Dude, this is
Nico
how
What?
can
Cyber now?
Oh.
Cyber now? They know where he is.
Zywoo
He's
nailed
dead.
the net.
He's dead.
Nico
Oh!
kicks that, tries to press
Here we
his
go.
into the likes of Apex.
Oh, Apex! Out of all people.
And so Modesty again and again and again has to be the key. He could be 11th chance to close
34
this.
and 19, Monacy.
Oh my goodness! Holy shit!
One-man army.
He does it. He does it. He does it.
This best
What an absolutely sick way to end that.
He saves them. Single-handedly,
Wow.
he fucking saves them.
Wow. Wow.
Okay.
That's
Credit.
awesome, dude.
Credit. We get 5 maps. We
Jesus
get 5
Christ.
maps. We get 5 maps. What the fuck?
Wait, I casted the final in Atlanta? That can't be right.
Did you?
No.
Astralis VP?
No, I didn't cast that.
No, it's 709.
Yeah, because that was a major, was
No,
it?
it
Yeah.
wasn't you. It wasn't
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
It wasn't
I only
you.
casted 2 major finals, I think.
Yeah, you did the other E-League one.
Yeah,
Right.
Boston.
Vitality.
Boston and the Face It. I did the Face It London one where it's like it was Astralis versus the
Oh,
worst
yeah.
Na'Vi, and it was just a complete blowout.
Also known as the Smooya Major.
Yeah.
Rough times.
It's me a major.
Holy fuck.
But
That's-
you've had some of those as well, Anders, where you like get the grand finals of like a.
It happens.
and it's just complete blowout, and the semis are better.
Yeah, it happens. It's
Yeah.
it's a lot.
I'll let you guys discuss how many major finals you've done together while I go take a peek.
All right. See you in,
Wait, I feel like we've been
see
here
you in an
before.
hour.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it was 22 minutes.
I'll
before
make it
last
short.
time.
22 minutes? I'll make it short. We've been live for 4.5 hours.
I
Holy
know,
fuck.
it's pretty sick, isn't
Let's
it?
go,
it's a long
guys.
day.
Let's go.
Also peaking viewership-wise. Anyway, YouTube chat. Have fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're on the up. We're on the up.
We're back, Dan.
Yeah.
We're
So-
back in control of things.
So, hang on. The Cologne.
We've got a much better analyst coming, so.
Nice.
The ESL Cologne major in like 2016,
Yeah.
which was like the simple one, the simple no scope one. You did the finals of that one. How were those finals?
Wait. Which one are we talking about? Holy shit.
So this was the one where Simple had the falling no scope on cash. Yeah,
Did I?
because you must have done the finals of that one.
I probably must have.
Yeah.
Who the fuck was in the finals?
Because I don't know.
is this the one?
That was my final cast, was the semi there.
Yeah.
Because I think that was, because I'm just thinking of it, because I'm like, I'm pretty sure that was an era where the semis were really sick, but then the finals were shit for a while.
I mean, this happened to 709 for a while,
Yeah.
and it triggered the fuck out of me. because
I remember talking to you about it, and like, you
I
were
was
really upset.
I was so mad because
Yeah.
I had this, like, there was this really strong community like pushback where people were like, why are 709 doing all the final? Which I think was a fair question in general, right? But so we were like getting community feedback from that. then also all the finals we were doing were kind of bad. And then, you know, and then on top of it, all the semifinals and quarterfinals generally were like pretty good. So we're getting like the worst material to work with. We're still getting all the negative feedback from it. I just remember I was so angry about it, you know. But looking back now, I should have. I like if I couldn't sort of like teleport back, I would have. I think I know now how to deal with that in a different way.
Yeah.
But like then I didn't. I was just so annoyed, you know. It's like so frustrated. There's not, you know, why can't I just get to do like one good game on the stage? Like I felt like we had to do all the worst games sometimes. There was like a whole long list of events where, it's no joke, I think we never got like once we got to like the quarterfinals and grand final, all the games we did finished like, you know, like 16-7 or something. It was so one-sided, like all of it. And I just remember I was so frustrated. You know? But I mean,
but the semis were the bangers. Yeah,
semis were the bangers. Everyone's like, oh fuck, this is sick. And then I think one of them wasn't one of them literally like flip side with Simple making the grand final. I think it was like a Cologne event or something where I feel like I casted like a game like that where we just all knew from the start that it was going to be bad. Like we just knew.
I think.
We were like, this is obviously going to be ridiculous. They're going to get blown up and then that's it. So fuck it.
Yeah,
Dust, how are you doing?
They must suck doing a lot of grand finals, man.
I know.
Unbelievable. Man,
Success
what's that like?
Yeah. I also have too much money, you know. That's another problem that I have. You know?
All these grand finals, all this money.
Yeah,
probably has a huge wiener. Like, I mean, it's like, where do you lose?
Just people don't know the suffering that I live.
The suffering of just having a massive hog. Like, I don't.
Exactly.
That was a little bit unhinged, but it's just Ghost Stream, so I guess I can go with that.
We've been there
It's
already.
We've
already
been there.
It's right in there. The theme, you know.
Okay, I'm on brand. That's good. That's what we need. For me to be on brand.
Oh, nice. Who's winning this one now, Dust?
That was an unreal finish. I really thought Vitality were going to.
How the fuck did he get that?
When
shot?
Vitality gets it to overtime, I thought they were going to win 100%. Like, it just looks destined.
They would have.
Seemed like he was overcooking.
Modesty said no.
That shot he hit. Because here's the crazy thing. Munacy missed some really key shots earlier in the overtime where he got burned. And then all of a sudden, we're about to watch it here. Like, the shot that he hits to end this game is ridiculous.
SK Liquid.
Yeah, and that was the one where we all just all knew that like
16-7, 16-6.
Yeah.
Like watch this second shot again. This is ridiculous. Watch this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's such a narrow
It's just
gap.
one of those little sliver gap shots. Like, it's so ridiculous.
I can't believe it. That is sick, though.
You can and to orchestrate that to have it happen as the way the game ends is so ridiculous.
It's fantastic.
That's so nice.
Again, because I just know in his head he was probably like upset at some of the shots he had missed earlier in the overtime, and then to just 1v2 it like that to finish it, man, that's magic.
Dude, it's just like the Nico
like, thank
and
freaking God you're on my
embrace.
team. Thank you for being on my team, honestly.
The embrace there is, that's gonna be. It's kind of cool to see the Nico and Monacy like duo there because it's like I feel like we're basically, you can like look into the future and you're just gonna see this is like the birth of something. You know what I mean? Like iconic like duos or cores. It feels like the birth of something.
Yeah, they definitely go together. You know, the Star Op and the Star Rifle that can do anything.
Yeah, and it's cool to see that there's lots of spots where they literally are playing next to each other. It's really cool. It's cool that they've done that. Where does this series go now?
Nuke is next.
Oh, Monacy also has like he places his like hand further up the mouse, similar to Zyro Twist and Donk. It's not quite as extreme as like Donk, but because Donk's kind of more extreme.
Of course,
it's really interesting.
Mouse hand placement.
Yeah, man.
Unbelievable.
Someone's got to do it. There's so many nerds out there that care about that shit.
That's true.
Dude, seriously, if I made a YouTube channel, I just went to tournaments and just did setup videos, that channel would be popping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
I actually do want to do that, but I just like, it's so hard to...
You should get out like a tape measure and everything, just like measure exactly how far they are from everything.
Could create a system.
Parameters.
Create a system. But I feel like getting in players' business in that way is probably pretty BM.
Yeah, probably.
So,
yeah, like approaching them.
Yeah. Hey guys, can I do some content?
I feel like I feel like a TO is gonna have a better opportunity of making that happen than
exactly.
an independent content creator for sure.
Even having these like these over-the-shoulder camera angles is really sick. It'd be better to get it a bit more elevated and like maybe a bit to the right and then down a bit. But you know, we can see like a lot. Yeah, and I've seen people make compilations of these videos already to show all of the different like grip styles and And
I think it's
combos.
actually interesting. I don't know if obviously I was gone for a little while, but we see a lot more replays from the perspective of the player's monitor.
Yeah.
Like over the back of their shoulder. We see that way more now than I feel like we ever used to. It's kind of neat.
By the way, I genuinely think all TOs in the future should basically insist that all online Counter-Strike is played with a camera like that. Like, I think, unfortunately, there's so much madness that's happening.
I think there is, though. I think for the MRQs, they did do that, but they just weren't showing it on stream.
Were they, like...
That's what I was told.
Were they, like, over the back, or are they, like...
I don't know. No, like, I don't think they ever actually sent out any screenshots for people to see.
Fair enough.
But apparently the players who were competing in the MRQ, some of them came out and said, like, yeah, there's webcam placements that are pretty good that they felt pretty confident about. So
that's important, I think.
What's the cheat? The way that people are cheating right now.
I don't think for like the MRQs necessarily, but like I think one of the big problems is that if you're playing in a game and you get access to a 0 delay feed, then
that's a big one.
Then there's no cheating, there's no software on your PC, right? You're just literally tapping, or you have a phone somewhere that just shows like all you need is the minimap, right? You don't. You're just like you're just having the ability to know. Oh, there's a guy in connector. Like,
playing Esports.
You still have to fight him, and you still have to try and win a battle. But just knowing it obviously gives you an insane advantage.
Throw a molly on
and like that kind of stuff is kind of unfortunately kind of hard to stop. So, but I mean, at least we can try and do something with, with having some security there. So it's always going to be an issue, but it would be nice. Katie and Glazer is asking for feed cam positions.
You gotta pay for that. You gotta pay for that. This is free entertainment.
Listen, monetization is a really big issue in esports. It's not impossible that feed cams actually would be an insane source of revenue. So
yeah, I think esports commentator OnlyFans is definitely the future.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think it could work.
It could work.
I have onlydans.com.
Onlydans.com. That's good.
It's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, that's a good one. Does that mean it's just only people with the name Dan, or is it only
It's
you?
just me. I get keep.
Okay.
So, the plural there is a little bit misleading.
I'm just thinking there's like... I just feel like there's like an expansion opportunity there, perhaps. That we're considering the future.
Yeah.
Like franchise it. Yeah.
I think it's a thing.
Let's see. Nuke in 2 minutes.
Yep.
I'm excited.
This is cool.
The same place it ended last time.
You know what's interesting? Because we commentated that Mouse match with Falcons on Nuke, and it definitely seemed like Mouse on the CT side were absolutely had the read. And they had they got so many opening kills against Nico. Just like
they really shut him down.
Like I don't know that Nico got an entry outside that entire half.
I don't think he did.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is the way that game ended. Like they wound up winning the game anyway. I think.
Yeah.
Right, Falcons.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
but so the very last round, Nico's finally gonna get a kill outside on Spinks. And then Spinks craters.
Oh,
so
yes, yeah.
And then the game ends, and I was like, that's just perfect. Like, Nico just literally couldn't even get the kill on that guy. Like, he cratered.
I was going to make a joke about it because we were having this whole, recurring theme where Anders was talking about, justice. It's like, we were talking about no justice in the game, and I was like, that's that already inside here.
It's like Nico's like, okay, we're literally winning the game, and I still can't kill this guy.
Yeah.
He got hopped, he got rifled. I mean, it was just, he couldn't do anything that game.
And the funny thing is that he did actually get it's kind of funny because maybe he just got punished this way for his failure, because the first time he got this complete open duel, do you remember? And he was tapping on this guy.
Yeah,
it was Torzy. Couldn't kill him.
And Torzy killed him with the M4 in Big Round,
He still ended up with a decent scoreline, Nico.
Yeah, because he was really good on CT side.
Yeah.
He was really good on the CT half. Yeah.
Wild.
I have such a mad idea that I think could be done on Nuke.
Okay.
That I probably will never be able to.
You're redesigning the map or what?
So imagine if you're.
I'm getting ready. Just in case. Yeah.
Imagine if you're 2 Ts on mini. So you're up on the mini.
I was into that. See that again.
Okay, you want to keep going?
Yeah, it's right.
It's actually pretty nice. Oh shit! It just keeps playing. Holy shit!
It develops too.
Oh fuck!
It evolves.
All right, Anders can't keep up.
It's throwing me off.
It's distracting. We gotta stop.
So 2 people on mini roof.
2 Ts on mini roof.
2 Ts on mini roof. You jump down off the silo. You're on the mini roof.
Yep.
You have a smoke down that lands. I think it has to land on the unbreakable box because it has to create a fairly big wall.
I got you.
And then you run boost people from the mini roof onto the CT roof that's above the garage. You can so you
I see
throw
what
them.
you're saying. Yes.
Because once you're there, no one's going to peek you from heaven ever. If they come out, they're never looking in that direction. And you can also spot people in mini, under the roof, right? So like, it's such an insane position. It comes with big risk, but I think it could be sick.
If you have secret control, I feel like that could work.
I mean, yeah. I think we'll give it to him.
Yeah.
There is
go.
some very niche use case where that could actually help.
You just have to throw a flash when you run, like somebody else has to throw a flash so that you don't get shot down in the air or something. I think the real danger is if somebody's playing like further back in the near CT spawn or something, and you're flying across. You're like, oh, they're super dead, but if not,
got it.
Nice.
Well done.
I'm down.
Well done.
More run boosts. Run boost is an interesting mechanic.
Yeah, we don't get enough of them. We don't get enough of them, and they're always funny. Like when they work, it's cool. When they don't work, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
When somebody just like falls and they're like, oh,
yeah,
I'm
it looks so
I'm
shit.
dead.
Yeah.
I love it.
It is like kind of cool that that's still in the game, because I mean Valve could easily just get rid of it.
Run boosting?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not many of them that are very useful, I feel like.
What I think is an insanely underused dynamic right now. You remember on Nuke, funnily enough, people would throw down the Molotov to block one of the yard smokes.
Yep.
Like preemptively, you throw a Molotov on the CT side, the T's land a smoke, and it, instead of bouncing a lot, it just it goes in the smoke, and then there's a gap. That idea, I think, could be replicated across a bunch of different maps, but nobody's like spending the time to figure it out. But I think there are a lot of places where like, the T's end up throwing these like smokes that land up, in a bunch of different ways.
Yeah.
And of course, you need to find out like when to do it and the timing of it or whatever. But I think it could be
like
done.
that waterfall smoke that lands on like CT spawn on Dust 2, like on the box. Like if you could somehow stop that from happening, that you would kill a mid B split because
you could. Yes.
I think it's because why would you waste an incendiary to do that when you could just nade the smoke whenever you want to look through it? I guess is the question.
Maybe that's in certain cases the reason. I think the CT spawn one on Dust 2 is hard because they would see it instantly.
Yeah.
But there are other places where I'm pretty sure. Oh shit, Dan's doing selfies now.
What is this?
I don't know.
This is like the guy that comes in the green room and doesn't ask for permission and records. Yeah.
I know. It's dangerous.
100%.
No, but there are other. I thought about it from. I think you could do it on Mirage. There's the smokes that bounce off the top of stairs on the A-bomb side.
Mm-hmm.
If you incendiary that, then it creates a gap towards like top con and jungle.
Sure.
And if you're running in on the T side,
you wouldn't notice it.
You might not. You
would notice that you would notice the top stair smoke's not there.
Yeah,
but you wouldn't necessarily notice the jungle one until maybe it's too late.
Yeah, it's like shit. There's something. So I'm just saying, like in general, I think people just haven't been looking for that stuff at all.
Yeah.
I just think they need to make CT incendiaries good again.
They are so trash, aren't they?
Make CT incendiaries good again.
I say it every time I see like a pistol round where somebody's picked up an incendiary grenade. I'm like, they're gonna run it through with the Glocks. Yeah. Why would they stop? Like, just keep running and shooting.
It's so sad how bad they are.
And that shocked me. Is it because they felt like they chewed through armor too much or something, or what? Because
I think they thought that when they made smoke so much stronger, even though you could like spam them and see through them and like nade them open and all that, I think they thought that if they kept CT incendiaries as strong as they were, and you gave big fat smokes, you could just stall out an area of the map forever. But in reality, what you've done instead is you've just made it even easier for T's to make progress because they can just run through mollies, since that's like one less piece of utility you have to worry about. So if you're an anchor, you just have so many less tools to like hold something by yourself now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And then it's even more damning on a map like Inferno where they widen Banana on top of that. So it's like, great. So now even if I place my incendiary well, they can just run around it or through it. This is like great.
Yeah.
Yo.
It also... Oh, wait a minute.
He was cooking.
Hold on.
Hold the phone.
The game is here.
Oh, they are lit.
If Nico chokes again, I will sell my inventory.
You can just donate it.
Yeah, so... I love it.
I'll send you a trade link.
Ooh. Oh.
I'm telling you, he was cooking right now.
He is.
Yeah.
Like on that comeback on Mirage and right now, I'm telling you, he's cooking. I'm calling it now. They're gonna win.
Magic was really good here yesterday on Nuke.
Yep.
He had like a really good first half. I was on CT side as well, right? Yeah, I think it was.
And the comeback started happening for Vitality, but Zyru was still there. And he got that clutch to bring it into overtime. And even
Damn.
that confidence has absolutely woken up Vitality, and his consistency is
Well, we all know it. Winning the pistol. Big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially on T side on Nuke. I feel like I say that a lot, but like I guess it's just like there's a lot of maps where the CT economy just sucks so much. If you don't have the options for all the util, it's just so hard.
Nobody loves it.
Yeah.
Well, Scout on Monacy though, I'm into it. I'm just laughing at the people who show up and say, "Why are they not casting the game?"
Yeah.
Here's the pro tip. You get chat to police it for you. So chat, for now on, if you see someone say something like, "Why are they not casting the game?" It's because this is the coach stream. You can go watch the main stream if you want to hear the casting.
You can, in fact, do that.
So, or if you want to chill with us, you can stay here.
Look at that.
That's your options.
They actually could be in a little bit of trouble here. Actually, they could be in a lot of trouble right here.
Oh, that's not the right direction.
They have 3 left, and one of them is already dead. Nearly. Flames.
Oh, this is awkward. This is one of those awkward spots where it's like, okay, guys, where do we go?
Yeah, I mean, not that you can't. You're stuck.
Oh, Nico.
There's like literally nowhere to go.
Ooh, I actually don't know why you'd even try to fight there if you're Magisk.
Yeah.
They just actually don't need to fight. They can't go anywhere at this point.
They still can't.
Let's not be peeking.
Did they see kicks and slip?
I don't think so. Yeah, just don't fight. Just don't. Never fight. Oh, so
or
sick.
fight and win.
Yeah.
That's a really good fight, though, because now they...
Oh.
No shot. No time, but
yeah, you can't
still,
make
that's
it.
ridiculous.
Another one of Devil Walk's quotes. The threat is greater than the action.
True.
He's like the Confucius of Counter-Strike, essentially.
I like that idea.
Right?
It's like the drunken Counter-Strike master.
Exactly. He's also another guy that's like really kind of like Robin, where he's like so chill and just nice to be around.
Yeah. But
so easy to get along with him.
Yeah, but definitely like I would say maybe like a little bit more on the serious side at times. Like he was always in a good mood, but you know. But if you want to have like deep philosophical conversation with Devil Walk, you totally can, you know.
Yes.
Which is great.
You can with Robin too, but it does also. He's just funny.
Yeah, it'll be more funny.
It'll just be more funny. Yeah,
definitely be more funny. Oh shit!
Damn, this is a good spot for Falcons. Oh, haircut. The scout. I hope it never changes because it's probably pretty OP, honestly, for the amount of money that they cost. It's pretty good.
It's just fun.
Good.
It's so fun.
Just love to play with it, you know.
Yeah, I think for certain players, like it is very important for them to have it equipped. But I feel like on average, you'd probably get more use out of an AUG if you're like deciding on your own inventory.
Yeah. Have you seen that bet boomer starting like buying 2 orcs all the time now, Dust? Have you noticed this?
Orcs are super good. Like
it's crazy.
I mean, unfortunately, they're playing very poorly, so people won't notice it. But like, I think the AUG usage of phase was really well crafted.
I think it's going to make more of a comeback too. Like it's.
I think it's really. I mean, it's really good. There's just certain maps where I think you can get a lot of use out of it.
You think maybe this major we'll see? Probably.
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, I think certain players should always have a scout equipped. Like if you're Munacy or ZU or something like that, like obviously like, you can be a difference maker with the scouting around like this. But if you're like an anchor or something, I think an AUG can be massive.
Are they going to lose this round? 19 seconds. Oh no.
Where's the bomb? I can't really see very well on this monitor, I've got to say.
Yeah.
I can't see the
because the players aren't supposed to be able to see dance. That's why. This is competitive integrity.
I mean, there's no way
mess
I
around
can
over
see
here.
over here.
Well, then that answers the question.
Oh, it's going to be one of those maps, huh?
Yeah.
It's going to be one of those back and forth.
What
That was
ups?
crazy. Inferno was the same way. Like, remember that? Like, no one won more than one round. It was just like 8 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
It was just back and forth.
Crazy shit.
Love to
isn't
see it.
It is funny too because it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy when like the economy gets like so wonky that you got these half buys. You're gonna do weird stuff and then. Hello.
Oh.
I mean,
Fuck the FAMAS.
back and forth game we go.
We need to get the 1.6 FAMAS back.
Even in 1.6, I never used it. I just have never been able to.
I'm glad the FAMAS actually is decent
Do you
now.
remember Schneel?
I just
Burst
can't.
monster.
I do think the FAMAS being better was a huge update.
Yeah.
Because the T's already had so many advantages. The Glia was nasty for a while there.
So
and, it still is good, actually. But now at least the FAMAS is like
Yeah.
somewhat of a halfway buy option for CTs that doesn't feel like a meme.
considering he got that kill, maybe they thought he would have
God damn.
It is interesting, like the asymmetry, like with the M4 and the AK, that like the M4 can't just like one bullet you with a helmet.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it creates like a nice, it creates like an interesting dynamic across in a game in a bunch of different ways, right?
Yeah, because you can always pick up an AK. There's no
You
restriction.
can pick up an AK. Also, it means that like a lot of the CT utility, even if you just do a little bit of damage, it basically makes all the M4s AKs. You know,
Yeah.
if you do like 20 damage, somebody's like, oh, that's it.
And I guess like it's in a sense supposed to count, like be that because you already have defender's advantage.
Yeah.
But then defender's advantage, I wonder like how much of that is true or not. In certain cases, I guess it depends.
Depends on the map, doesn't it? A lot.
Because it's such a peak heavy game now, compared to the Counter-Strike of the old days, the 1.6 days.
Yeah, that was so different. Like,
Yeah, so
so
different.
many different ways.
Yeah, like playing on the CT side was so much easier.
It's like trying to think about the idea that in CS 1.6, it was perfectly fine in some sense to crouch under a train on train and just sit there and shoot, and it's like,
Yeah.
You try to do that today anywhere. You're like your plan is to sit still, and you really can't move either. It's like,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
just gonna die. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it looks like his best start so far. And now it's an easy decision.
Yeah,
here
but this
for
is looking
They'll find a place to plant on the upper side.
looking like Falcons kind of wasted an opportunity by winning that second round. You know, now they're back to losing again.
Yeah.
Oh.
Have actually made that rotation lower.
3-1.
No real economic damage on Vitality either.
And
which
so no really
sucks.
economy left. So it's just like, this is not the start you needed.
It's it's so rough.
Here's a question for you,
Yes.
for both of you. Let's just say Falcons go ahead and, let's say Vitality go ahead and win this 3-2, okay? If you had to guess the team that would beat Vitality first, who do you think it would be?
Falcons.
Ooh.
Like, let's just say that Vitality do win this series. Oh, no. Who does it?
Who beats them first?
Who beats them first? The streak can't last forever. Someone's got to eventually.
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
the
may-
most
and
likely
maybe-
can.
You know what'll be super sad? This is the super sad story, right?
Yeah.
You ready? So I'm going to paint you the most gruesome picture ever.
Okay, go
I hope
on.
you're ready for this. So Vitality win this tournament, right? 5 titles in a row.
Oh no, I know what's happening.
You see where this is going?
Yeah.
Then they go to IM Dallas, and they win all those series too.
Yeah.
And then they hoist another trophy, 6 in a row.
Yeah.
And then, you already see it.
Yeah.
They get to the Austin Major, and they lose their opening best of 1.
Yeah. And it's just
I just want you to imagine that world, everybody. I just want you.
rip.
I just want you to imagine that world, everybody.
Who's more likely to
That's like nails on a chalkboard to hear that storyline.
Beat
by the
them.
way.
Yeah. I do think it's. I mean, it is like a thing that would happen. But
Because here's the thing, I know everyone keeps saying like this whole like nip streak, only 28 of the wins were best of 3. So like theoretically, if Vitality goes through IM Dallas undefeated, they would break that record too, or whatever the case may be.
Okay, yeah.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. But just imagine if like their first loss is a BO1, like match
Yeah.
loss.
Just that would feel sad.
I mean, it's just
but I think it would have to be Falcons.
you couldn't
though,
craft a
because-
shittier storyline than what I just did, boys. I'm gonna tell you that much.
Because Falcons already proved that they could go the distance. The only other two candidates is
Mouse has
Spirit
done
and
it too,
Mouse,
though.
and I feel like Mouse just don't look. They just look so flat yesterday against Falcons.
You know what? I feel like a lot of the times when you see a team like this one, where it's like, it's almost impossible to imagine like how you could even make the team better. You know, it's like everything's just so sick on this team. I think most of the time when that stops being the case, it's nothing to do even with like anyone else beating them. It's just that they just can't keep that dynamic going any longer, and nobody really knows why. Like except for outside of the game, it's like that Navi squad when you had, Bit and Simple on the same team, and they were both playing like super sick Counter-Strike. Like that's insane. Like how could that team ever really stop losing? But then obviously they just did anyway because they just stopped playing that sick, and it's like almost like they end up defeating themselves.
Yeah.
I kind of, but I mean, yeah, obviously the two most likely candidates are Falcons and Mouse, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
This Navi team still, I don't know. What's your take on it? I feel like people are really down on that squad. I wonder if it's being like overly
Here's the
people
thing
are way
about
too negative.
Na'Vi for me. It's like Na'Vi were a super special team last year where anyone could create an opening on that team on the T side. Yes, Ema was their entry fragger, but realistically, like JL and Ema, or JL and Bit on the extremities were playmakers.
Yeah.
They were way more aggressive than almost any other extremity player in the game. And so when you're capable of doing that consistently, it just makes the whole game easier because you can just get a pick anywhere, and then as long as you have like a system in place on how you want to react to those picks when you find them, you almost become unbeatable because you essentially just get to play the whole map at once, and then you just get to pick and choose your battles and stuff like that. So I think that really, when you lose that, it gets tough because now no one's really finding openings on a consistent basis anymore. Bit's probably the closest one. That's not even his job. So it's just like, that's tough. And then I think also, even if their T sides are still decent, their defensive sides are just so flat. Like I don't know. I don't know what the answer is there.
Yeah.
I think a change has to come, after the major if they don't make playoffs, though.
Yeah.
Even if they do make playoffs, you might have to change it if you don't make it to semis or something like that.
Yeah.
It might be like we were talking about some of these like similar conversations earlier about like just some of these like team dynamics. It might be like a mixture of like a culture and mindset thing across the team, because some teams just naturally have like a way better setup there than others, and I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a team, like an Eastern European team that's had like a long streak of dominance. Like what teams have been like that?
I mean, obviously they had their stretch in the past with the older lineups.
Yeah, probably the more.
But it like always. Like I felt like it never lasted that long, really. Did
Yeah, I think that's true. Like weirdly, I don't think
Like,
a lot of them did, right? Like even for something like Gambit or something like that, it's like it's over pretty quick.
Yeah, they get a win and then they just like breaks apart. And I remember like, E-League, for example, like watching Na'Vi or like the various like Eastern European like teams, and there was always like, again, it might just be like a cultural thing, and I just don't understand. But there's always so much like interpersonal tension that was so obvious, and they I say obvious. I'm not like making an insinuation. They were literally shouting at each other and like raging at each other during the matches. So that's the kind of thing I'm kind of talking about. Whereas when I look at like Vitality, for example, they have like a really like
they're wild, bro.
They got a great leadership in the team. Like Apex is like an incredible culture leader, like glue guy. Like, just natural, like, veteran, big brother energy in there. Like, it's a great mixture of personalities, and they just all seem, like, very focused.
I know this is going to sound, like, so simple and boring, like, from an analyst, but
Let's do it.
I do think that there is something to be said about when everything goes to shit, and, like, you just can't... Like, something just goes wrong one half, and, like, you just can't get things going. Like, you feel like you've come in with a good game plan. You feel like you've counter-stratted as effectively as you can. You have some good ideas about what you want to do, and maybe you even find some space and some map control, but you just can't. Something's just not firing. Like, you're losing 3-on-3s, or you're whatever the case may be. You're just not making it happen. I do think there is something to be said about, teams like Vitality or Falcons where you do just have, like, a couple of guys who can just break the game.
Yeah.
And I just don't think Na'Vi has a guy who can break the game. And I think that is such, like, a missing piece, like, that it just... I feel like your downward spiral just, like, gets exponentially worse when you don't have someone that can do that for you.
Yeah.
And I can't really think of another top 5 team that doesn't have at least one guy who can do that for you.
Yeah.
And most teams have, like, 2 guys who can do that for you, or more.
Yeah, you see it a lot in the tier 2 space as well. Like some of the teams, like they're like a solid team overall, but there isn't that one playmaker guy. So whenever they run into another team that has it, it's like, ooh, you can just tell that it's easily the difference.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
You need to have players that can kind of get a bit puggy, just like create stuff, break the structure, find openings, and play intuitively. And the problem is, like, if your team's losing and like the confidence is low, that's when you need those players the most. And some teams just like those players even just get mental booms, and then you're kind of wrecked. Then there's no coming back.
Yeah, we go down from that, like Aurora as a team, like Eternal Fire or whatever. Like they have kind of their own challenges that they're working through, which is kind of annoying, to be honest. Because they looked like they were so close at one point to taking the next step,
Mongols is in the same boat. Like, I really thought that team was going to,
true.
Finally lift one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They definitely have the talent for it.
Yeah, it's really hard when you have people when you got these 5 players like playing, and then they're in like a difficult situation and like there's no voice. There's like no voice. You know what I mean? That comes up and everyone's just kind of like internally just shut down and it's quiet.
Jeez.
And looks like Vitality's going to run this thing home, man.
Is it 2-on-4, right?
Yeah. They're about to go up 6-1. Like, it's funny that we got the exact same map pool as Melbourne, but it plays out completely differently than Melbourne. Like, obviously, the whole Inferno streak gets snapped, the Dust 2 streak gets snapped, so, you know, each team wins the other pick. Then, like, some of these maps that were, like Train, for example, which I know the score line was eventually like 13-9. It was a very big win for Vitality, but they didn't start that way. They had to kind of come from behind. Meanwhile, they just dominated Train in this matchup, and it looks like they're going to dominate Nuke, which is the game that went to like double overtime or whatever.
Dead.
So very different tone to this best. Even though it's gone all 5 maps, it's just a very different tone how it's played out.
Yeah. You can tell like Vitality is just like more ready to win somehow. Very
I think outside of winning the major, there's really nothing left they have to worry about. In the sense they've already secured like the streak or whatever.
Yeah,
they've already proven that they're the best team in the world. They've already won the Grand Slam. They've already won so many titles. It's like, I think the weight's off their shoulders until they hit Austin. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, like this is the next big hurdle we have to leap over.
Dude, it would be so cool though if this is a team that can, after let's say they win the major, that they could be like, okay, we've broken all the records. The only thing that's left to do is break Astralis' like major winning streak.
Keep going.
That's literally that's the next mountain to climb.
Yeah,
and that's the next thing that they haven't done. And you got to think, by the way, with regards to that, how special it was that Astralis did it when literally no one else has done it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like they traversed territory no one else has traversed, and not only did they show it's possible, they didn't have anyone else to model it for them. They didn't have someone to be like, oh, we're going to beat the thing that was already done. They were the first.
This is the most similar team to that Astralis I've ever seen as far as just like how many areas they can beat you at. Obviously, they got all the talent. They have a massive map pool. They have the track record of consistent success.
Yeah.
Like, I can't think of another team in history that has had that many factors going for them in such a long time.
That's so sick.
Even when Navi had their run of like 6 finals last year after winning the Copenhagen major, you could see like there was definitely some issues here and there that you could see, but on this team I just don't see it. I don't really see where.
So like I said, I think for most of the time for these teams, they end up defeating themselves in one form or another. Like something goes wrong with the dynamic in the team, and nobody, obviously from the outside, you don't know. You can just suddenly tell they're like, well, shit, they're playing really differently, and it just isn't working anymore. You don't even know why.
It's really interesting. There's so I referenced this book earlier. I'm not sure if you're here or not, like Legacy, and they talk about like with New Zealand All Blacks that the team has also built within it a system where essentially, because what they say is like all teams will peak and then trough. Right, they'll be winning, and you never know when you'll stop winning. Right. So the trick is to figure out ahead of time when you're going to hit the trough, and to make the changes that you need to make before that happens to just stay winning. And so they have like this whole thing where they discuss that, and I think it's like really interesting because you're so afraid to touch anything when you're winning.
Sure, of course.
Right?
Yeah,
so you got to be able to figure out how to like approach that problem. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he is not messing around.
That's so sick.
Here's a debate we've been having in the green room amongst us analysts throughout today. I'm curious what side you're on. Who's the best opper, is you or Muncie? Like right now, not of all time, or like, just like today. Who's the best opper?
Today.
And that's
that's real bad right now. Muncie's 1-7, but like, kind of take that away.
Ignoring like all the other like rifling and pistoling and stuff. Ignoring all that.
No, you can include all that. I would just say, pretend like you're being asked this question before the series started. So, because obviously Muncie's been hit or miss this series, but, who would you pick?
I mean, I do feel if just because you say specifically who is the best AWPer.
Yeah, I mean, you can take it either way you want.
That makes me want to say Muncie.
Okay.
But if you broaden that out even a little bit, right, then I'm picking Saiwu.
That's right.
Same mindset.
So it's like
same deal. Okay.
Yeah, but it's really hard to say.
It's a tough debate, guys. Like
it's a really tough debate.
It's very much a 1A, 1B situation in my brain. But I think like if I was doing a fantasy draft, right? And I was at the position where I had to pick between m0NESY and ZywOo for my team.
Yeah.
And like maybe this is the first player I'm picking or something like this, like first round draft
Yeah.
or something like that. And let's say I'm picked second and Donk got picked first for some reason.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm decided between m0NESY and ZywOo. I'm picking ZywOo every time, I think.
Right.
I can't think of a world where I don't pick
Right,
ZywOo.
and that's true, and that's different, right? Like for me, that's a different question than who's the best AWPer, basically, because it's like you get him in a bunch of other roles, right?
It's one of those things where like, and I mean, I'm going to be proven wrong. Someone's going to like make a YouTube video on how wrong I am on this or something. But I just feel like, I mean, even though m0NESY hits a lot of incredible shots, he is a very good opper. He hits, I mean, that's why they call him the Flash. He's just so damn fast. He hits these crazy flicks.
Yeah.
You corner him in a particular position. He can just rattle off two real fast and still win like a 1v2 or something like that. But sometimes I do see him like, especially throughout this tournament where things will get hectic and he'll just miss a couple of shots you don't expect him to miss. And I just feel like I don't see that as often from ZywOo. And maybe that's just like recency bias from this tournament.
Yeah.
But I feel like I don't see him miss. Like I feel like he never really gets rattled. Like obviously he misses, everyone misses. You know what I mean? Like he's gonna miss some, but
I think for me, I think the thing that is so crazy about ZywOo is the fact that he's just, if he is having a day where the AWP isn't doing that well, he just starts playing with the AK more.
And maybe that's why.
And nobody even notices that it was like a bad AWP day because then he's just wrecking with that, you know?
And he is more of he doesn't op as often as m0NESY probably does too, so that means that he's not getting put in those same situations with an op as often. So that's probably part of it.
I got a question for you guys.
Go on.
Which is the better AWPer out of these three?
Oh dear.
Oh no.
MSL. Right, it gets better, guys.
Where are we
MSL.
going? Stockholm MVP, DreamHack Master Stockholm MVP.
MSL, Draken.
Oh god.
Fox.
Who, Fox?
Yeah.
Fox.
I'm taking Draken all day out of those three, I think.
Dude, Fox was actually sick.
No.
He was. We're talking Dozia's brother, Fox, right?
No.
No.
The like the Jeet Kingwin Fox.
Okay.
Yeah, from Portugal. Yeah.
I'm taking Draken all day.
Listen.
Out of those three, unfortunately.
There's different Foxes around, I'm just saying. All right. Fair enough.
I think you would have been right if it was that Fox. I agree.
Yeah, he was sick.
He was good.
I'm
taking Draken out of those three for sure.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, probably. Jesus.
That was a whole. What kind of question was that?
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. I was just thinking about it. It is interesting that those three guys were like in the top tier. You know, they're in the top tier.
Not
Teams
as
are
oppers.
AWPing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they play. Okay, yeah,
They
they
played
played
like
in
the
the
top
top
tier.
tier. They played in the top
Counter-Strike,
tier. But MSL was like doing it in a very, you know, he was more of an IGL than an opper.
Yeah, that was very
You know what
that
I
was
mean?
very specific. That's kind of like a tricky one. Yeah.
Draken versus Fox is fine. That's a fine,
Yeah.
little debate to have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just put like a big, like, sort of, you know, a big, like, piece of, like, you know, tape or something in the middle of Draken's screen so that he can't, like, you know, he can only aim to the side.
Yes, yeah.
You know, he actually, you don't even give the chance to shoot at the center of the screen at all.
Oh my goodness.
That's actually genius.
Yeah.
You should have coached them. They would have gone for
Just force him to fight in the zone.
That's
I
like
like how
we're-
he started with MSL. It's like, don't worry, it's going to get better. I was like,
Yeah.
are we sure?
Jesus.
Classic.
Oh, man. I mean,
Hades as an AWPer. He is
Polish opera Hades. That's
He
on
is-
G2 now.
he's sick sometimes. Like, he actually
He's
just
solid.
is.
You know what I think G2 should have did though there? They should have just orchestrated like a trade and got Dexter instead of Hades.
That I think that's one of the strongest propositions in some sense.
Even if it was just as a loan. and
But
they
if you don't want to do that, I still say get Martinez from 9C. Martinez is sick.
You
They
know
can
who I
come
think you
back, guys.
get? Here's what you do. Here's my G2. Are we going to GM G2 right now?
Yeah, why not?
Let's do it. Here you get. This is what you do. Are you ready? You get the Saul Sun Pius combo. Coach op.
Yeah, but then
Snacks is gone, by the way, in this equation.
I can't allow that because then you're breaking up this heroic squad, and it's super fun to watch them play.
They are fun. Tennier's cool.
Yeah.
Sun Pius is good. You know, they definitely have some cool pieces, no doubt.
Where's
But
A-Core right now?
I don't know.
I actually don't know.
I actually don't
He
know.
had
How
like really
sad is
sick
that?
mechanics back in the day. He was like,
Back in the day, yeah. He had his
Yeah.
moments. He had his moments for sure. But no, yeah, I think Sun Pius, Saul, and then either Hunter has to become the IGL, or he can stay as a support player and you go get another IGL, but I'm just not sure who you'd get.
Dude, if they get
It's
this
just like
round,
Hunter's
this is-
already like 70% there. You know what I mean? Like he's already calling CT sides, pistols.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, sure.
Second voice on T side. It's just
Ooh.
it's
Yeah,
already
that's a good
almost
point.
there.
That's a good point.
And then here's the thing: like if you get Hunter as your IGL, that opens up another rifling slot you can pick up.
Oh shit. Tessus, all right, best finish play.
Tessus is in it now.
Go with them
Had a
up.
couple big
Five
rounds.
rounds, guys. 5 rounds. They win the
Tessus had a
pistol.
couple of big ones.
I feel like we've been talking about this like it's over. We've been talking about like Vitality winning the fucking major undefeated. They might lose.
Yeah.
What?
They might lose.
Who might lose?
Vitality.
I mean, it's possible. Very possible.
Win the
A-call,
pistol.
movement guard, yeah.
Win the pistol. We'll be fine. He's a free agent.
The thing
Here's
is,
the thing: if Falcons win this tournament, do understand they are still yet to actually practice with Monacy almost at all.
sure, yeah.
So if they're already this good,
That's scary as
that is
fuck.
real scary. That's real
Yeah,
scary.
yeah. Although it could be like kind of a honeymoon situation because we were talking about this and like Monacy's still playing kind of how Monacy wants to maybe more of an extent than he might be in the future potentially, unless Sonic's able to craft things around him a little bit more. You know,
Yeah.
we don't
Yeah.
know. We don't know
That's,
how. We don't know how it's going to get
I
balanced
think
out
it's just
yet,
more
right?
about like Monacy maybe just getting a better idea of like how they want to handle certain mid-round situations. Even something as basic as that, where you're just going to be a little bit sharper in how you react to certain things or how you play out a 3-on-3 mid-round. Like I think even just that, or even just
Yeah.
like design some new shit. Like
Yeah.
you have not had that chance with the schedule that they have had and the moves that they're making.
I genuinely also think like on some level when it comes to like a lot of the tactical stuff like between these teams, there is just really no way for us from the outside to know exactly how they think, because how they think about the game is such a secret. Because if you knew that, then your ability to counter-strat them is like it's absolutely insane. I feel like it's it's such a weird like Counter-Strike is a weird spot for that reason, just because of how quickly it evolves at a top level. Like it's, we can look at the strategy once it's been played out, but figuring out why they called one thing over another is like, fuck, like that's gonna be hard to guess.
I think there's also still like a balancing act going on of like, Kixon had a very particular system he played on Heroic when he came over with Dexter and Tessus, but now all of a sudden you have Nico, who's probably a much more active second voice than Nertz was. And also a little bit probably more credibility with his secondary calling as well, because he's been doing it for so long, and he's probably one of the best at it. And then you have a new coach behind you as well in Zonic, who probably has his own idea about how he wants to do things. And I think that just took time to probably compromise on, like figure out exactly how you're going to do that.
By the way, we can read the chat, guys. So ask your questions if you want.
Yeah.
Go nuts.
And if you want to watch the main broadcast, you can. But
I'm going to remove Emma, so I'm going to add someone.
Oh my God, we're going back
place.
to this. All right, hold on.
Go on.
All right, here we go.
JDM64.
JDM, Draken, and who else?
Fox, it was.
Is this pure
Fox.
opping?
Yeah.
Pure opping.
Yeah, pure opping. I know what you're saying.
JDM couldn't hit the broadside of a bar with the fucking AK-47, so like, I'm just trying to make sure that we're
lounging. I mean, JDM with an AWP was pretty sick.
He was as a pure. I mean,
He like cash clutch.
Yeah.
I know, like we haven't
had
had many good NA oppers in a very long time, and so like Skadoodle by default is almost the number one op NA's had, and like
that's true.
But JDM is probably
as
a pure shooter of the AWP, he's probably number two.
How do you think Skadoodle was as an AWPer? Like just like.
I mean, he was like he was. I think he was really good. He was almost as good as Mo at one point.
I think there's unfortunately two camps with Skadoodle. There's either one camp who massively overrates how good he was, or there's one camp who massively like underrates how good he was. And there's like no middle ground for whatever reason.
Sure.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But I think he was very good.
Yeah, I agree.
But I do think that there were certain times, like when he was playing on that Cloud9 roster, with like Sean, like the one that went on the summer 2015 run, the tank tops and all that shit.
Yeah, Sean.
It's like when you have Freakazoid. Yeah, when you have Freakazoid, Sean Gares, nothing, Shroud. Skadoodle. Yeah. When you like Sean Gare's whole game plan was to like let Freak go in first, basically, while he supported him. And then Shroud was supposed to be like right behind him as like a trade fragger.
Yeah.
And that was their formula. And so in that sense, Skadoodle was never meant to be a playmaking opper.
Yeah,
he was almost like a Shiro kind of vibe, where it was like more just like holding lines, not trying to do too much. I actually think one of the most underrated aspects about Skadoodle was he was really good clutcher. Like if you put him like in a 2-on-2 with somebody,
he's really methodical.
He
like
was
he's a really
so
smart player,
good at the decision making in those particular situations.
I remember
it's like
playing,
he almost always made the right choices, even if he lost just on the aim or something like that. So yeah, I think he was pretty good. Pretty good.
I remember playing queuing with him for a couple of weeks in Valorant right at the start, and I was like, wow, I didn't know how methodical of a human he was, like how he thinks through things and to a level I just really had no idea. It was like just from the outside, you just didn't think of him as like a super highly thinking analytical player
because he's American. Of course.
Exactly.
Who's this?
Skadoodle. Yeah. And so it makes a lot of sense of being more of a defensive author.
I think what's crazy is people don't realize Skadoodle had literally zero Counter-Strike background when he came into Go.
Yeah.
So what happened was, this is like a funny story actually, is when ESEA made their first invite league for North America, what they did is because there was no feeder league yet for CS, to make the first pro NACS ladder for Go, was they invited some of the best 1.6 teams from ESEA. They invited some of the best Source teams. And then they literally invited this team that was Curse, and they basically brought over. So this is Curse, and so they basically brought over a team that was really good in North America on free online FPS games like fucking Crossfire. They're super popular in Korea at the time. There's one other one I can't remember that Skadoodle was really good at.
Yeah.
And it was him, Michael 3D, if you remember that name. He was an older guy.
Yeah.
He was the IGL of that team, actually, but he played with Skadoodle in some of these online free FPS games. Then it was Emong, who then went on to play Overwatch. And then it was TM, the man, TM dash whatever. Then Juvenile.
Yeah,
that's a rough one right now. Anyway, moving along from that. So they literally were just this wild card team that had no CS experience whatsoever. And it turned out that Skadoodle was just so damn good right away.
He was it.
Yeah. And he was the only one basically who survived from that team that went on to have a career in an ACS.
So I was asking, what would the CS scene look like if Valorant didn't happen?
That's a great question. I like that a lot.
I think NACS would be a lot better.
It's possible, but I don't. I think people make this assumption that it's some sort of zero-sum game. I don't think it is, and I think there's another thing that's kind of. I don't know how this plays out exactly, but I think there is it's a non-0% chance here that what Valorant ends up doing on the longer timescale is just recruit a bunch of people to play Counter-Strike.
I actually think that Valorant has made CS bigger.
It's entirely possible that could happen.
I think the biggest thing that it hurt NA was IGLs. That was the biggest thing it hurt for us. We really didn't have any IGLs for a while there that we could rely upon in NA after. I mean, JT, we relied on JT as an import from South Africa, obviously.
But that definitely also
Nitro was in and out. He would come back to CS, go back to Valorant, come back to CS, go back to Valorant.
There definitely also is a cost and visa issue in general with making NA events, and when there are fewer NA events, that means there are fewer good teams around the there's a bad spiral that happens, right? Where it's suddenly it's just better for everyone to be in Europe, and then once everyone is in Europe, then you just might as well all go to Europe. And it's which is sad. It's super sad.
Yeah, I get you.
Ooh. Okay.
Yo, he got out.
Vitality is in it, bro. Vitality is on it. It's not happening today. The streak is not in today. Thank you for chat, by the way, Darren. It was called AVA, Alliance of Valiant Arms. That was the other big free Korean FPS that we would send North American teams to play.
Damn.
Jeez. What do I think of South NACS?
South
NACS? That's a meme. That's a meme, but
South NACS.
It's great. Yeah, that's what we call it now. Instead of Brazilian or whatever.
Oh.
South NA.
Yeah. That's the thing. They still were doing better than NACS, despite the fact that they also had a lot of talent go to Valorant.
Yeah.
They also were not a part of the European scene, yet they still managed to have 2 or 3 really good teams.
I feel like Brazilian Counter-Strike is in the weirdest state it's ever been in because
so
they
bad,
have
contracts.
but they have so many good players. There actually are so many
really good teams.
I know, what the fuck is going on?
I could build you a Brazilian team today that would be a top 10 team in the world for sure, and then I could probably build you another one that would be in the top 15, top 20.
I totally agree. So what? It's so confusing, right?
It's contract jail. It's just contracts and buyouts and trust me, Furia wouldn't have been going for international players like Maladoy and Yukendar if they could have somehow bought Insani is just sitting out there on main Brazil right now.
Yeah.
Dumal's sitting out there on
I know.
Legacy, I believe. So it's just you could build some banger teams.
It's so confusing to me. It really is.
I feel like Payne's done a good job about picking up prospects. Just unfortunately, some of them haven't paid off.
Yeah.
I think DGT will certainly pay off for them.
I agree.
But unfortunately, Snow and Davidea still have some development to go. And I don't know if they'll do it or not. Time will tell on that one.
Yeah, and the other problem, obviously, in Brazil is AWP players, right?
NQC's good.
Sure, he is.
Underrated, in my opinion.
But who's
But
the second
after that,
player?
yeah,
I mean,
that's
obviously,
tough.
I'm going to be
That's tough.
saying Martinez every time, even though he's not from Brazil. But like, I'm just saying that, like in general,
He's
like
in that region, yeah.
But who else? Like after
tough.
that,
You're right. It's tough.
it's tough. You know.
Like Sace probably number 2 actually after NQZ in Brazil.
Well, you have
right
to,
now.
or you have to say Fallen, which is like that's not a good sign.
You know, maybe I think Sadzen's decent. He just doesn't get to play at this level very often, so I think he still has a lot. Oh my God!
Gee.
How do you stop this, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably
How do
don't.
you stop that?
In Valorant, the Brazilian teams like Loud was the best team for ages.
Yeah.
Are they big? Like, is it like how many are there? Like enough good teams to make it a real scene? Like they have like they have a real
Valorant,
ecosystem. Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah, massive.
Oh, sick,
massive.
okay.
The thing I wonder sometimes with Brazilian teams, again, I think it's super interesting, is just again if you let's just assume it's just the players and maybe like a coach or something. I wonder like what the cultural challenges are in dealing with like a mega passionate job like competitive esports, because I think like Brazilian they're like fiery players. I was like kind of like the same kind of thing I was talking about with like the Eastern European teams where there's I feel like I see more interpersonal issues that crop up in general than in like let's say like a Swedish team where everyone's like going to be very passive in contrast.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily. I mean the reverse issue can happen, but the team will stay together at least.
Yeah, they'll just be angry, but not in a way that destroys the team.
Yeah, so I just wonder, like culturally, like what the challenges are with stuff like that, because you're right, like there's so much talent. It's actually,
You could make like 2 roster moves on Pain, they'd be a top 10 team in the world.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's really interesting.
It's cool though because we're getting like other South American countries online, right? Like we've got people from Chile or GGT from Uruguay. Like it's like there are like more of them than just Brazil, which I think is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
It was funny because Bestia popped off last year, or was it? No, not Bestia. What am I? 9Z. Sorry, 9Z popped off last year. Like DGT, Max, Martinez.
Yeah.
They had like that IEM Dallas. They placed top 4, I think it was. And then they had like another. Then they won one of the smaller international lands. It's like Fire League against like NIP and Fnatic and some other teams. So like they popped off for like 3 months and then they kind of just fizzled out.
There's definitely like a lot going on. Ooh. Okay, they don't want to give up yet.
They're not dying yet.
Or they're just dying more slowly. It's hard to say.
I mean, with 11 rounds, you're on CT side nuke. Yeah, it's a lot. It doesn't happen again, though, surely. Surely they don't. Surely we don't go multiple overtimes again, right?
I wonder how many players in like Brazil became Counter-Strike players because of Fallen.
Everyone.
I mean,
right?
Probably everybody.
I'm sure he had a massive cultural impact there for sure.
Right, I was just thinking
that and like the whole like Games Academy and like all the different things that go into that. Yeah,
I genuinely think it's like probably like
yeah,
a lot.
It's so interesting.
Or even the ones that didn't directly probably did it through like it's like he's one link away basically. So it's like that Fallen inspired somebody and that guy inspired somebody else and that's it. Like
it's basically like Kaboom X Games Aspen. What was that? 2015. X Games Aspen.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Kaboom
that's
shows
right.
up
At the beginning of like January 2015.
Then obviously that team picks up Cold Zero, becomes Luminosity, becomes SK. Then all of a sudden you have at the exact same time, or shortly afterwards, is when that Tempo Storm team came up with like Henny and Phelps.
Yeah.
And then like all of a sudden it was just like.
Even in fucking 1.6, Fallen was already like
goated.
I just feel like the first like 3 years of CSGO, there wasn't a whole lot, from Brazil.
No,
as far as like
took a minute.
Yeah, 2015.
It took them a few years.
It took a minute. It did.
But then it exploded very fast after that.
It was so exciting, like the Kabum TD thing, like seeing them in Aspen.
Yeah.
Like because you were like, whoa, these guys are like mega tactical.
They invented the 5 smoke execute on A side on Mirage. They invented that. No one else did that before them.
Yeah. Like seeing that level of like tactics from like a team from a region you hadn't you were not aware could play the game to that level was like super cool at the time. Yeah, I remember that event. I got to cast with Sean at that event and nothing because Salicus lost his voice. That's funny because
just coming off a good round.
I consider that like my breakout event as a caster. It was fun.
Shout out.
Actually, so I accepted that job. Puckett offered it to me because you and Semler were busy, and so they couldn't hire you, and they had Sadicus. They're like, fuck, we need like a color guy. And like Puckett saw I'd made these breakdown videos on YouTube, so he's like, I guess it sounds like you can do color. I was like, yeah, and I accepted it, knowing that Faceit would get pissed because they considered MOG a competitor. So I just accepted it anyway, and I got a very angry shouting at, but yeah.
I actually remember. I remember that when we said no to that event, I remember there was like I remember distinctly thinking, there's a really good chance that we're going to basically let somebody else cast this event now, and then like we could, who knows, like if they're really good, that could be sort of instant competition, right? And it was.
As me and Sadikist.
Yeah, it was. I mean, obviously it's great for the game, but even then I remember thinking about it like, damn, like this could be, very interesting.
That was a 2-person analyst test with Thorn and Fifth Laren.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
that was hilarious. It's funny because I actually worked on LAN that some of the teams went to right after that. It was called like ClutchCon in Denver, Colorado. And it basically was a complete disaster. So that was a good time.
Yes, all early esports events probably go in one way or another.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Rest in peace.
Anders, I remember like you came to London once, and I think we were like in a hotel room together, and it was just like super hot for some reason. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's like we were like trying to like figure it out. But there's like the bathroom was irradiating heat for some reason.
Fuck yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
What
a fucking miserable time.
Yeah, neither of us could. Anyway,
some of those early events, like one of the fun things about it is that like they were so messed up that like it's almost like nothing bothered you because it was like everything was just a total mess. So you're just like, oh, whatever, like who cares? Like this is all, this is just chaos. So
it's funny you say that though, because I remember going home after that event, like we parted ways. I got on the train. And I remember I'd been telling you that I was like, this might be one of my like last things I do in esports because I was like, I'm getting sick of this shit. Basically.
You were gonna study law or something? You like, I think.
Well, I was gonna go back to that kind of stuff because I dropped out. Yeah.
Lawyer Dan, I can't imagine.
I know it's pretty. R word. Definitely can't say that anymore, can we? I don't know.
Who knows? It's the coach stream. It's possible. Any thoughts on the new 1.6 fan-made remake announced?
Hate to say it, but waste of everyone's time.
I unfortunately think it probably is.
There's no way you're competing with CS2 with that game.
I mean, if the goal is to
have a
sort
fun
of
game,
be a fun thing, then
100%.
Fine. Yeah. But
but as an esport, no shot. Literally no shot.
Yeah, it's also I don't know how they've done it in terms of like the legalities of it, but I could
apparently
see.
There was an issue, but apparently what they're doing now is apparently fine.
Okay.
They're basically doing like what CS Pro Mod was going to be back in the day.
I was about to mention that.
I'm curious. I'm really curious to see how it's going to go. I would be, if I was in that project, that would be one of my big concerns. Is that what happens if we, what happens if we step too far?
Yeah. It just depends on what their goal is. If their goal is, like you said, is to have like a fun game to play, 100%. Like it'll be a good time. But
but I mean, I'm just strictly legally speaking. If you screw it up even a little bit, you're gonna get crushed by the Valve lawyer machine, and
that's just the bottom line.
You're not gonna have more lawyers than they do. So
there's just no way.
And also, like from Valve's point of view, they have to defend themselves, right? Like it's not a question of like what they want to do. Like the lawyer people at Valve are gonna say, well, if we don't defend our IP, then we don't have a choice in the future.
Then no one will.
Yeah. Well, also like we're gonna get wrecked in the future. So
yeah.
But I mean, you know what? Like if people, I at the same time, like
I hate the poo-poo on their parade, and I'm sure that they realize that their game's not gonna surpass CS2 or something like that. Like
but if it's just for the fun of it, I guess. Cool.
Yeah, go for it.
I
think it's neat. I'll probably play it.
Bring Quake back. That's what I say.
Bring Quake back.
Didn't they try like 3 times, Dan?
We're on Quake.
What was it? Quake. What was the last Quake?
It's technically Quake 5 now, right? Quake Champions.
Quake Champions. Then there was.
I competed in that at the beginning.
What was the one with like the big yellow circle people?
What's that?
The other arena shooter.
Oh, Diabotical. That game was sick. That game was like pretty much. That game was really nice.
It was fun. I did enjoy playing.
They have a slightly new split, like
Diabotical Rogue.
Yeah.
They kind of made it like more of like a TDM style thing.
I played that. I actually think the gameplay is super sick.
It's actually really fun.
It's got like really good mechanics.
But like
for whatever reason, it just isn't catching on.
No one wants to play.
No one wants to play it. Unfortunately,
you have to spend so much money in marketing. I feel like to get people to play anything.
Maybe hard to know.
There's been so many fun games that have come out that are actually like solid, but it's just for whatever reason they don't catch any real attention.
You know what they need to remake? They need to remake Ricochet.
Soldier Fortune 2. Okay.
Ricochet. With the discs. Anyone ever played Ricochet?
I did not.
Yeah.
God damn.
That was the first game on Steam.
Yeah, it was sick.
Yeah.
Did not play that.
You'd love it. It's got discs.
Nice.
That's true,
Exactly.
actually. It is. It is basically if you cross disc golf with.
Yeah. Soldier of
Deathmatch.
Fortune 2. That's shout out, Dan. Holy
Soldier of Fortune
shit.
2 is awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I played a Euro Cup in that game.
Yeah.
The game is sick. It's like it's like if you cross Counter Strike with Quake, and you can throw your knives at people.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the knife
So
throwing.
sick.
Was Soldier of Fortune the one that where you could like had a destructible environment? Was that in Soldier of Fortune? I can't remember.
I don't.
Or was that
think
something
so.
else?
You're thinking of Red Faction, maybe?
I'm thinking of Red Faction. Yes.
That game was the first game with destructible
Yeah,
environment.
that was kind of crazy.
Awesome.
Ooh.
I think they made a sequel to it.
Uh-oh.
I can't see how many
Uh-oh.
players are alive on the.
Uh-oh.
5 seconds.
All right.
Ripperoonie.
God damn.
Yo.
Which one to follow.
Okay, thank
All right,
God.
we're going to get the casters involved a little bit more here. This could be the end.
Oh wait, you can control that.
Yeah.
This is a soundboard, Dan. I can't.
Hey
there
man,
aren't any
I'm
knobs.
just
I
paid to
can move up and
cast
down.
dust. I'm not
You know
paid
what?
to touch.
Too cluttered. The idea
Damn, he's muted him.
many
He's
Oh my God.
thrown Dan off the
Maybe
Not
broadcast.
doing that to him.
but it's
Not
not,
doing
around
that
to be
to
proud
him.
of, unfortunately. That's a tough way to go out.
Jesus.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Conversation we had back on Mirage with the
Damn,
Did you know about that?
No.
Wow, y'all been missing out this whole time.
Yeah.
Dude, I
All
know,
kinds of
like,
cool
it's
shit you can
because
do.
Pimp has been sat there the whole
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
He hasn't
He's a
been
bully.
sharing.
Jacob has
with
let
us.
us down. He's let us all down.
So is losing
Attention, Vitality is about to win their 5th trophy in a row.
Whether it looked like they could plant or not, they didn't give themselves a real chance of taking
Jesus.
a site with
This is sick
control
technology. I love
and
it.
patience. They just
Does it have
had to
auto-tune?
rush
Can we do
it down.
karaoke?
Oh, we can do all kinds of stuff on here, man.
yes,
I
there are
can. It's
moments
only
where
applied to my
Vitality
mic
are
for whatever
confused.
reason.
And that's
But, you know,
because
you can even just be
the
like, you
options
know
they
what,
got
Anders, I
were
think you're a real
words.
giant piece.
So that's a
Nice.
4-round game.
Yeah.
Falcons have to do
There's all
better
kinds
than
of fun
that.
stuff here.
Nice.
12.
But you can't live sample. That's the issue. That would be totally.
Yeah, that would be
that'd
that. I'm not that.
We
in
like
technology.
if we had that, we could potentially just make a beatbox like
It's hard to
track.
compare an IGL
Oh
to
my
someone
God.
like Apex, who has played for as
That'd be so
long as he
sick.
has. First
Next time.
teams in the world in history,
Get a loop
Whoa.
station. I'll put the
and who has
request in.
been IGLing for 6 years.
Listen, I can
now.
play the piano.
I'll
We'll bring one.
Get
Oh, wow,
get a
yeah.
keyboard.
That's
Get a-
right, you
get a
did,
keyboard
yeah,
loop
yeah.
station.
Yeah.
Get it
Ready to
going.
go.
Let's go.
I always thought it'd be cool if we could somehow get like a band together, like if we
I
had
would love
enough
that.
CS talent that could play instruments and like actually instead of like hiring some weird musical act
See a
for
couple
like a
months.
I'm
show,
just-
it could just be us.
Sign me up.
That'd be so sick.
I know Maui does
Like, we have
karaoke as well. Like,
Vince can play bass.
Vince
for
can play the
sure.
bass, yeah.
I think Bled plays guitar now.
He does,
He has
yeah.
been playing guitar for a while. So we got Bled and Vince, guitar and bass. Maui's definitely lead singer material.
Yeah.
And if so, are you
We need
going
somebody to-
I think Richard Lewis used to play drums, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's go.
Down to 40 seconds,
Yeah,
and there's
this is-
barely
So
been
I
movement.
This is
think
bad
there's a
again. I
band
think
there
they
to be had, I
They want to
think.
take an upper 'cause
We've
that's where
got
their best
35
attribute.
seconds on the
Apex
clock,
catches work
and
from this
they're gonna go
position.
for the
This is
A-bomb
why you
side.
play here.
It's a deep lean. It's a back turn to him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, but he lets Flamesy drop in the process.
Uh-oh.
Hut push means bomb drop.
It's all over, boys.
No,
The
no,
site
no,
again.
no.
Rock
It's
solid
over.
anchor.
It is all over. Woo! They've done it again.
Yo, Vitality, the greatest to do it.
100 days since their last loss. And a win streak that won't just go one step further, but rather one that'll cross yet another continent. From Melbourne to Lisbon to Stockholm to Poland, and now in Copenhagen too, the 8th Counter-Strike 2 trophy for this organization. Truly feels like we can say the sky is the limit.
They didn't need Inferno to do this. After that, it felt like they would give up. That they couldn't put on another performance to match their last one, and yet here they are delivering again. Performing miracles and magic. And destroying rivalries right before our eyes, before they even begin. Mouse or Falcons or Spirit, no one can stand up to this roster right now.
Blood, sweat, and tears put into this Falcons project, and it will continue to attempt. In a time where the top 4 feels so tight, it is clear there is one that steps ahead of the rest. Your Blast Rivals champions, Team Vitality.
The golden Dorito belongs to Vitality.
God damn.
Dude, this co-streaming
was
thing's
throwing
easy.
Yeah, it's so easy. We
Well,
just
we should do this all
turn
the
up the
time.
casters and let them talk. All right. We don't want to hear the desk, though. We don't care about them.
No.
I'm glad we got you
Actually,
here
we'll
for
probably
this
turn the
roast.
interview on. We'll probably turn the interview on.
Yeah. We should-
Definitely want to hear the
we should- we
players
should do
talk.
that.
I think they're going to do a double interview on the desk.
Yeah.
Double-
That's what I heard the plan was.
Double interview.
I think they're going to go. I think it's going to be Mezzy and Flames. They're going to do somebody different this time. You know,
Well,
British
it's nice.
Counter-Strike?
You know, share the love. Let someone else talk. As many trophies as they got, they can just rotate through every player multiple times.
just get them all on the board, yeah. I'd be
Just let,
sick.
just let them do like a podcast. Just give them all the headsets. No host, no analyst. Just let them do a podcast.
Well, fuck it. I'm going to go see if I can find Jacob somewhere. He's been gone for a long time. And
Yeah, all good.
I need to go take a piss now. So.
All right, have a good one, man.
Yeah, how do we end this thing? When did we end this thing?
You know,
I don't know how. I don't know. How long was this?
I don't know. I'm sure we can figure it out.
We can keep going until the flight tomorrow. Let's go. I mean, you know what's crazy? What I learned is, which is no surprise to be honest.
Let's
is
hear
that
what they gotta say.
we could literally talk about Counter-Strike for probably a week straight.
We had we played so good and so bad at the same time on some maps, like Mirage, City Side. I don't know what the hell happened. We made good plan, and then someone is not following the plan, and we lose a run after another one. Was really fucked up. Inferno as well. We were like just
Scotch dropping F-bombs everywhere.
Yeah, Inferno was
He was not following the plan.
I thought it's gonna be a 0-3 if we keep going like that.
And the other three, we play super well, and we play and winning on Nuke again. It feels good.
I mean, first of all, though, what does it mean to just keep it all going? Just like, I know you guys are super tired about just the streak and everything, but like, you're still pushing it. You're still bringing a game that Falcons couldn't beat today.
Yeah, because we are really
cleans up.
hungry about winning. We know that this kind of team maybe happens once in a career, in a lifetime. So I think since we won Katowice, I tell the guys, we're so lucky to have the team, and let's try to win every tournament we can, because we're here anyway. Why would we waste our time? So we know next week we have a week off, and we kept telling each other like only 3 days, guys. Let's give our best for 3 days.
While we're here, we might as well win.
And then 2 days, and then 1 day, and then we win the 5th trophy together in a row. That's actually crazy. I never expected to do that. Nah, I mean,
and we lost here to Eternal Fire.
Yeah, we started in this studio against Aurora.
This is very confusing, lower third for me. Their 5th trophy in 2025, all without losing a final. Yeah, you would have to not lose finals to be able to get the 5 trophies. I think that's a weird lower third for me.
You've been
I'm here for it.
I guess they meant that they've won every final they've played in, and they've gotten 5
our level that we
that makes more
didn't
sense.
play well as a team. Well, not play as individuals.
They've won every title they had the
let's keep rolling,
opportunity to
and I
win.
swear we're going to win Katowice and other tournaments. It's 5 in a row.
Other tournaments, yeah.
It's pretty insane.
You know, after that tournament, actually, I think Rops was in an interview saying that all we have to do is fix the T sides, and it's going to be very, very easy. Was it?
I think it was the city sides.
It's both, mate.
Oh shit, Legend Decrees over here.
No, because at the beginning that was not the easiest with Robin. I think when we did online, I remember again Esports, we struggled on T-Side Mirage. Then we play Eternal Fire, we struggled on T-Side Mirage.
Oh snap!
So
here he comes.
I think that was
here he comes, boys.
And here it's the same
the
for
legend
us for Falcons. Like
that's one way to do it.
We're trying to work between games. I tried to work yesterday to create new stuff because we knew our Mirage
Can you guess who that was?
Weak the last 2 games, so I wanted us to improve. And then there was our City Side being shit, and then being good on T-Side. But that's all CS work. You always need to work after on one side, and then another side, and then another map, and
there he is.
And try to be as good as possible in that regard.
Aren't you supposed to be getting on the desk in a second?
And some moments that you've had through all these tournament runs, it feels like from the outside looking in, it almost feels like magic at times, right? Like there's some sort of spell where every one of those crazy plays, 50-50 moments, seems to be breaking
as far as I can
go. You walking on all the way through and towards B on train.
Oh my
God!
God.
We had you here on Nuke, up on the B site.
I was so happy. My communication this round was like, oh my God, guys, I have a Joker. Like there is nobody.
I was crazy this round. We were like, what the fuck?
And I'm so greedy. I wanted to knife him on B, but I was like, they will bully me.
The crowd, you were scared of the crowd.
Yeah,
us.
But genuinely, does it feel that way in the server? Does it at times feel like there's just something extra, something special beyond just the decisions in the server?
And talently,
making these
you definitely got beat by the general pop.
I think obviously the rounds go our way, but we also risk a lot to go that way because who is rushing electric in 145? So we do something big to get an opportunity that's also going to reward us. But I think also there is, to some extent, like we just grind out the official and we just play like round by round. And even on Mirage, it was 12-3 and we didn't aim to get into overtime. You know, we just said to each other, let's just be competitive. Let's get competitive and start playing CS. And that's what we did. And you find yourself in an overtime that you lose, sadly. But it's just about like staying in the game and keep playing competitive. And we know how good the players are. So people can just, you know, we have Zayu Robs, Danny's playing well, is calling well. So many people can just chime in and win you a sick round, but also many players are doing plays towards that as well to have a situation like that.
You guys obviously have created a really strong structure that puts you in winning positions, but it also feels like you guys are kind of gaining that aura, kind of like what Zipnik's had, where people would just make mistakes against them sometimes. Like, how do you
I've been holding it down for you, Pat.
You've been holding it down? Yeah, I had to do a looser interview. Sorry about that.
That's all good, bro. I was holding it down.
Who are you interviewing?
I showed him the soundboard.
I'll give you a preview. That was interesting. He's obviously disappointed, but he didn't feel that sad.
Okay, what about the knife one? I feel
like it's hard to be sad when you've made back-to-back grand finals.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I knew it
based on where they were, yeah.
It was
no practice.
couldn't find him, and when it happened, like, oh.
Dan, it was so close that it showed .01 live, and then when they played it on the replay, it showed .00. It was somewhere between 1 millisecond and no millisecond. That's how close that was.
You know, in France, what we usually say is, we asking, where's the girlfriend? Because if you're that lucky, my girlfriend is backstage, so I'm pretty lucky. Oh, maybe something happened. I don't know. Amber, what happened? Now like, it's always the same. You always have a part of luck in some games as well, or a part of playing well, individual well as well. I mean, yeah, it's a thing of everything combined, I would say.
Yeah, we asked, or at least I asked you yesterday about Xtaz. How about for like vocal contributors today? I'm sure everybody, but like what did Robs bring today to keep you guys centered?
We don't know about Robin. I mean, he does his preparation on the side, and we have no idea. He's happy, and at some point he takes on top of it. And us, we're like, I have an inner. Like, what the fuck? We for secret, mate.
It must be nice just having a guy on one side of the map that you don't even have to think about.
Yeah.
Like, he's gonna do his thing. Don't worry about that side.
I mean, he's just so hardworking.
Like, he's just gonna do that.
We all have that matchmaking mate who does the same thing.
Pretty good together in that regard.
Be part of the game, will you?
Like we just always try to find something. And for today, I found new strat as well against them.
Anchor
he
right
is
now.
the Counter-Strike nerd.
We've been on the road for 2 months and a half. Played.
He's giving it a bit, isn't he? Like
25
matches,
know everything. So maybe changing a small thing, and that works on few games. So I'm just happy. Sometimes it doesn't, but
that helps.
Like hardworking is always a key.
It's crazy because like he was one of the best rifles at the beginning of CS2.
It's nothing.
Had a little bit of a dip.
Coming from the sky or
banging at the Shanghai major.
No dreams. It's just hardworking from everyone in the team.
It feels like it's unified vision, right, as well, right?
Yeah,
I hear you talking about it. It's all about we have this moment, we have this streak, this is a rare team, we have to win everything that we're at this point while it's still last. I want to ask you, Flamesy, right? He's the leader, he's got the mantras and all of those, but it does feel like everyone's bought in. Robs was speaking to me about it in the pregame interview as well, this idea that it's just,
voice get
we have to take this as far as we got. We got no regrets when we look back. What is it like to have a leader like Apex beside you?
I think with Dan, it's something special because no matter the circumstance, you might have a shit start to the tournament, you might lose, you might have a delayed flights on 3 players, but he will always come and tell you guys, we fucking come here to win the event. We're not coming to just waste our time. And I think one thing that, you know, from young age to the difference of someone like Apex with a very old age is
more flame drink the water.
Is that you can see that
a question to
he
both
wants
of
to
you.
see every tournament because you never know how like you never know when it's gonna be your next final. You know, we won 5 tournaments. The next final might be in a year, hopefully not, but like you never know and you want to enjoy every moment. And this is something that that, you know, in the team, the culture of the team, but also because of Dan is really big that, you know, we want to seize every opportunity we can. And last year we fucked up so many opportunities. And on this year we don't want to give out anything. And to be honest, it comes down to just playing to our level. Because, you know, Falcons might proc now for 3 weeks and play really good CS and we might lose to them. But it's just about playing to our level and playing to our... And if we lose on our terms and not on the enemy terms. And that's just key if you're a good team to keep sticking to your own mindset, and I think that's what he brings a lot.
It's got to be so cool to go from only 1 win last year in Cologne to like winning everything.
First, I don't know how easy this is to see when you're within the team, but looking from the outside, looking at the context of what you've done, what you're building, where are you looking at yourselves at this Vitality in the context of all time?
I'm sure he loves winning too. He wasn't doing a whole lot of that last year.
We didn't win a major.
Yeah, dude.
When we win a major, maybe we will talk about something about Vitality.
Rob's
but for
story
now,
is so cool.
It's not done yet, and we might fail the next one. But doesn't mean that we're not gonna win the second one in the year for us. Yes, we're a great team. There's no doubt, but great team win in important moments. and that's what we will have to do in Austin. We know like all the pressure in ourselves, but it's okay. Well, we are lucky also to have this pressure. That's always what we talk, when we talk to each other. That's what our performance coach tell us is, guys, you're just lucky. Everyone wish they will be in our shoes. So it's just the way you embrace it and you handle it. So for us, no, let's not talk yet about all-time great or whatever. Let's win a major, and maybe we'll start a conversation.
That dovetails nicely into my last question. Are you winning in Austin?
No.
We come for that. Not gonna lie. I want to
nah.
establish myself.
No, I don't think so.
I
We've had
with
enough.
2 majors. I want
Wanna share
my
with the
2
rest.
young guns and my coach to win a major. That's a fantastic feeling. It will never beat Paris, even though that was CCT playoff for a lot of people. But the amount of,
They played plumbers in that final.
enjoyment, etc. I had during that major was insane.
Imagine winning a major
And
on
I'm
home
pretty sure
turf,
this
though.
guy will feel
Yeah.
the same
Oh
if
my
they
God,
win the
yeah.
first major.
Plumbers.
So I'm also
Doesn't
fighting
matter.
for those guys
Still.
because I really want to bring it home for them. And of course,
I mean, that's
for
what made the
myself as
Boston
well.
major
And
like
that's
so
good.
insane.
I got one
Yeah,
more.
yeah.
You guys are taking a week
Dark
off.
horse run.
What are you doing?
I'm going to Italy, enjoy a bit of day off. I'm not gonna touch CS at all.
They deserve it.
Or my girlfriend kills me probably. I need to be able to. What's important in those
That's
moments
so
when
nice.
you go back
Taking
to back to back
a week
events,
off, you know,
we
proper
need to
vacation
take
now,
some fresh
then
air,
load up
and we need to
for,
be able to reset.
Yeah.
And
They're probably
come
going to boot
Dallas
camp and
on next
everything, so
Monday
might as well
with a
take
lot
a
of
little bit of
energy.
break here.
Probably play
being ready
Dallas
for
with
the
no
last
expectations,
step for the
boot camp
major.
for the major, and then be there.
Having
you know?
new stuff
Exactly.
I like
maybe
that.
on the weekend or whatever.
don't
So
need
and
to
I also
fine-tune
do the
anything.
dead of the groom of Jax.
Because no one's going to give a shit
This is
about what they do
gonna-
at Dallas if they
Okay.
win the major. You know what I
Next
mean?
weekend.
Oh.
So just it's gonna be fun for me to.
I mean, yeah, it'll be sad the
Not do
streak
too
ends
much
or
on
whatever,
Glover
but
for the week of practice. So yeah, that's my plan personally.
How about you, Flames?
I
Flames
don't know yet. No, it's fine. For now, it's fine. I think, to be honest, I don't have any plans. I have actually have anniversary 1 year with my girlfriend, so I'll.
Congrats.
might be important.
Come up with some
Yeah,
plans.
yeah,
Let me give you some
something.
advice.
Yeah.
Come up with some plans.
No, I have
Good call.
for
Good
that, but
call,
it's,
Malik.
I
Best
can't say
analysis he's given all
We always
tournaments.
make a plan in the team. We repeat that every
Yeah,
round.
yeah.
True.
Let's make plans.
Yeah,
Let's make plans.
Remy's coming in. He's coaching him up on how to set up the dates, where to book the restaurant.
Any plan is better than no plan.
Flowers.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But
They'll
up
say they
until
don't want
then,
Malik's
flowers. They always
spitting
want
facts
just
out
enjoy
there
a bit,
right
just
now.
take some time off. Sometimes for me, I just like to chill at home. I don't have to go out and stuff like that. And obviously, anniversary
Exactly
will
what your
be
players be
a
doing,
bit of
chilling.
we do something, and then
We're doing
and
something.
then back to CS.
Well, congratulations. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys.
Greatness. 5 trophies.
Insane.
Thank you, boys.
Congrats.
Insane indeed.
Nice.
Unbelievable.
All right. So, I'm going to ask a question that Pimp's going to hate, but I'm
Yeah.
going to ask Dan anyway. I mean, you can answer
Wait,
too. I just know you already know what your feelings about this question. Obviously, if Vitality wins the major, it's undeniable that they had the first era of CS2.
Sure.
Yeah.
But if they don't,
Seems good.
do they still have it?
Depends on what they do after.
I feel like
That's true.
I
That's
feel
a
like
good point.
but I feel like a major just kind of have to
It does just kind of
be a
seal
part
the deal.
of the
Yeah, I do feel like.
What if they lose the major but win Cologne straight after?
Okay,
That's
now
tough.
now he's okay. Sorry, okay,
So
right.
tough.
Okay. Motherfucker.
The sad part is like it's not a debate if they win the major. If they don't, it's like it will be debatable. Like it'll be argued.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard because I feel like eras generally tend to be. It tends to be the case that you're winning everything, right? Is that's like
Sort of, yeah.
because if you lose during your era, is it your era if you've
I
lost?
feel like Astralis didn't win every single tournament in their era.
No,
Right?
they didn't.
I
We
mean-
said it yesterday. They never won more than, was it 3 tournaments in a row?
Yeah,
but they won all the majors back to back.
Yeah,
That was the
they had
problem.
two. They had 2 back to back.
3.
I thought it was. Was it?
Back to back to back majors, yeah. I think
That's right. Well, because I forgot that there was 2 in 1 year. Then 1 would be obviously the next
Yeah.
year. Yeah.
And I feel like maybe that's the trump, the card that kind of trumps the, like
Maybe,
if you lose,
yeah.
but you still win the majors.
Yeah.
But
I
it
think
is
if- I think
interesting
if they
though
win
because
Cologne, I mean, with the way they won all these tournaments, so you have Katowice, you win Cologne, you win everything, every single tournament you attend, you know, and it's all
Yeah.
the big ones. It's not like the PGL.
It's also one of those situations where
That's what I want to, though. I want them to go to a PGL event and win a PGL event, because now we have 3 TOs, and I want them to have 1 in each at the very least.
that would be cool. Yeah, sure. But I think it's also just important to note that now they've won 25 series in a row, and I think I counted it. It's like 16 or 17 are against top 10 teams.
Yeah.
Like of the series
That's
that they've
so
won.
crazy.
So it's like they've never played anyone worse. Like the worst team they've played was a wild card, ranked 30th.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
So
Outside of that,
that's-
FlyQuest ranked, what,
21.
21, yeah. And apart from that, is all
It's almost all top 10 teams.
Liquid's streak had 7 best of ones, and I think 3 or 4 teams outside of top 30.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not even debatable anymore. I want Vitality.
In modern Counter-Strike, this is the best streak we've ever seen.
Sure.
Like in modern Counter-Strike, I mean, obviously NIP had their deal like 2013, 2014, all that jazz, but.
That's the only thing I wanted to do. I wanted to go to a PGL event, nail a PGL one, so you can say they won the ESL events, they won the BLAST events, they won PGLs. If they win the major as well, at that point, there's nothing left,
Yeah. Point is that this is the best 5-month stretch we've seen in 10 years.
Oof.
Straight up.
That's crazy.
The best what?
Best 5-month stretch we've seen in probably 10 years.
No. Is it? Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you like
5 months,
I guess, because I guess like if you put Astralis' 2 majors like in 5 months.
No, you're right. I was just thinking Liquid, but that was only 2 months. So
yeah.
Do you guys weight the major and Cologne differently? Because Cologne usually has it's usually the case that it has like more top teams, and it usually has better formats for competitive integrity.
I feel like Cologne is the most prestigious event after a major for sure.
But that's the thing. Like if the major is more prestigious, then it's kind of then there's more pressure. But and it has that cultural value in Counter-Strike.
Exactly.
So in a sense, it'll be perceived as a more important tournament.
Yeah, because it's one of those things where all the best teams are also at the 2 majors. Yes, they are at Cologne, but they're also at the majors. Yes, the 4-bet at Cologne is definitely better. Yeah. I mean, I think Val needs to get on board with the best of 5 grand final for the major at this point.
Yeah,
I think we have more than proven that the best of 5 with MR12 in particular. That's the key combination. I think MR15 BO5 is tough. That's tough. It can get real nasty. But I think with MR12, I think the BO5 has proven it reigns supreme.
Do you guys have any insight into how willing Valve is to maybe adjust formats at majors?
I don't think they like it.
Yeah, I mean, we had the cobblestone randomizer.
I would love to, it's just it does stink that we have all these tournaments now that are all basically on a similar format where there's no best of ones.
Yeah.
That's my point. We had that discussion as well. I want the best of 5 to matter. There's no you can't have a final today without it being a best of 5 because of MR12. But it would be nice if some finals weren't best of 5. Just to have the. I want best of 5 to be at Cologne, Katowice, the big one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The major.
Makes sense.
If PGL ever hosts an event that is bigger than I want it for the big ones, but we can't make that distinction.
I think that was the cool thing though. I think when PGL came out this year and said we're doing all best of 3s and a best of 5 grand final, I guess everyone else was probably also kind of planning that.
They were the first to do it though. Yeah.
But they were the first to do it. So, but I'm sure other people had the plans. Oh, because it's you.
It sucks. It fucking sucks. We didn't play our best today, and I think everyone in the team could kind of feel it. We tried to stay in the game as much as we could and not get frustrated. I think we did that quite well towards the end, but we still lost it, and they played really well.
Heading into the game, obviously you had the experience at Melbourne where you came super, super close. Now, knowing it was the same map pool, another grand final, did you believe more today that you were able to win?
Yeah, I think so. I also think we had a great belief last time, but we saw the weakness in Melbourne and we tasted blood, but not this time.
You said you didn't play that well today. Anything in particular that didn't work out for you guys?
No, I think they were just in general more ready for us, and maybe we didn't succeed that well individually.
Never give specific answers.
In the key rounds, we kind of lost a lot of anti-forces, which hurt us a lot, and I think that's basically it.
I know you to be a guy that always value yourself as well and always evaluate yourself. Are you satisfied with your performance tonight?
No, I think I could do a lot better in certain rounds and certain things.
You're
I could do better and help the team more.
I see what you're doing.
I have to go back on the best.
One would argue there's no shame in losing to Vitality. You now come close twice. Do you consider yourself to be the second best team in the world as of right now?
I think it's hard to say.
Fuck off! You're the best. Come on.
Let's play a few more tournaments.
Have
and
some
let's see,
freaking balls about it, bro. They're definitely number 2, by the way.
To say in my book at least, but I think we're up there.
Power rankings number 2, 100%.
Except Vitality being on the top right now, and they cemented that for sure.
Speaking of playing more tournaments, where can people see you and play next?
Yeah, we'll play in Dallas, and then afterwards it's the major, the last tournament of the season, so 2 more left.
And I assume the major is the big goal for you guys. Now, given the progress you made already with Monacy, are you going to be ready to contend for the title at the major in Austin?
Yeah, that's our main goal. As Sonic said to us, he really believes that we can lift that trophy. And before the major, we have a little time to practice at least, more than we had now at least. So that's the main focus and trying to prepare as much for that.
You've been close lifting that trophy before. It just slipped out of your hands, some may say. Do you believe that you can win the major?
Yeah, I think everyone on the team does. With a little more practice, as we say, we really believe it. And just getting more chemistry with Monacy and also us other guys, then we have a really good chance.
Thank you so much.
Texas on the mind there.
Great interview, Pimp. Really well done.
Yeah, he didn't bite. He didn't bite. He didn't bite. At least we tried.
You did try. He really did.
He's a nice guy. I like him.
I was going to make the point about the best of 5 thing that TOs probably won't do it because maximizing the hours, you know?
Yeah, 100%. That genie's out the bottle now. You know, like that Pandora's box has been opened there.
It has to be a best of 5,
Yeah. So much. I mean, it's like your best match, your best viewership you're going to get.
Speaking of, I think this would be the second most viewed peak-wise BLAST event in history.
Really?
Oh, snap.
Yeah, only Paris beat it.
Wow.
That is super impressive.
I think we had maybe I'm wrong. At least 1 million, maybe even 1.1.
Dang.
Do you think it's because they brought me and Anders?
I think it's because they brought you back. Yeah, actually. And Dust for that matter as well.
It's my first BLAST as well.
Oh.
Your first BLAST. You're setting records on day 1, man.
Just saying.
All right. Okay. All right.
Your first
awesome
BLAST
to be
too,
part of this,
What's that?
Your first BLAST?
No, I've done a few.
Okay.
I've done a few. I did
Back in the day, yeah?
Yeah, back in the day when they first started, I did Miami, I did LA, I did...
In that case, it's all you, so...
It's first one. I'm the first one.
Yeah.
Moscow?
Awesome.
Moscow.
Moscow. Oh, I remember that.
It's a BLAST Moscow, yeah.
I did Moscow as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were, I guess you were kind of newer.
Yeah, I was trying to establish myself.
Yeah.
I remember I don't know why, but the only thing I remember from Moscow is the transfer time from the hotel to the event. I don't know. Was that? No, that was another event. There was an event where we had to sit in a cab for an hour and a half to go to the studio every day.
Pass.
Was that Moscow?
I don't know. I don't remember that. I just remember from Moscow that we got like the weird Russian dolls of our faces, and then also we got it was like one of those venues where we're in like a very like soulless room that just it doesn't seem like it's like there's one major actually. I think it was like the Cluj major where we were casting from like inside like a toilet, which was like it was like a locker room. We could hear people like flushing like above us, but that's where we were casting the major from in this like locker room toilet.
That's kind of funny actually.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
that was interesting.
Well. We've been live for 6 hours. I don't think we should outdo the mainstream, should we?
I don't know how it works. You're the
guy.
You're the king.
I'm the guy. Anyway, thanks for holding up, Dust, while I was away doing other stuff.
What the
there
hell?
we go. We're done.
All right, bye.
You know what? Thanks for watching, guys.
All right, bye.
See ya.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.